Morning. Good morning. Hoping the mic is coming through nice and clear. If not, let me know. It's good to see everybody. Some of you early birds here. Lots of coffee in the chat for you. Good morning, Halco and T King and Anna. Always createful. Thank you so much for being here so early. The Turtle Moves. Sandra, nice to see you. Back again. Hey, hey, Culture Cats. Hey. Good afternoon. Good morning. Let's see what it's afternoon there. Let's see, 10, 11, 12. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Are you on lunch? Thank you, Kim. Thank you. Well, we've got a lot going on this morning. We're going to be hearing some 404B arguments this morning. We're going to hear Creighton Waters come forward and say why we should hear the side of the road testimony. Because Jim Griffin again opened the door.
My name is Mark Tinsley.
What are they doing? Hold on. Oh, sorry about that. My feed just went to a whole different day here. That's like so weird. I'm gonna have to get set up while we talk. But that was strange. They went to an old video of Mark Tinsley. Can't blame them. Mark Tinsley's like a great testimony. But that's not what we wanted, is it? We want today's feed for the live court, and they're playing around. They had yesterday, but I hope everybody got a good night's sleep. Oh, they started the feed and it just like went weird. Okay, let's see. Oh, somebody there started the feed by mistake, started their live early, and now they're gonna have to do something. I don't know if they're gonna put up a different link, but we'll be ready with somebody else just in case. Well, good morning, Tina. So, Culture Cats, what are you doing up over here so early on a busy day? Do you know anything about this trial, dude? This is a crazy one. Absolutely crazy. Alex Murdaugh, 100 other financial crimes that he's been charged for, 18 indictments, and now the murder of his wife and son from back in 2021, June 7th. Morning, Colin. Did I miss anyone? No. Okay. As I told you, I would put the live link up there at the top. Ah, have you followed a little? It's a crazy one. I tell you, there's definitely, if you like legal drama, there should be some fireworks this morning as they do legal arguments about 404B. And for those of you perhaps new or listening, for Rule 404B is going to definitely be a rule about prejudicial testimony. And Judge Newman is going to have to go again and decide what's probative and what is actually prejudicial. Too much. And when they say side of the road issue, they're specifically talking about when Alex Murdaugh paid somebody to shoot him in the head to get an insurance settlement, which he has already given depositions in other lawsuits and other criminal cases that says that yes, that's what he tried to do, and he has pled guilty to insurance fraud in the attempt to do that. The name of the person involved is Curtis Smith, who was a cousin of his, which is actually also his drug dealer. And they used to do drug deals and laundered money that way. It's a whole big mess. But anyway, you could see why the testimony itself would be prejudicial. However, is it probative to the state of mind since it happened 2 months after the murder and could be used as state of mind actually? You know, what all of the pressure that he was under. The state's case is that Alex Murdaugh was under so much pressure, knowing that all of his financial misdeeds was going to come out. He was trying to prevent it in some crazy way and killed both Paul and Maggie, his son and his wife. Some of us can see it, some of us can't. As far as could that actually be the motive? Some of us have other flaws, things that happened. I happen to be leaning quite on the some type of mishandling of the gun, or he went to shoot, like, Colin was like he went to shoot the dog. Paul kind of pushed back. They're both gun guys. The gun went off. Paul got shot in the shoulder. Alex fell back. Then all of a sudden the shotgun goes off again, and then the death shot happened, which unfortunately uh took Paul out. Maggie starts screaming and yelling. Alex picks up Paul's other gun, goes after Maggie, and there you go. All like boom, boom, boom in seconds. Some of the evidence actually goes into that theory quite well, especially the fact that the hose was on. So everybody's been saying, like, if Alex Murdaugh touched the bodies, as he claims in all of his interviews, how was he so clean? Well, there was a running hose in the kennel. We're talking seconds for all this to happen now, instead of that window of opportunity that many have narrowed down to be 15 minutes. It could all be plausible under that situation. The other one is, they also say there's evidence that he planned the whole thing out. People are thinking that he did, that he had time to do all of that. He kind of had a makeshift plan ready to go. I don't know. What are you guys thinking? Was saying under 403 the deference didn't exactly ask about it, only about her feelings for the time, and the sister pushed it in. Yeah, that was yesterday. Was he arguing against it? He's been arguing against all of the 404B. He's really on the side that this charge is pushing the envelope a little bit. I hear that, Colin, but I'm just like, I can see kind of his point, but I think he's being extreme on it. This judge has done a lot of 404 and 403, which I'm sure Law and Lumber mentioned. And he's usually pretty careful. He does walk up to the line. He believes that the state, it shouldn't hinder the state. He walks that line definitely.
My name is Mark Tinsley.
I'm trying to see if they put up another feed up there. I don't want to miss this. We might have to go to a different feed today. They're messing up this morning on the one we usually use. Well, I'm gonna, I always try to have more than one ready just in case, which I will. So we don't miss anything. I don't want to miss anything from these arguments this morning. Okay, they just keep setting up live feeds like over and over again. This is weird. All right. So I know with the 403 yesterday, but clearly we all saw that happen and we know what the judge was thinking, right, Colin? Yesterday with the sister, Jim Griffin actually opened up the door by asking her opinion about it. Her opinion is not hearsay because it doesn't speak to the truth of the matter. It wasn't facts or evidence. He literally asked her opinion, which allowed that all to come in. I thought that was a fair ruling. Mm. And the sister pushed it in. She did. Well, it came right from the witness, and Jim Griffin is the one who opened that door. Again, that's what I'm so curious about. Like, why does Jim keep put his foot in it like this? This would be the third time evidence has come in that they say they really didn't want to come in, and they argue against. And yet they're the ones opening the door. They did it with the Mallory Beach, with the boating accident. Hmm. Hello, tomorrow, kiddo. You think he planned it all for a very long time? That's a popular opinion, actually. Um, hmm. I see movement, so I'm pulling that up. Make sure we got good volume, just so we don't miss anything from the start. I'll work on the second feed during during the break. I was like, what you think? Let's see. You suspect for a possible future appeal. Anna, I was thinking that also for appeals and for mistrial use, just to have the judge's stuff overturned, you know. I did think it was a fair ruling, like. Mhm. Would you think that a distance lawyer, someone who doesn't know Alex Murdaugh and his friends, would have been able to be more controlled and subjective? Jim and Dick seem way too close to Alex Murdaugh. Yes, he's been when everybody is testifying and they're saying like Jim Griffin was there and Jim this and Jim this. It shows a long relationship. But don't forget, there was all this stuff going on for the last year and a half. Jim Griffin was a friend and a lawyer, and he represented him from the start about a lot of this. You know, I think Jim is too close to it all, tired, local, too involved. Yeah, he could be just stepping in it, not even meaning to, just because he's so familiar with the situation. He says stuff he doesn't mean to. Yeah, that is interesting. Always createful. I felt it was interesting that the sister stated Alex Murdaugh said whoever did this planned it for a long time. Hmm. And one of the things that turned the sister was the fact that he was not looking for the killer at all, ever. Hmm. But yep. Mm. Mm. I was wondering what you thought of the testimony, Kim. I was thinking about you yesterday when the sister came in. You know, Mm. I was like, "Yep, Marion Proctor. There she is, right there on the list." And that I think that was one of the names you had me look for, but I think I looked under the wrong last name because it was sitting right there with her husband. I do believe that Alex Murdaugh and Griffin did work for the solicitor's office at one time together. Yes, yes. But Alex's work history is not something that I can actually remember all the parts of. Good morning, Patricia. Thank you for joining us. It's a shame the body language expert stuff isn't admissible. I'm guessing. Totally horrible actor. I saw a big difference in when we had in-camera testimony for the judge when there was no jury, and then when there's a jury there. But I try not to put too much on all that. Um, I can't even imagine being on trial for murder of my family, or what that would feel like. Um, what I would be acting like. And sometimes, especially when the pathologist was testifying, I did feel for him. I didn't think that that wasn't real emotion. Now, whether it was guilt or just upsetting or because of what happened to them, I'm not sure. But it did look quite genuine to me. Um, mm, I'm trying like to look at it all. You know me, I try to look at it unbiased, but I don't, actually claim that I can possibly be unbiased. As you look at all the evidence, you start to form opinions, don't you? You start to go one way or the other. And I think I've said all along, I don't necessarily think that he's innocent. He appears to me to be quite guilty, but I don't necessarily think that there's enough here to convict him the way the case is going. For me, the way they presented both the aspects of the crime and then trying to put the motive in there with the financial crimes with what we call Rule 404B testimony, all that hearing that we heard in between, and now we're hearing it again. It makes it very just disjointed, I guess is the word I want to use for me, going back and forth. It makes it more difficult to keep the timeline straight, to understand how it could have been accomplished within that short period of time. I mean, the cell data testimony itself narrowed the window down for many of us. Um, Also, with adding on to the cell data, the OnStar GPS and infotainment systems from the car, technology actually helped narrow that window down, especially the very incriminating video that blew his alibi apart and several of his statements. Alex Murdaugh says he wasn't down at the kennels, that he was napping, that he had not seen Maggie or Paul since dinner, and yet there's a video with his voice on it at 8:49 at the kennels, Bubba running around with a chicken in his mouth. Everybody together, all three of them, which has been identified, I'd say, what, 10 times in court already? Every witness, Creighton Water puts up and says, "Do you know that voice?" And everybody says, "That's Alex Murdaugh." But in all fairness, we haven't heard the defense's case yet, have we? There are witnesses on there, quite a few expert witnesses, witnesses to push back on the DNA expert, witnesses to push back on serology, witnesses to push back on how the investigation was done, witnesses to push back on pathologists, who we thought was an excellent witness for the state, but they're going to bring somebody up that says exactly the opposite. Hey, Pete, good morning. Yep. Always says, I did listen to her testimony yesterday and found it very telling, and it had brought up even more theories for me. Uh-oh, What, more waiters? Okay, because yesterday when what we call him the handyman or the kennel man was there, Dale, he spoke about the hose and that he clearly knew somebody else was using the hose that day. He didn't say who he thought he was or anything, but he laid out the opportunity for us to add that in as a way that Alex could have got all the blood off of him before they got there for the interviews. Up, judge is coming in.
May now be seated.
Good morning. Ready. Who's first?
I'm happy to go first. Obviously,
Your Honor, since we filed a memo and we have not added to it, I'd be more than happy for the Attorney General to go first.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, and I sent a memo early this morning. Hopefully, you've had a chance to see that. A lot of it reiterates what we had previously filed in our prior motions. And again, as it relates to this particular evidence, as I argued yesterday, consciousness of guilt is a very recognized class of evidence as admissible evidence of motive and identity in South Carolina courts. Obviously, that we've cited a number of cases in more classic senses of consciousness of guilt evidence, such as witness intimidation, flight. But any sort of evasive action, any sort of action to evade detection or throw off the scent has been admissible in our courts. Your Honor, I see the clerk from Barnwell here, and I had a murder case in front of her not too long ago, or it's been a while. But in any event, in that particular case, the defendant had actually found in his car was a voodoo root that said, had on there, protect me from murder charges, save me, judge, early, protect me from murder charges. And ultimately, that was admitted and in an unpublished opinion affirmed as evidence of consciousness of guilt and evasive conduct because of what it meant to the defendant. And so I just point that out as an example as to how expansive that can be. When we look at this case, and again, one thing about this case, Your Honor, is it's intricate and complex on a scale that I think none of us have ever seen. And so we have to look at it within that vein and in that context. And what we have here, Your Honor, and why this is relevant evidence of consciousness of guilt, it really doesn't matter what exactly happened on the side of the road, because that's not the focus of what the state is seeking to do. What the state is seeking to do, and what we believe is relevant and admissible under these rules, is to show what the defendant said about it and the fact that that was not true. And what he said about it, of course, was that he was on the side of the road, he had a flat tire, and with a car that has run flats, that he was changing the tire, and that a nice man stopped, offering help, and then all of a sudden he was shot in the back of the head. And obviously, the initial reaction we've heard from Ms. Proctor, we've heard and can hear from other witnesses, and the initial reaction was that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back, the bad guys are back, they've now targeted Alec. And the other thing that's crucial about this, that connects it all together, is not only does he make that claim, that statement about being targeted by an unknown assailant, as things were heating up on him in this investigation, that then causes people to immediately assume that he's been targeted, and it has nothing, in no way could he be responsible for Moselle. But we also have to look at the symmetry of this particular event with what happened on June the 7th. And on June the 7th, as we know, and Your Honor's heard extensive testimony, both in camera and in this trial, he is confronted about the fares fees that morning. There's all kinds of circumstances that have been put into evidence that are moving as to a perfect storm arriving on that day. And of course, what happens that night? Maggie and Paul are murdered, community rallies, everything changes. We have the same thing happening on September 3rd and September 4th, because finally, despite his best efforts, the law firm has become privy and wise to what's been going on with his years of embezzlement and theft. they confront him. But more importantly, if we go back to those Ferris fees, which are very crucial and temporally connected to everything that happened on June 7th, is the fact that you've heard testimony from Chris Wilson that he is calling Mr. Murdaugh, trying to get to meet with him because he wants to know what's up. He particularly wants to know what about the $192,000 of those Ferris fees that he covered for Mr. Murdaugh. And they have that confrontation on the porch of Alameda that afternoon or early, right before noon, as was testified to. And what happens? Yet again, within a couple of hours, the side of the road happens and everyone is rushing to Alex Murdaugh's aid again. The fact that he had just been exposed for embezzlement is quickly forgotten about. And of course, everybody's assuming, oh my gosh, it must be the real bad guys, when in fact, it was him all along. And so that is extremely relevant evidence. And it's also been, just to add into the calculus, Your Honor, is we do have the concept of what's been opened the door, what issues have been joined by the defense and put up here. And of course, that's how this issue all arose yesterday with the testimony of Miss Marian Proctor. So we think it's very admissible as clear consciousness of guilt evidence. It's admissible under 404. I've also argued, without getting in great detail, when we talk about that symmetry, we talk about common scheme or plan. And again, this isn't the kind of common scheme or plan that is typical, but we have to look at this case through a lens that recognizes just the intricacies and the complexity of a set of circumstances like we've never seen. And so all those legal theories, Your Honor, we would assert justify admission of this evidence. I will also say that this express this to the defense, that it's the state's intent to really quickly move from point A to point B. We are not here to try to litigate what happened on the side of the road in its entirety. I believe that the testimony about this could be done in just over an hour, and that includes playing the recorded statement. There's a number of recorded statements, not trying to play all of those. It would just be simply having the agent come in, relate the story that Alex Murdaugh told to 911 and told to law enforcement, that initial story about the unknown assailant, the fact that the investigation continued and additional information came to light that conflicted with that, and that he was eventually confronted with that. And then there's a recorded statement at the end in which he admits that, in fact, what he had told law enforcement was a lie. And so I'm trying it would be a very focused presentation to just get from point A to point B for purposes of this trial and the relevance that it has to this trial. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we would assert that limited presentation is admissible for those purposes.
Please support, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
The state and we are applicable to this situation. And it has 4 criteria about a suicide. They seem to think that the unmistakable nexus exists by clear and convincing evidence linking the suicide attempt to a guilty conscience about the murder. The facts are that he was confronted by the law firm on Friday, fired on Friday, and then persuades, I don't know much persuasion was needed, Eddie Smith to shoot him in the head, thinking that it would get his son, Buster Murdaugh, $12 million in insurance money that would otherwise be excluded by the suicide exemption in his insurance policy. So all this is linked to is the financial crimes, not the murder. We're here trying to murder. And yet all the evidence, not all, but a significant amount of the evidence we've heard over the last 3.5 weeks has been about the financial crimes. This is guilty knowledge of the financial crimes, not the murder. And this under 404, 403 analysis under Cartwright would not be admissible. I'd further say this, if he's looking for a common scheme, that is that when he's about to be found out or he's being found out, he would have killed Buster based on his theory to distract. This isn't a distraction, this is an end. And clearly, you haven't heard the taped interview that he initiated from Detox in Atlanta, in which he explained he was killing himself to get this money for Buster because his financial crimes had been found out. This is 3 months after the murder. This is in September. It's not connected by time. It's not temporal under the 404, 403 analysis. And certainly it's not evidence of guilty knowledge about, I mean, his own statement would indicate it has nothing to do with the murder. It's only about the financial crimes. And he contacted SLED, and on that recording, myself, Mr. Griffin, and Mr. Murdaugh from detox. He finally had detoxed and wasn't on drugs anymore. And he has a great detailed statement about Eddie Smith buying the drugs for him over a number of years, millions of dollars worth, and how Eddie didn't hesitate to shoot him in the head on the side of the road. I don't know how that is relevant. Now, maybe the drug piece is, but they've got statements from Eddie Smith about what drugs he bought and what he did with them. So we would oppose going forward on any roadside shooting evidence. We think the prejudicial far outweighs the probative, and we'd ask Your Honor to not allow them to do that.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, very quickly, I do want to distinguish again between what Mr. Harpootlian keeps wanting to argue about, and that's there being some sort of suicide on the side of the road. Again, the state's real focus is not exactly on what happened on the side of the road. What's important, and this is, I think, different from a typical court rape such situation, is what the defendant said about it. And the fact that he immediately tells this lie about him being targeted by an unknown assailant. And that is what directly connects it back to Moselle. And that's immediately what everybody assumed. The first thing that jumped in their mind is that connection back to Moselle. That connection and the next is unmistakable. So it's not as much about a traditional type of Cartwright analysis. That's not what I'm arguing here. What I'm arguing here is his explanation for what happened and the fact that that ultimately was not true. And that nexus, I believe, is very clear. I think the other one would be clear too, but that former nexus is the stronger one, and that is the focus of what the state is trying to offer here today.
Your Honor, just briefly, this is character evidence, which is precluded under the only exception to 404, 403 Your Honor's allowed in is motive. Why did he do it? It's just incredible because if you put this up, you're going to hear from one of the SLED agents when he woke up in the hospital and his skull had been fractured. He had a brain bleed. This is when he concocted that story. I mean, he expected never to wake up. So, this was a scheme to draw. No, if it was a scheme, it was created after Eddie Smith meant to shoot him. Actually, if he'd been a millimeter to the left, his brains would have been blown out. He just missed, but knocked him out, fractured his skull. That's all I have.
All right, those are not the facts. He's telling that story at the scene to people who show up. He's out of the gate. That's what he's saying, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant. There's an ambulance video where the deputy comes in, and that's exactly the story he tells. This is not.
I would concede he's correct. Once he realizes he's still alive, he tells that story. But obviously, he didn't intend to be still alive. In other words, it's not a scheme that was concocted at any point. The scheme, if it's a scheme, was concocted after he realized he wasn't dead.
Well, the financial evidence was allowed on the issue of motive. This evidence, I find, goes beyond motive, or is not evidence of motive, but more toward common scheme or plan. It does not survive the logical relevancy test, and it goes more toward showing the propensity to commit violent acts, which would cause it not to survive the 403 analysis. I believe that to allow this evidence is a bridge too far, going down this path of allowing essentially any and all evidence in. We have guardrails. The court is to place guardrails to keep things within a reasonable realm. And I believe this, as I stated, will be a bridge too far. It does not meet the logical relevancy test. I agree with the defense that it would be admissible perhaps if the trial was a trial on the financial theft issues, but not on the murder. So I grant the motion to exclude this evidence at this time. Of course, as we have seen, things change. And who knows?
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. Can we tell the jurors 10 or 10:30?
I think we said 10:30, Your Honor.
10:30.
I said 10, Mr. Waters said 10:30. So if there's any acrimony here, please focus it where it belongs.
Well, I routinely underestimate the time, so the one time I overestimated.
We tested the jurors this morning, and happy to say that they all tested negative, so we're in good shape with the jury. All right, any other matters we need to discuss during this lag time?
Yes, I just think Mr. Waters and I were talking extensively about when he's going to rest his case. We think that should be, or he thinks that should be, he thinks tomorrow morning. I'm projecting maybe tomorrow afternoon, but on Friday, we expect to start our case. And to that end, if something were to happen between now and Friday morning, we are flying in experts and don't need to tell Your Honor how expensive that process is. So even if they don't finish, we may ask the court to allow our witness. It's a footwear expert. It's not anything of, explosive. But if he's here and they can't finish by Friday afternoon, we'd ask the court at that time to allow him to testify out of order, simply to save thousands of dollars of him have to come back the following Tuesday. And I haven't asked Mr. Waters about that, but I want to put it on.
I mean, I'm certainly going to be within reason accommodating to the defense and things like that.
Great. I just thought I ought to mention it so it doesn't look like a surprise to the court. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else then?
Stand by, Your Honor. Excuse me, please.
They muted to talk about something that we're not supposed to hear. A footwear expert. Maybe to dispel the spuries. I don't know. The changing of all those shoes.
Your Honor.
All right, we'll take a
Most
recess
likely
then
footprints.
for about 15, 20, or 30 minutes, or 37 minutes. The jury is here, so if you all are ready to go, we can start before 10:30.
I mean, if they're all here, that's fine. If I could maybe just have about 10 minutes to reset and 10, 15 minutes and then get started.
All right. We'll take about 15 minutes then.
All right. Oh, thank you, Sheil. Oh, my mic muted itself. Oh, well, it's basically what I said is that the link is up at the top if anybody would like to join me and talk about the case while we're on break. And then I said that the ruling was not too much of a surprise to me, although I had hoped it'd gone the other way because I did want to hear from law enforcement on how he acted when they showed up. I wanted some of that testimony in to show his manipulations and deviousness, just based on the fact of everything that we know about it, just from reading other things. Um, I can see why the judge did what he did. It makes sense if he's saying it bridged too far because it doesn't. Remember, 404B, the exception they're using is that it has to be to state of mind or malice. And this actually showed more of concretely setting in like a plan or an MO or like a way that he does things, a pattern, which is, as the judge used the term, a bridge too far. Oh, okay. Let me take the poll down now. Yeah. Okay. So now is the link at the top, Shields? There you go. Can you see the link now? Hopefully. If not, let me know. I'll put it back into the chat again. Might as well do that just one more time anyway. Make it more convenient. Oh, okay, it is. Thank you. All right. Hello, Rocket Couch. How are you today? The name always cracks me up. Yeah, the footwear expert, Colin. I'm wondering what you think about that. Could that be because of all the footprints? Harpootlian did make a big deal about the photos and the footprints, and wouldn't it have been nice if there were measurements? But I do believe that it was Officer Owen who said that it was raining and the footprints were disappearing as it was. They got the best pictures that they could before even people got there. But they did what they could. There's been problems with the crime scene all along. It was not actually treated with deference as a crime scene from the start. People were walking all over. There was like 20 lawyers showed up, all friends, and everybody's walking all over the place. That's come to light a lot during this trial, and I guess they just did not consider him a suspect right away, and they were dealing with a family that they knew and a tragedy. There was a lot of people that wanted information right away. Mm. Good morning, Mary Beth. Mm. I don't know. Okay, you see the link now always? Okay, good. All right. One of the other reasons, that we don't think that Alex is really going to be moving out of jail is the number of other charges against him. The other number of pleadings that he's already pled guilty to are given statements to indicate his guilt in both the Lafitte and the Satterfield case, and also in the at the side of the
All right, so
road.
we got a little break this
Whoop.
morning on day 18 of the Murdaugh Murders, Crime and Corruption Saga's main event,
Hold
the
on
double
one second.
homicide.
That's the one thing about that feed is they like to come in and talk all the time. I'm gonna look for get the other feed out while we're waiting on break. See what happened to our other favorite feed, which was the news one, because they don't do any talking at all during that one. And let's see if we can get that one back going again. Law and Crime does the one with, several of you watch that one in between because it does like the view of Alex. They have an Alex cam going and all. But that one for me just has too much going on as far as commentary in between, It kind of just makes me a little crazy. I do like that one, but I'm not really finding him today. Maybe they're having trouble with their cameras units or something. One moment, please. Oh, I hate to do this, but I have to mute for 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, my apologies. I was actually saving you from the dog barking. It would have blown out your earphones. The mailman showed up. I'm usually muted at this time because the trial's going on anyway. And my dog has an aversion to the mailman like you would not believe. No matter what I do, I can't get her to be quiet when he comes back. I wish there was some ice cream going around, Tony. I hope somebody entertained you. I do apologize. That is actually quite rude, and I'm I'm sorry, guys. Well, it was unavoidable rather than have you listen to that screeching. There was no way to keep that one from, bleeding through with the mic. Okay, I think they've got our regular feedback up again. At least I hope so. Let's see if we can get it. We're gonna make sure that goes that way. Oh, let's make it nice and big. Okay. Hello, Shill. How are you this morning? Can't hear you. Okay. Shill? Nope. Okay, Shill. Your mic is not working.
Sorry,
Oh, there you are. Okay.
I had myself muted. You know that
Mhm.
I have the app. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. A little tired, but apparently I can't sleep.
Welcome to the club. There's so many of us that are insomniacs. I'm a chronic insomniac for sure. It comes and goes, It goes in cycles. But right now, I actually did sleep last night.
I used to be, and once I sleep, I usually sleep like really hard.
Great. So what are you thinking about this ruling that we just had?
Well, I don't know much about the law, but I think that I'm going to agree with the judge because he seems to be quite fair. Although I would like to have seen it up there. We're not going to see it, and I mean, he did leave it open in case something happens later on.
Yeah, true. He did. He said that's it, how it is right now. And I think he said that, and I kind of did like a little wink in a tip of my head because I think perhaps he's thinking about Jim Griffin's foot coming through the door again with something, because that's been quite common. That Jim Griffin will actually say something that opens the door, and then Crichton Waters will see the opportunity and bring it all back on. Is that my doorbell? Look, is that what you heard? Did you hear that again? Okay.
No, I didn't hear nothing. Yeah.
Well, good morning, Beck. I've got the link to the top. I hope you had some coffee and a good night's sleep. Did you hit the snooze one too many times? It wasn't that exciting. We're not going to hear side of the road testimony from the law enforcement officer this morning, and they actually finished quite soon and then put us on break because the jury's not due back for another 24 minutes. So we're twiddling our thumbs. Most exciting thing is that the feed kept messing up. The channel we normally use put out like 4 different live streams and stopped them. And then the other one, we put it up and we listened to the event, and then they decided to start talking and doing an interview in the middle of it. I just had to take that one down. But I think we're back with one, although the picture right now from that one looks very odd. Like something's going on there for sure. This live feed, I'll show you what I'm talking about. I think I'm going to be looking for another one. You ready for this? This is what the feed looks like right now. there's something wrong and going on there that I'm not so sure about. It's not a good look. Here we go. Gonna be quite the day. And it's, what is it, Wednesday? Ooh, it's only halfway through. We still got 2 more days. And then we're off. There's been no court on Monday at all.
Monday. What's Monday? Is there a holiday?
All I know is that, yeah, I think President's Day here in the United States. Yes, we celebrate Lincoln in Washington. Kind of around the, we just call it President's Day. It's a banking holiday, you would call it. The European term would be a banking holiday because that just means everything's closed, right? So
Right. We have one, I believe, would be. I know that some places in Canada are today. We have.
oh wow.
Oh, they
All the
do have.
oh go
Sorry.
ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. No, go
February
ahead.
20th. I guess in some places. Oh wait, Manitoba. Why are they calling it Family Day? It's called Louis Riel Day.
Oh,
It's to honor a Indigenous man who fought in some war. I
mhm.
don't remember, but it's nice that they finally recognized him. Well, maybe before my kids were born, so we'll say 25 years ago.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember.
President's Day, right, Pete? Isn't that what it is? That's what I'm thinking. I'll just look on the calendar and find out too. Well, let's see. All right, looks like all the feeds look like wanky like that. Something's going on in the courtroom, I guess. Something, the camera knocked over or something. Both 3 different feeds that I use all have this looking just like this. I'll show you again. Looks like that. Which that we don't normally see it like that, but all the feeds that I just checked have the same image unless they're playing something from their own stockpile. So yeah, right, Mary Beth. Whoops, I don't know what's going on there, but they've got like 20 minutes to fix it. And snow can be beautiful, Beck, as long as they're not walking around it. At least here, I love it. I live just a little bit. Where I live is kind of weird. It's like it's urban, but it's not. It's farmland, but it's not. Like I have a farm just like 3 blocks from me, but then I also have the major regional high school, and then I have a major 50 to 60 mile an hour road in front of my house going into downtown where the courthouse is. It's wild. Like the chicken farm, steps away, orchards all around me, and then these really fast roads in actually the center of the county, just a stone throw away. Like I could walk to the courthouse. Um, it's kind of odd, but when it snows, the reason I'm bringing that up is when it snows, it gets so quiet, like everything just gets blanketed. There are no weather issues there. Good.
It's quite nice here.
Does-
I haven't been outside, so I don't know what the weather's like, but let's see here.
Karen, unfortunately, I'm getting a lot of reverb back from you.
Oh.
Yeah, it's making the feed. It's coming through my ears pretty harsh. I'm sorry, love.
Okay, I'll come
Okay.
down.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. It's coming through pretty rough.
Don't be sorry.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Well, Rocket Couch, I agree. Like, does that sound like where you live too? Because it's kind of like a bunch of everything, But New Jersey itself is like that. Like you can drive anywhere, a mountain, a lake, a river, a beach, all within minutes, Not to South Jersey, Pete. No, it's a totally different thing. Not Pine Barrens no. And flatlands. You see, South Jersey is more flat in Pine Barrens and beachy in marshy, and but here in Central is more farmy, and then North is completely industrialized. Wow, the Costco backs into it. I get this. I can actually see that because, like, we've got this big road, and then we've got these developments, these housing developments, and then right in between is all forestry, and we've got trails that are blanketed by trees on both sides that you can walk for miles through the county together. Pete, we could have a conversation for hours about that one. I don't want to classify a whole different Pete, but we definitely could go back and forth about that one. There is a little bit of Ocean County versus Monmouth County stuff going on, or definitely even more south. There's always that competition, right? It's kind of like it's kind of like football games, on Thanksgiving. It's like that cool. Yeah. Just like there is with North Jersey and South and Central Jersey. If you go over the bridge, it's a whole different climate. It's a whole different pace. It's just a whole different thing. Oh, what's going on there? I know you're feeding the kitty, right? Is that what I hear? Like, I heard the kitty
Oh, yeah.
demanding to
He
eat.
yelled
Good
at me.
morning. Yeah, good morning, Beck.
Good morning, lady. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm doing okay. The judge is not allowing in side of the road testimony. Not probative. It's prejudicial.
Oh,
Does not speak
okay.
to state of mind. It speaks more to pattern and
So it would just point at him prejudicially. Then is what he's saying.
yes, because it would lead up to like what he normally does, and that he's just like a bad guy kind of thing. Basically, is what it came down to. So, and
Yeah.
basically, what he said, it was a bridge too far to go.
Okay.
As far as
Okay.
the prosecution trying to add that in.
I mean, they do have all the other shit on him from all the banking and stealing, and they got to bring all that in, of course. So I think that was that's pretty helpful, at least.
Yeah, it is. I'm just wondering how these I do believe that his addiction in all of his claiming of rehab and all of that does have a lot to do with his state of mind, since he says he was an addict at the time. But I'm
I
wondering how
agree.
any of that's coming in. But it was startling yesterday to hear that everyone in the family knew about it.
I know. I was like, literally, my jaw dropped because I did not know. Like, see, but that kind of shows what the way the families are too in the South. Like I was saying, they're going to cover each other's back, and whatever happens stays inside the house. Like that's a good example. Like, Maggie knew, and her sister, and maybe a couple other people in the family or whatever. I don't know who all knew. But they kept that under wraps. So
Yeah, they did.
you
Well,
see,
being something, that's kind of embarrassing, I could see it. But to know that the family themselves, the internal unit of the sons and his wife, Maggie, everybody was dealing with it and talking to their close family members about it. And that Paul was actually known as Little Detective. He was always trying to make sure his father wasn't straying and staying off the pills and stuff. Oh, and Colin is reminding us that the like button is liquor coffee flavored this morning. So you get your coffee and a buzz at the same time. Okay, so
just
licky the
licked it.
likey button. Did you? Yes. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Colin, for reminding them. Yes.
Yeah, thanks,
And-
Colin. I'm not awake yet. I do it at some point during the day, but
Yeah. Yeah.
oh,
Yeah. Thank you so
goodness
much.
gracious.
Don't miss your meeting, Rocket Couch. I'm so glad you were here, though, and stopped by for a little while. It's always good to see you. I enjoy our conversations, too. So go get that meeting. Do your thing, dude. Yeah, maybe we'll see you later. And thank you, Shill, for coming up and keeping me company for a little bit. I've had a rough morning. The dog took over the feed. I
no.
had to mute. I had nobody else. I had to mute. The dog decided to go after the mailman like they normally do at 10 o'clock.
Oh,
They were like
Jesus.
terroristic fools, man. They were insane. Would have took people's eardrums out. No, it was not cool, Big. It was like very.
Sorry, I just
Wait, it
animals are
gets
just
worse.
animals, and I think they're cute. Go ahead.
It gets worse. The live feed
Oh, no.
kept starting and going. It was like somebody would start it and it would run the live for 5 minutes and then die. And they started another feed and they started another feed. And I'm hopping around the internet chasing down the feed. Then I put up another feed,
No.
and thankfully they played the part with the judge. But then I wasn't watching, and all of a sudden they come through. They're starting to do this big old interview and everything. And I'm like, no, gotta get that off too. It's
No, wait.
Yeah. This is 1-on-1 and what not to do when you've got a channel. No dead air, which I did today. Always be prepared with the second or third feed, which I did, but they all went bonky. They all had
That's
an
not
issue.
your fault.
Yeah,
You can't do anything about that.
Yeah, but you know what? The internet is unforgiving. It'll be my fault no matter what. No matter
Yeah, that's
what.
true.
Like, no matter what I do, it's going to be my fault. So I'm just owning it. I'm telling you how crappy the morning stream started, people. So you don't have to bother.
See, now I feel bad because I was like, I'll be there. And I had my alarm on and I hit snooze and I fell back asleep. I don't know if I slept through the second
I'm glad you
alarm
got
or if I
some
turned
sleep.
it off. I
Mhm.
think I turned it off.
That's right, Pete. I had that feed up and it stopped their 5-minute feed, went to another feed. It started to play their old interview with Mark Tinsley. Pete, it was coming through. Well, he went, "Hi, my name is Mark Tinsley," and I'm like, "Whoa, dude, what is he doing here?" Like,
What the hell? Really?
Yes, it was so wild because they
What
went from when a live feed ends, it goes right into the next video on some channels, and that's what it did on this new channel. They played the live for 5 minutes. That live ended because they lost their feed, and boom, it went right to their old interview with like their old playing of Mark Tinsley on the stand,
Oh
and it
my
goes, "Hi,
gosh.
my name is," and it just blew me out of the water. I was like, freaking, yeah. And people think this stuff is easy. It's really not. Like, I
Pete said,
admit, I
"Huh?"
am.
Pete said we could have done Tinsley for about 5 minutes.
We could have. It could have been. Yes, Michael. It's all my fault. It's always my fault. You know that. And Michael, you know that because you see Twitter. You know, like I get blamed for everything. You know, if the sun didn't come up today, Claire must have called in on that one. Yeah, she got connections. She called in. She called it in and made the sun not come up today. Blame Claire.
And this whole time I was blaming my ex. Now I know who to blame. Thanks.
Oh God. Yeah. No. Et tu, Brutus? Really? Yeah, come on. Like, no, I
Yeah,
don't
right.
need it. Yeah,
Et tu, Brute?
yeah, et tu. Mm-hmm.
Oh
That's
my
true.
goodness.
But it's nice. I
Did I
hope
hear
everybody's
you-
got some go. Go ahead.
Did I hear you actually slept last night?
I did actually sleep somewhat last night. We played cards for a little bit, and then after my friend, we decided we were going to go watch a movie or something. I was so tired I couldn't even keep my eyes open, so I just time stamped the video, got my promos out, and boom, I was out like a light. I don't even remember saying goodnight or to anybody. I was just like, I had very few conversations. It was all in the haze. I think I was half like sleeping during the last part of the evening, actually. Well, your brain
you
just
know.
gets there. When it gets there, I've learned to go with it. I just shut down, just let it go. And I got like 5 or 6 hours, which was pretty good for me.
Good. That's
Yeah.
great.
You would think things would be going better this morning with a good night's sleep, but at least I was ready for it.
Maybe because you're not used to sleeping well?
Well, I know, like it comes and goes like that. I wouldn't say I'm up all the time, like every night. I just
okay.
sleep. I sleep. I sleep in weird patterns. Like I've never been able to sleep longer than 4 or 5 hours anyway. And then I will take naps periodically in between, and then get up at like odd hours, like 3, 4 o'clock, do some work, and then go back to bed. If I wasn't doing the trial, this is actually when I'm sleeping. I'm usually sleeping from like anywhere from 7, 8 o'clock a.m. until like 2 p.m. in the afternoon. That's like my downtime because nothing's going on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's usually when because like, I can make my own schedule. What are you doing, dude?
Threw a spoon against my sink by accident.
Oh, and the metal on the metal? Like you're trying to
Uh-huh.
kill us here. Like, okay.
Was that really loud?
No, I only mentioned it because it was a soft whisper in my ear, and there was
Well,
like,
I
of
really
course it
thought
was.
that the thing on my mic blocked out extra sound better than that, but I
No, it
guess I'm
doesn't.
wrong.
I did not. I could hear everything that's going on in the kitchen there. Right? Right? Pete's like, come on, Beck. Like, yeah, like, come on. Like, really? Did you just ask that? Like, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I have a really expensive mic and it's supposed to block out excess noise in the background. So apparently some setting is wrong somewhere. I'll have
I
to
don't know
look at
about
it.
you, but like, I can never go by what the price of something is, like, because you could get the most expensive in the world and it still doesn't do the job. And then
Oh,
you
no,
could get
no.
some cheap little thing that does like everything perfect. Like, I don't understand this
Yeah, and
stuff.
it's like $10. I know, right? No,
Mhm.
no. Dick Dawson and I had a long lots of conversations about mics and stuff before I purchased this.
Okay, let me tell you.
And you
Did
know
you go?
he knows what
Okay,
he's
wait,
talking
wait.
about. Yeah.
Okay, what'd you end up with? Condenser or one directional? Go on.
It is a shit. No, I'm not awake right now. You're asking me technical questions. It's
Here.
an Audio Technica.
Oh, that's his favorite. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's his favorite. Yeah, A1200.
Mm.
But it does have good sound to it, so I can't
Mhm.
complain.
Yes, when it comes to that world of audio, I'm a rebel. Apparently, like I still want to
Why? What
just
do you
do my own
have?
thing. I've got several things. I'm still waiting for my Shure EM7. You know, that's going to be my favorite. I've got a Scarlett, which is the condenser mic, which does like the whole room and everything. It has really good sound. But my favorite is my Mod MIDI from Antillian. Because you can put it on any headset. It's unidirectional. It doesn't pick up the room, and I'm able to balance that with some good sound. But I have it's my tone that actually not everyone can use that mic as sufficiently. My tone happens to
Yeah.
match it very well. Well, for me it's
Oh,
rather
okay.
convenient. It's lightweight. I don't have to worry about much, and then I got all these
Yeah.
little enhancements, like, because I too, of course, Dick Dawson, when you're a shield, he's like your audio person. He gives you all the advice, and he's been very helpful in helping me with some equipment setups and things like that on what I should be doing. I get my advice from many people. I'm still trying to learn OBS. I'm still trying to get like advance my streaming capabilities. I would like to leave
Yeah.
StreamYards in the dust someday, but right now it works for me. Yeah.
I got a crash course on OBS, but then my my laptop can't handle it. So I have
Mhm.
to wait till I get if I ever gonna get a desktop, then I'll, then
Mhm.
I'll be able to use it. But I mean, I'm fine with what I'm using. I'm not, I'm not worried about getting extremely fancy during the streams and stuff. I think
Mhm.
that I think it's good to get all the fancy background stuff. Like, if you're at 100 or 100,000 subscribers or some shit, or 2 mil or
Mhm.
whatever. And but as far as the fancy backgrounds, after I'm done watching a stream, if the stream is as informative as they said it's going to be, or is interesting, I don't know what was in the background on that feed.
Mhm.
So I don't worry about the background and the fancy stuff, because if you have good content, you don't really have to worry about it. That's just
Mm.
for people to stare at while they're bored.
Mhm.
That's how I see
Yeah.
it.
And
I don't
well,
remember it.
yeah, you can do a lot. Oh gosh, the feed is crooked. The judge just came in, and the feed is crooked. Look at this. Look at this. What is going on
Oh,
here?
Jesus. Wait, maybe they'll realize it.
Oh. No, all of them are looking like that. That's coming out of the courtroom like that.
Cameras.
Like I'm looking at 3 different
You
feeds. They all look like
bring the
that.
jury.
Oh
Yeah,
gosh.
the camera's fucked.
Well, at least we'll have
God
sound.
damn
At
it.
least we'll have sound. Okay. I'm looking at the other feed and it's the same. Can anybody tell me
Oh,
if
okay.
you
I
have
was
a
gonna look.
feed? Yeah, I'm looking at 2 or 3 feeds. I gotta pull it over until it changes. That could be very, but we could hear them because I still have it up, so we should be able to hear them talk. But that's
Right.
bizarre. What's going on? Oh, I gotta look at these other feeds. This is making me nuts.
I'm looking
What a
too.
day.
Okay, now how does? Damn it! Those people have it, but they're the ones that make commentary and shit you guys don't like.
The law and
Because
the law people.
yeah, Law and Crime
Wait,
have it. Yeah.
It's all warped. What is going on here?
Very good. Thank you. Good morning. All right, day number 18, state
Why
space.
does it look like that?
Call you next
I don't know.
witness.
I'm looking to see if I can find a different one for you.
State of
Hold
South
on.
Carolina, we call Special Agent David Owen to the stand.
Oh, wow. David Owen. He's first responder and head of the whole thing. Okay.
Private
Alright.
chat, Claire.
Okay, hold on.
That one's good. I'm watching it right now.
Okay.
That comes through weird. Then we better look at your computer.
No, they're all. I'm looking at the yeah. Okay.
For the record, spell your last name and move that mic or chair to where they can hear you best. Okay, Mr. John. Hold on a second, boy. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh no,
My name is David Owen, Owen.
What?
it's not coming in clear that way. What is going
morning, sir.
on?
Oh
Would you
no.
please
Here,
tell
let
the ladies
me.
and gentlemen
Well,
about Special Agent David Owen?
Yours isn't
Your-
either. Can
your
you share the
background,
window and see if you
where
can
you're
get it
from,
up?
and your education and
Yeah, I
training
got
that
you.
led
Hold on.
into law enforcement.
Let me
I was born
find
and
that
raised in
feed.
Orangeburg,
I
South Carolina.
pasted it and I killed it.
Graduated from Orangeburg High School, graduated from Limestone College with a bachelor's in criminal justice. Began my law enforcement career in Orangeburg in 1996. Moved to Charleston in 1999, where I have been since. And began
Once
my
you get it
career
up,
with
then I'll take
SLED in
mine down so we
2000
don't miss the
South Carolina
audio.
Law Enforcement
I'm doing it
Division
right
in
now.
2015.
Give me 1 second.
What, have you worked different areas at SLED?
No, sir. My entire time in SLED has
Oh,
been
wait a
in the
minute.
Low Country region, which encompasses 12 counties. We do general
Shit.
investigations,
Okay,
assisting the
good.
12 counties with whatever they request. Anything from public
All right, here we
corruption,
go.
officer-involved incidents, violent crimes, property
Okay.
crimes.
And when you
You just have to hit the present because I can't. Can you guys hear it?
Hopefully, can you guys still hear it? I hear it.
Okay. That's weird. I do not, but it's okay.
Wait, I don't hear anything coming
I'll
out of
figure
your
that out.
feed. Okay, can you do that? Because it was my feed that was actually giving.
See, I hit the
Okay, there's no sound.
yeah, the
coming out of there.
audio. Yeah, hold on. I already I totally hit the share audio button. I know I did because I've done this 5 million times.
Mhm.
in my
Every
life.
single one that I'm pulling up, the audio goes nuts on. And I don't know why. The video is like there's something going on. All right, Beck, I'm going to
No,
ask you
where
to
did-
like. All right,
Yeah,
Beck,
I'm
sit
trying.
here for a second. I'm going to need to
Okay.
drop and come back in. Stay there, okay? I'm hoping I
Okay.
don't lose the feed, people. If I do,
Oh, wait a minute. I have it. There was a
well,
go ahead and share that. There was the stream itself was muted. I didn't realize.
specifically, how'd you get the call?
okay, thank you.
Um,
All right, I'm going to drop
call
and
approximately 10:30
reset.
at night.
Stay here. Keep that running, okay? Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
And was told that I needed to
Alright.
respond to 4147 Moselle Road in Colleton County. There'd been the discovery of 2 deceased persons at that location.
And how long did it take you to get to 4147? I'm sure it's been said, but it's 4147 Moselle in Colleton County.
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, when you arrived, tell these ladies and gentlemen what you observed.
When I arrived, there were multiple law enforcement and rescue personnel on scene. Of course, I had to find a place to park out of the roadway. Made my way up to the scene. My normal course of business or the procedure, being that we were requesting agency, I locate the agency that requested us, this being Colleton County, and speak with the supervisors or detectives on scene and say, hey, what's going on? What have you learned so far? What do you need from us? At that time, one of my supervisors, my captain, Ryan Neal, was on scene, and he was already talking with Colleton. So I was briefed on the situation, what was discovered and what had been done so far.
And did you have a liaison, somebody that you requested or told to work with on the scene that night?
Yes, sir. Originally, as I stated, we were called in to assist. So I was paired up with Detective Laura Rutland with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, and I was to assist her in any fashion that she needed.
And again, was that unusual for a local agency to call you in to help with the crime scene?
No, sir, it happens very frequently.
And when you got with Ms. Rutland, tell the folks when you were first at the scene, did you make observations in your mind of the scene itself?
Yes, sir. I observed the scene, kind of figuring out what's going on. Started walking the outside of the scene, trying to understand the lay of the land, figuring out if anybody had been interviewed already, what methods or avenues were being taken to try to figure out what's going on, secure the area, and whatnot.
And did you see the bodies and were all of calling?
Yes, sir. I was standing outside the crime scene tape, and what I know now to be Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh, I knew that there was a white male and a white female, but they were covered up with a sheet. I was not able to see them, but I saw where they were.
Did you make any other observations of the actual crime scene there itself then?
Other than the placards or evidence placards that Colleton County had put out to protect evidence upon their initial arrival, I didn't go into the scene. Our crime scene unit had not arrived yet. I have a background in crime scene, so I knew not to go in and disturb anything until it was documented properly. I was aware that Colleton County had already documented or located and marked some evidence for protection purposes. So I just walked around the crime scene tape. I knew that there were dog kennels on the left. There was a big shed on the right with a large field behind it with another shed. And there were several people and several cars back behind, what I call back behind the crime scene from where I was standing.
And at this point, had you seen the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I was told that he was with the group of people behind, which was told to me to be some family members and some of his law partners.
And I guess you became, at this point, were you the chief investigating officer?
I don't recall how long, within maybe 30 minutes or so, my supervisors pulled me aside and said, hey, we're actually going to be the lead on this. So my Detective Rutland and my roles kind of reversed, and I became the lead investigator, and she was my assistant.
But y'all still working together?
We were still working together, yes.
Had you ever worked with her before?
No, sir. I knew her, but I had never worked with her before.
Did you think it was important to talk to Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And can you tell the jury specifically how that came about?
Well, I was told that he arrived on scene and discovered his wife and son, and that he had made the 911 call. Being that it was his wife and son, and he found the bodies and made the 911 call, it was paramount that I talk to him. What was his observations, what's going on in his life, what's going on in Maggie and Paul's life, to try to figure out what happened. I still didn't know if it was, let me back up just a minute. Going into a death scene investigation, homicide investigators are taught to treat every scene as a homicide until determined otherwise. And that encompasses suicide, natural, accidental, or homicide or unexplained. So automatically I was treating it as a homicide, and I didn't know if it was or not. So it was paramount that I speak with Alex Murdaugh, determine what he saw, what he experienced, what's going on in their lives. Got my investigation as it progressed.
And had the weather started to change about that time?
It had been changing and continued to change. It was raining intermittently as I was coming into Walterboro from Charleston. It would stop raining, it would mist rain, it would heavy rain. So the weather was also a concern that night, especially being an outside scene.
And that leads into my next question. Where did you request and where did you take the first statement from Alex Murdaugh?
When I met Alex Murdaugh, there was really nowhere else to interview him except the privacy of my patrol car, which was a Dodge Durango.
We all seen the video, and I'm not going to play it again. The jury will have that. But can you tell us where is your car?
Yes, sir.
So we've seen the video. Where was the camera?
It was a body camera. It's not a fixed in-car camera like in most active patrol cars. But I clipped it to my visor right above me and just angled it towards Mr. Murdaugh.
And is that your practice to video when you're potential suspects or did you video?
I video
When you
any,
can.
I video any witness or audio record any witness that I am able to do.
So you're in your driver's seat.
Yes, sir.
Where was the defendant, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Murdaugh was sitting to my right in the front passenger seat.
And behind him,
Behind him was Detective Rutland.
okay, and to her left, if you will.
To her left and behind me was Danny Henderson. At that time, I knew he was an attorney, but I didn't realize his involvement other than an attorney. Later on, I found out that he was a partner and Alex Murdaugh's personal attorney.
And how did he get in the car?
Who got in the car?
I say, how did,
Mr. Murdaugh?
no, Danny get in the car?
I mean, it's common if there's an attorney present that wants to be involved in the interview or sit on the interview. I allow him to sit on the interview. It's not an issue for me.
You said it was fine?
It was fine.
Okay. And I want to ask specifically about your observations of the defendant as far as his mind. Did he appear to be under the influence of anything, any intoxicant or anything else when you were talking to him?
I did not notice any intoxicants, whether it be drugs, alcohol. His eyes weren't, any dilated. They weren't bloodshot. He seemed of full body and mind, other than being distraught that he had discovered his wife and son dead.
Did you have trouble understanding his words?
No, sir, I did not.
Did he appear to have trouble understanding your words?
No, sir, he did not.
Were his answers to your questions subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And were they timely?
Yes.
And again, without going into the details, did he tell you roughly what happened earlier in the evening, how long he'd been at the house, when he left, and when he came back?
Yes, sir. We went over his evening.
And after this statement, well, before that, did you, when you were out, before you got in your car, were you able just to look at him?
Yes, sir.
Did you shake his hand?
I did shake his hand.
Did you come up to him, y'all shook hands like that?
Yes, sir. I introduced myself.
What did he say when you introduced yourself?
How you doing? I don't remember exact words, but how you doing? I know you need to talk to me. That type language.
And could you see anything just from your naked eye? I know you didn't have a microscope, but could you see anything that appeared to be, how did his clothes look?
He had on a white t-shirt. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary on his t-shirt. He had on green cargo khaki type shorts and I think bright color, I think lavender orange, tennis shoes. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary about his appearance.
After you took this statement, you and Ms. Rutland, did you want to take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury how that went about.
Well, it was coming close to the end of the interview, and I was going to discuss collecting his clothes from him. But he had received a call that his oldest son was arriving at the home. Knowing that he needed to go be with his son, I said, I'll catch up with you later. Go ahead. Shortly thereafter, maybe 10, 15 minutes, I went up to the house and told him I needed to get his clothes. I was allowed into the house. There were multiple people inside the house. When you walk in the house, there's a foyer. I walked into the foyer. Immediately to the left, some stairs going upstairs. To the right, I believe it was a dining room, and you walk into the living area or living room. Met Mr. Murdaugh again, told him I needed to collect his clothing. He went to what I now know is the master bedroom towards the left of the house, left of the living room, and he said, "Sure," and immediately began to disrobe his clothes and hand them to me.
All right. So, did you go to the bedroom?
Yes, sir. I stood in the doorway of the bedroom.
So if that's his bedroom, you stood right here.
Yes, sir.
And could you see him changing?
Yes, I did.
And, but did you give him a little privacy?
I did.
And, so did he give you the same clothes that he had on?
Yes, sir.
You sure about that?
He still had on the oranges, pink tennis shoes, green shorts, and white t-shirt.
And this is what's been entered as 419.
Oh, well.
And those are the tennis shoes that you saw the defendant Alex Murdaugh in and that
Yes, sir.
he
This,
took off and gave to you.
under this light, it's more red, but, you know, I considered it orangish pink that night, but these are the shoes that I collected from them.
Do you remember the condition? I mean, how did they feel when you touched them?
I mean, they were a little damp. I mean, it was raining that night.
You said damp?
Damp, yes. It was raining that night, summertime, high humidity, so the ground was, there was a lot of condensation and water on the ground. And these are the bag, this is the bag that I would have put them in. My initials are not on them, but my handwriting says shoes 0140.
And
So
seal-
that would, it was 0140140, which would have been the time that I collected shoes.
Is that 1:40 a.m.
Yes, sir.
on June 8th of
Yes, sir.
2021?
Yes, sir.
Did you make any other observation? There appear to be any other stains to your naked eye on those shoes when you saw them at 1:40 a.m. on June 8th of 2021?
No, sir, did not make any other observations.
If you'd leave your gloves on.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you what's been entered. It's 418, and tell me if you recognize this and does it relate to your testimony?
This is a bag that's sealed up, but it's a T-shirt. It's got my writing on it with the time of 0141 or 1:41 a.m. Again, my initials and date are not on it, but I do recognize my signature or my writing.
You put 1:41 a.m. on that?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you package those clothes separately?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Why?
Again, with my experience in law enforcement, my experience in crime scene, anytime you collect a piece of evidence, you keep it separate so you don't cross-contaminate.
And that was the shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is also contained in 418 that's been entered? Can you tell me what that is?
These are the shorts, 0141 in my handwriting. Again, my initials and date are not on it, but I do recognize my handwriting.
Would you open those, please? Now, those the pants that you saw defendant Alex Murdaugh wearing on June 7th, June 8th
Yes, sir.
of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And those are the same pants that you took off of
Yes, sir.
Alex Murdaugh, is that correct?
You want gloves?
describe when you saw these pants on June 7th, June 8th, early AM morning, Special Agent David Owen. How did they look to you?
Green shorts. I didn't notice any stains on them. Nothing was very apparent to the naked eye. They appeared to just be normal, clean shorts.
And we've got these cuttings in the front. Just, I mean, I know this, those weren't there, were they?
No, sir. They were complete shorts. Those cuttings were done during processing, evidence processing.
I'm gonna go back. I just forgot. That first interview,
Yes, sir.
at some point, maybe toward the end, I can't remember. I think it's toward the end. You kind of reach over and just do like this to Alex Murdaugh. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I consoled him. He was upset.
And that's just, you did that because that's you?
That's just who I am.
And when you got to the house and after you had collected these clothes, did you do anything else at the house?
I didn't do anything at the house. I mean, like I stated, there were other people in the house, law partners, family members, people moving about. I did look around to make general observations. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Nothing seemed torn up or out of place. It was the first time I'd ever been in there, but it didn't look like there was a fight or a scuffle or, going in, being observant. I didn't notice. I went in through the front door, was the only door I accessed the house from. I didn't notice any forced entry or, when the door was open for me, it was opened as a normal door should. Met Mr. Murdaugh and collected the clothing. I don't know if I spoke with Mr. Murdaugh or someone else inside the house. I think it was Mr. Murdaugh, excuse me. He had indicated early on in in the initial interview that he had attempted to contact some of Paul's friends, and one of those friends was Nolan Tootin. And he had indicated that Nolan was at the house during that interview. So when I went to the house to collect the clothing, I asked if Nolan was present. He said, yes, he was, and pointed to him. I noticed that he was sitting on a couch in the living room. So I introduced myself to Nolan and conducted an interview with Nolan, again, in my vehicle for privacy.
So you had located Nolan Tootin in the residence and then conducted an interview with him in your car?
Yes, sir.
And how many people were in the house? We're into the early morning of June 8th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I mean, how many people were inside approximately?
I didn't go in every room. I didn't see every single person, but 8, 10 people from first glance.
And had someone at SLED, you mentioned there was crime tape. Did someone from SLED arrive at the crime scene where the two bodies were, and were they processing that?
Yes, sir, they were.
And did SLED and/or the locals have that secure?
Yes, sir. There were several investigators from Colleton County. 2 other investigators from my office, Agent Altman and Agent Wiggins, were there. My Lieutenant Charles Gint arrived on scene, as well as my captain was already there when I arrived. So there were several officers, several investigators down at that scene.
And was that scene secured and guarded until all the potential evidence at that crime scene was collected, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Now, there was also a vehicle down there. Did you determine where the defendants, if he personally had a vehicle that he'd been in that night?
Yes, sir. There was a dark in color Chevrolet Suburban down there.
What, if anything, was done with that vehicle that night?
Well, early the next morning on Tuesday, June 8th, once we completed the scene around the kennel area and sheds, that vehicle was secured and towed to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office so that it may be later processed.
So it was taken into law enforcement custody?
Yes, sir.
There's been pictures and testimony about the phone that was on Paul.
Yes, sir. So once I left the house, our crime scene units, that what they go in to a scene, and they look for evidence, document evidence, and collect evidence before anybody really goes in to manipulate the scene from there or alter the scene. So once a majority of the evidence, or all the evidence, not all the evidence, a majority of the evidence on approach to the victims were documented and collected, we went in and started investigating the bodies. The coroner was, of course, with us. And once we took the sheet off of Paul, there was a cell phone that was placed on his rear end and on his right side.
And if you'll think back to your first interview, you'd already had your first interview.
Yes, sir.
How did the defendant tell you that phone had got on his backside?
Mr. Murdaugh stated that, he tried to check Paul for a pulse, and he, tried to turn him over, but thought better of it. And when he did, Paul's phone popped out of his pocket. And Mr. Murdaugh had picked the phone up and stated that he thought of, not the exact words, but this is what he said, was he thought of doing something up with it, thought better of it, and put it back down.
Popped out of his pocket.
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with that phone?
Once it was photographed and documented that it was on Paul's rear end, I collected the phone. Our crime scene unit doesn't normally collect electronic devices. They don't process the electronic devices. It's normally the case agent or one of the agents on scene will collect that phone. So I collected the phone. When we collect electronic devices, we normally put them in airplane mode, disconnect any power sources, take out SIM cards. Once I collected Paul's phone, I attempted to put it in airplane mode, and of course you have to try to activate it. I noticed that it had a dead battery and would not power on at all. So I secured it as evidence in my vehicle.
You attempted to put it in airplane mode. Why?
So that any outside sources, if someone has your access to your phone, like your iCloud account or your Google account, if you have an Android phone, you could remote access and wipe the phone, or anybody could, or some of the newer phones you can use a location service, even though the phone is off, to find where that phone is. So we put it in airplane mode and pulled the SIM card out. But like I said, with the battery being dead, I couldn't put it in airplane mode.
Did Paul's phone become, or was it a significant piece of evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
How long did you stay there once you got there at the 4140 Moselle?
I believe I left about 8:30, 9 o'clock the next morning.
So you stayed all night?
Yes, sir.
And did the crime scene unit down when Paul and Maggie were stay all night?
Yes, sir.
So night becomes day, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody else at the scene that morning that you had an occasion to conduct an interview with?
Approximately 7 a.m. Y'all heard about CB Rowe, the farmhand, the employee of Mr. Murdaugh. He was the farmhand. He arrived on scene. We confronted him and said, "Hey, we need to speak with you." So earlier in the interview with Mr. Murdaugh, he said that CB had, or I call him CB, Mr. Rowe had not worked on Monday, that he had taken his father, and he had relayed a story about Mr. Rowe having a conversation with Paul, where he was hired by FBI out of high school to be some killer operative. So of course that kind of piqued my interest, and I needed to figure out where he was on yesterday or even that night. So Mr. Rowe, when he showed up, immediately went into an interview with him, got his alibi, got his statement of his events on Monday, where he corroborated that he had to take his father to the hospital or to the doctor in Mount Pleasant on that Monday, and that he was not there on Moselle property.
And let me go back just a minute. At some point, the bodies of Maggie and Paul were taken away from the scene, right?
Yes, sir. The coroner took custody of the bodies
And that's the law. The coroner comes in.
Yes, sir.
Takes custody, right?
Yes, sir.
But prior to leaving, were you able to observe from your own eyes around the bodies of Paul and Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And how would you describe those?
Very gruesome, very bloody,
Bloody?
very bloody.
Around the bodies, bloody.
Yes, sir. And also around Paul, it was more bloody because he was on concrete and a rock driveway. And it had been raining that night, so you had the water to the bodily fluids is going to make them run a little bit more or spread more. Maggie was on dirt, grass, so it's going to seep into the ground. So there wasn't as much blood around her as was under her.
And did you, and without going into what he said, I think he's testified, did you interview Rogan Gibson?
I did not interview Rogan
Was
Gibson.
he interviewed?
He was
that
interviewed.
morning?
He was interviewed on June 8th. Yes.
Interviewed what?
He was interviewed on June 8th. Yes.
So y'all are investigating,
Yes, sir.
working with the locals,
Yes, sir.
interviewing people.
Yes, sir.
Did you try to determine, or did you request anybody to check the videos in the area?
Yes, sir. Back up after interviewing Mr. Rowe, Dale Davis, who was the dog, took care of the dogs, also arrived and we interviewed him. Tried to get some information. Once we finished those interviews, our crime scene was done. We responded back to our low country office here in Walterboro. Colleton County Sheriff's Office was there, 14th Circuit solicitors and their investigators were present, as well as most of our office and other agents that we called in. So we can relay to them what we had learned so far and what needed to be done. So we started assigning tasks to other agents in Colleton County Sheriff's Office to go back out and start canvassing the neighborhood. Normally you would canvass the neighborhood when you're out there at night, and some agents were, but 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, most people are sleeping. It's out also the country. It's dark. You don't really get the lay of the land. So you go back the next day when it's daylight. So we sent Colleton County out, and they went from one end of Moselle Road to the other, attempted to locate video surveillance, talked to neighbors, see if they heard anything, saw anything, having any problems with burglaries, robberies in the area, anything to develop a lead that we could track down.
You were searching for any potential killers.
Yes, sir.
Did the search of the videos in the surrounding areas produce anything?
No, sir. Not many homes are close to the road out there, and the ones that did, not all of them had video or video surveillance. The ones that did, that we saw, were at night, and you couldn't see. You can tell a car's passing, but you couldn't tell the make, model. You couldn't see the tag number, so it was really useless.
But y'all tried.
We tried, yes, sir.
And I think you said after Dale David, and he testified yesterday. When you talked to Rogan Gibson, is that when you first learned about a conversation where he may have heard some voices?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that morning you heard that from him.
But Agent Croft and Agent McAllister interviewed Rogan Gibson. I believe it was sometime mid-morning or lunchtime. And me being the lead agent, everything that they learned, they report back. So I learned later on that afternoon that they had interviewed Mr. Gibson, and that Rogan had relayed a conversation that he had had with Paul on the phone about an injured dog, and that Rogan had requested a video, and that during the phone call, what Rogan had heard in the background.
Paul, Maggie, and 99% sure, Alex?
Yes, sir.
And some point on June 8th of 2021 was the big house, or the main house, if you will, searched by law enforcement.
Yes, sir. Agent Croft and Agent McAllister, upon their completion with Rogan Gibson, they went back to the house, spoke with those that were present. I believe they spoke with Attorney Lee Cope, which is a law partner of Alex Murdaugh's, as well as Alex's brother, John Marvin. They told them while they were there, they wanted to search the house for evidence, and they were given consent, and that search commenced.
Did we get Alex's phone that night?
No, sir.
Now, June 8th becomes June 9th. You're investigating, correct?
Yes, sir.
Working with the locals?
Yes, sir.
Everybody's getting leads to follow?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with Alex Murdaugh again?
Yes, sir. On June 9th, I contacted John Marvin Murdaugh, Alex's brother, and stated that we needed to sit down and have a more proper interview.
What do you mean by that, more proper?
Right after a tragic event, you want to get as much information as possible. But you can imagine that speaking with somebody who's experienced a tragic event, they're not going to remember everything later on once they have time, kind of memory reset. They're going to have more details. They're going to be thinking a little bit more clear. So we scheduled an additional interview, which took place on June 10th with Alex Murdaugh and his brothers to see what they may have known, what they may have experienced in their lives that may have led to this. I mean, you know, at that time, you don't have any information. You've got to go out and talk to everybody, or as many people as you can.
And when you talked, and we've seen it, and again, I'm not going to play it again, the jury's got it, but that second interview, who was there?
With me was Alex Murdaugh again in the front seat. Agent Jeff Croft was sitting behind Alex, and Alex's attorney, Jim Griffin, who was at the defense table, was also in the vehicle too.
And I think this was a voluntary statement by the defendant, right?
Yes, sir, it was.
No question that it was voluntary. He wanted to give it. You wanted to ask him questions.
Yes, sir.
And I have to, because it just comes out. Could you understand him?
Yes, sir.
Did he appear to be under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or other intoxicant?
No, he did not.
Did he have trouble understanding David Owen when he was asking questions in your mind?
In my mind, he wasn't. Again, if I wasn't clear, I think he said, "Excuse me," or say that again if he didn't hear what I said. And of course, I repeated myself, but it wasn't that he didn't understand me. It was more so that he didn't hear me.
And could you understand his words, and were they appropriate to your answer, to your
Yes.
questions?
Yes, they were.
And there's a colloquy between all of y'all and Mr. Griffin at several points on the interview, right?
Yes.
Did he appear to be clear in his mind? That's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
And this was Hamady Day. Well, first of all, when you talked to him that first statement, how long was it after the 911 call?
I interviewed him. I spoke with him, interviewed him just before 1 a.m. on June 8th. And the 911 call came in on that Monday night at approximately 10:06 p.m.
So that's
So
just
it's
a few hours.
Yes, sir.
Would you say it was fresh in his mind then?
Yes, sir, I would.
And this second interview was on what day and time?
June 10th.
At what time?
Tuesday.
Second.
1:30-ish. Hang on just a minute, sir. It began approximately 1:45 p.m. I'm sorry, 1:54 p.m.
First and the second interview, Special Agent David Owen, based on your being there and listening and asking questions, was the defendant clear about whether or not he had gone back down to the kennels after he went to the house?
No, sir.
Was he clear that he had not gone back down there?
Yes, sir.
Well, that was clear. He hadn't gone down there.
That was clear.
Can't lead the witness.
Did you have trouble understanding that?
No, sir, I did not.
And was he clear where he'd gone after that,
Yes, sir.
based on your questions?
Went to visit his mother in Almeda.
And when he came back?
When he came back, yes, sir.
And that's the 12th.
That was
Second
June-
interview?
June 10th.
10th, I'm sorry,
Yes.
I was skipping it. Did you collect the defendant's phone that day?
I asked for consent to do a cell phone extraction. Dylan Hightower with the 14th Circuit actually conducted that extraction. And he conducted a logical extraction while Mr. Murdaugh was being interviewed.
Conrad's expert on phones, but what's logical extraction mean?
So there's two types of, I'm not a cell phone expert, but what I understand is logical extract. There's two types, logical and physical. Logical, it's basically the surface of your phone. You get phone calls, text messages, emails, photographs, very basic information. The physical extraction, you get more files on the phone, such as orientation change, your steps, more intricate, more information with the physical extraction.
So on the 10th, working with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office investigator, y'all got a logical extraction.
Yes, sir.
And was the phone given back then?
Yes, sir. Upon the completion of the extraction, it was given back, yes.
But you're working with the local officials at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
After that, did you have an occasion to talk with Marion Proctor and her family without saying what they said?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure the exact date, but it was sometime that week or the following week that I spoke with Marion Proctor and her husband.
And was Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes processed?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did y'all obtain search warrants?
Yes, sir, we did.
Would you dispute if I told you that was June 15th for social media, financial records, and to search the ponds of Moselle and surrounding areas?
No, sir.
And did y'all do that?
Yes, sir, we did.
You actually went out and searched?
Yes, sir.
How'd you search the ponds?
We had SLED dive team come down. Once they arrived and kind of surveyed the pond, it wasn't deep enough for them to actually dive. So they just waited. They had, hip waders on. So they were walking around basically on their hands and knees, searching the pond. There were some other waterways and ponds on the property that were searched. And I believe they went back the next day to complete searches. Also around that area, because going into Hampton, it's a swampy area. There's Salkatchie River, the Little Salkatchie River, those areas were searched. Also that same day that the ponds were searched, we did a land search in conjunction with Colleton County. They had ATVs, UTVs, 4x4s, and we were searching the property looking for any evidence that might help us develop leads or point us in the right direction in the investigation.
So SLED's working?
Yes, sir.
Working with locals?
Yes, sir.
And was a property searched again on June 16th?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
That's when the dive team returned and completed their search of the waterways and ponds.
And it's also, there were some blackout cartridge casings and some shotgun shells that were seized later, correct, also?
Yes, sir. The pond that was, the first pond that was searched is by the shooting range or the shoot house across Moselle from the main house. So going back to June 8th, when Agent Croft went back out to the house and they conducted the search, he located some additional 300 blackout shell casings. We knew there was a shoot house by the ponds. So we went over there and located the 300 blackout shell casings inside the shoot house, as well as some shot shells from shotguns by the pond. And those were collected.
Did you end up talking with the pathologist?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with where Maggie Murdaugh might have been on June 7th? Was any place she might have visited?
Yes, sir. According to the statement that Alec gave me, that she was seeing that she had been to Charleston to see a doctor, and he gave me a name. I did some research, and being from Charleston, I was familiar with the doctor and the location. So I went by and spoke with the doctor, and they said they verified that she was there that day. She told me they told me what she was wearing, which is the clothing she was found in that night. She didn't appear to be in any distress. It appeared to be a normal visit. I didn't get into what the visit was, but it was a normal visit for them.
And days are becoming a week and you're moving on. Did you talk with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, again during this time period?
A few times, yes, sir.
A few times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, do you remember on July 28th, meeting him at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I believe it was a few days prior to the 28th. He had contacted me. We still had custody of his Suburban, and he was seeking to have his Suburban returned to him. Indicated to him that it was inoperable. I was unable to return it to him. And he asked to get some personal belongings out of there. I believe he had some clothing and some golf clubs in there. And he was going on vacation with Maggie's family and needed his golf clubs.
So he called about his car?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that was the point of his phone call?
He asked about the investigation as well. He asked about the investigation later on the 28th when I did meet with him and could, let him get some of the clothing and some of his belongings out of the Suburban. He indicated to me that he had some questions and wanted to know about the investigation. And at that time, I said, well, I have some additional questions as well. I said, I think I had another interview scheduled. I said, I can't meet with you right now. Can we meet sometime tomorrow? And he stated no, that he was going out of town. And I said, well, go with your family, take a return, give me a call, we'll schedule something and we'll sit down. A few days later, I believe it was August 3rd or August 4th, He returned my phone call and said, I'm back. I'm schedule something. And we scheduled the date for August the 11th.
So he called, asked about the case, the car. You said you couldn't meet. I could meet with you tomorrow. And he said he couldn't. He's going on vacation.
Yes, sir.
He gets back. Y'all agree on a date for another interview?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, what had you told him about that interview, or what did he ask you about that interview prior to this? Prior to actually the interview?
About setting up the interview?
Yes, sir.
He just stated he had some questions. He wanted to know what we were doing, where we were at, if we had any information. And I told him that we didn't have a whole lot. And I had some questions that I needed clarification on, that I needed to sit down with them.
Now, and prior to this, had y'all collected a bunch of buckle swabs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why?
Well, when our crime scene agents, when they process the scene, they look for touch DNA. Of course, you can't see it, so you're just thinking, okay, where could somebody have touched? I know they swabbed door handles and they swabbed different areas. Evidently, there was the shell casings and the shot shells. There were no weapons found that night by the bodies, so we didn't those to test. And the shot that Alec had taken, gone and gotten from the house during the 911 call. And at that time, you know, I wasn't familiar with the Murdaugh family. I didn't know the Murdaugh family, but I knew that there was a large boat case. There was an issue where Paul had been charged or indicted on the boat accident and the death of Mallory Beach. So, you know, that's a catastrophic event for that family. So, you know, you immediately think, okay, well, that's something big. So that needs to be addressed as well. And, you know, I have friends and family over at my house all the time. So their DNA is going to be there. I knew that Alec had friends and family at his house all the time, especially law partners. I saw them there. So if I'm going to start collecting DNA, I need to eliminate the ones that I know were there. So you start going out to friends and family, talking to people in the boat case that were on the boat that night, trying to document their alibis and getting their DNA to make sure, if we find an unknown, is it them?
So you were trying to either rule in or rule out any other possible suspect?
Yes.
And who brought up the boat case first in this case when you got involved? When's the first time you heard about it?
During the 911 call. Alec did the 911 call. He mentioned it to Sergeant Green when he arrived. He mentioned it to me during the interview.
And so you followed up on that?
Yes, I did. Or yes, we did.
We did. And I missed all, I watched it, but some testimony with the pathologist about possible scenarios. What guns were found at or near Maggie and Paul when y'all got there?
None.
None?
None. Other than the shotgun that was by Alex's truck that he retrieved from the house, but there were no guns found by Maggie or Paul.
And that gun was given to you by Alex, given to law enforcement?
It was given to law enforcement by Alec, yes, sir.
Okay, let's, did you have an occasion to talk with the defendant again?
On August the 11th.
Okay. And tell these folks where that took place.
At the SLED's Low Country Regional Office here in Walterboro.
How far is that from where we're standing or sitting right now?
2-3 minute drive. If you're from Walterboro any length of time, it's the old hospital, the old mental health DSS building.
They got y'all in the old hospital in the mental health building?
Yes, sir.
What time was it? The interview?
Interview began approximately 11:09 a.m.
And describe the room, interview room itself.
I mean, it's plain walls. There's a table, a small conference table, basically about the size of this desk, and 4 chairs. Of course, we move the chairs in and out to accommodate the number of people. There's video cameras up on the ceiling to record any interview that occurs in there.
Are the video cameras visible?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna show you what's marked, states 511, 512, and 513. And just ask you, does that relate to what you're saying right now? Testifying to?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, 511, 512, and 513, I believe, without objection.
You're admitted.
And the same put in the Elmo. Actually, Judge, I'm going, out of abundance of caution, I'm going to withdraw states 511 without objection, I believe. I apologize. 511 is withdrawn with the court's permission. Please, this 512 and 513 I'm holding, just tell the folks what this is.
That is the interview room in our Low Country SLED office.
And can you see cameras in there?
Yes, sir. Up in the corners.
Judge, I didn't know if you wanted to take a break. We're going to play the interview now, which may be semi-lengthy, and I just want to bring that to the court's attention. So I hope you don't mind me saying that.
All right, thank you, John. We'll have you go to the jury room for a short break.
Okay, did they just say a short break?
I'm waiting to see if they talk about anything before we.
Yeah, I just grabbed the headphones real quick when I just heard the words. So, oh, what a lovely morning. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
It's
By
okay.
the way,
It's okay, lady. We got your back.
yeah, see, they went to the clock. All right, so, yeah. So are there any sound issues coming through? Like, because I've
I'm
been
just gonna
talking
leave
a
it
lot.
up, but if you want to
I'm just gonna, let me just
say that
see.
again.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
Yeah, just hold on a sec. I'm gonna remove it and then try to put one up, but I'm leaving yours right there. You know what I mean? Like, see it? Okay, I'm just gonna try something real quick.
Okay. Sure.
This is I don't know what's going on. Yep,
I wish
my
I had
feeds, they just
laptop
went.
pieces.
Yeah, watch this. In StreamYards,
Okay.
they look weird, but on my stream, they look fine. That's weird. It's like a StreamYard thing, but something's going on. Like I can't.
That's weird.
It is so bizarre. If I go to pull it up in StreamYards,
Yeah.
the video thing just goes wacky.
Did you try logging out of StreamYards and logging back in and just leaving this running?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put you back up on the stream so that you have it there, right? Just in case, you know,
Yeah.
because
Gotcha.
you can't alter it because you don't have keys. So I'm gonna leave it up.
Right. Yeah, I have no
And the sound
permissions.
is up. I know, I'm sorry, and it's hard,
Yeah.
like in the middle of the
No,
problems
it's
to end
okay.
it. Yeah. So
Yeah, it's
I'll
cool.
hang out until they start again, so you're not sitting here by yourself. But then when they start again, I'm gonna go fire up some other things and see if we can resolve this. This is so bizarre. I'm like really livid with them right now. Well, what
I
am I
wonder
gonna do?
what's going on. It's just boggling my mind right now that it's happening to you and not me. I don't understand that.
And you're in StreamYards too.
No.
It's something to do with the setting or something like that, but I haven't changed anything. So that's what I don't understand.
Hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't know what to tell you to check for something like that. I know nothing about video shit. Like
You know what?
inside of
There
a
is
computer.
there's very little things that you can alter yourself, like in StreamYards. You know what I mean? So
Oh, and StreamYard. Oh yeah, you can't do much. I meant
yeah.
as far as the settings on your computer and stuff and send it. You know, because sometimes you'll go to a website or something and it'll grab permission for something and screw it up. So I've had that happen to me before.
Yeah, but like why work yesterday and
So I
last
don't know.
night and not tonight? Like that's like bizarre. Like I didn't
I don't
change
know.
anything.
I
Like, and I don't even see an update coming through,
yeah, I don't
which
know
I
about
would
that.
blame first off, you know.
Who's your favorite tech whiz
Okay.
person in the community?
He's working today, so like I'm not going to be able to get a hold of him, but probably after the stream I might be able to.
Okay.
Halco's going to sue me for issues with the stream. I will demand to be constipated with a cup of coffee and a donut. Okay. All right. Thank you, Createful.
You know,
Pass
I
that
have coffee
coffee
and
and
a donut
donut
right
over.
here, Halco.
Yeah, that's it. Like, here we go. Everybody pay Halco with a coffee and donut. Like, I don't need to be sued. It's like, yeah. Okay, there's the coffee. I just need a donut. They got donuts in here too. Look at that.
Always said, as a non-legal rep, here you go.
Oh, I don't have donut. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. There we go. I'll give you 2 donuts. Like, don't file the paperwork. There you go. Thank you. Okay, so we settled. Look at that. We settled out of court. No, that's how it's done. Okay. Yeah.
No attorney fees, no court fees.
Oh, we may need more later. Oh, he's holding out on the long-term plan here. I think this. You know what? That might be blackmail. That might be blackmail, dude. Like, you would be careful.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
once you
trying to look
settle out
at.
of court, buddy, that coffee and donut is done. You're done. There's no more seconds or thirds.
Okay, you could
Oh
be
my
my
goodness. That's so
non-legal rep,
weird.
and she has a legal eagle who could draft up the paperwork. Thank you very much. Always, it's nice to know. That's good. I got some help there. So, were there any questions that came up while I was gone? Like, does anybody? What was like? I missed most of the
No.
testimony. I'm gonna be playing repeat later.
Honestly, he's just telling you shit you already know so far. He has not said anything interesting, extraordinary. They're about to go into talking about the actual interview with Alex. That will be interesting. Basically, all he's done is confirm, yes, he was wearing those shorts and that shirt and these shoes, and that's what I collected. And yes, we talked at these days and times. I interviewed Nathan Tootin, blah, 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 blah. Like, that's all this guy has said. So they're going to be talking about the interview with Alex next. So that's why he said, it's going to be extensive.
Oh.
So they want to take a break.
Yep, it looks like they changed. They went to the
So
symbol
everybody
there.
stretch.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's been
That's
crazy.
You didn't really miss anything exciting. You had the perfect timing for going and trying to
Did
set up
I?
a different computer and stuff.
I did, except for like,
So, yeah,
the
you really did.
Chromebook
You
is
did really.
even the Chromebook can be even worse because that's why I went to this other unit. Like we were having trouble with the Chromebook. So which I ran my
Yeah.
channel on for a while, but mostly that was when I was trying to run too much stuff at the same time.
I'm going to do like a 1-day fundraiser or something for your computer. Watch me.
Well, I'm
We
currently
need
in
to get it
fundraising.
taken care of
Wait,
lately.
Oh, why am I getting reverb here? What's going on? Hold on. Do you hear an echo?
No.
Okay. I can't imagine why I do. I don't know what's going on. I don't have the feed up, so I can't imagine why I'm hearing it echo.
Oh, always said they are hearing feedback from you. I guess I just can't hear it.
Okay. Okay. Do you have anything else open? I do not.
Yeah, I don't
Hold
either. Yeah. They're saying there's an echo.
Is it still there? I don't hear it now. Oh, wait, now it is. How about now? Is it still there? All right, it's definitely. All right, do me a favor, Beck, mute for a second.
Sure.
I gotta check it. Okay, do you hear it now when I'm talking? I hear it still, but do you guys, it's still there. Okay, now, all right, I'm gonna mute. Beck on mute. Let me see.
Okay. I mean, I don't have anything else running in my entire house, so it can't be me. It's dead silent here right now.
I didn't have anything running either. I don't, it's coming from my system, it's going crazy.
That's you see, I can't even hear the echo. That's weird. Michael's asking if you have an extra mic somewhere that might be on, like on the laptop or something.
Yeah, I turned it off. Like I literally unplugged it from the system because it does use the headphones, but I turned the mic part off. Right.
Huh.
Yeah, and I've only got like you're supposed to
Well, if the other one was working all except for the feed, you could use that one for today and get somebody to look at everything tonight with you. See if you can
This
figure
is
it
true.
out. I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind leaving this up for the day. Just use whichever one's better for your sound and stuff and streaming. And then I'll just do this for today until you can get it looked at. I'll do it tomorrow too if you need to. It's no big deal. I have 2 monitors because I'm spoiled. So
I'm just trying to get this audio thing set. Hold on. Hello,
oh,
hello.
hi, Granny. Granny said because of the delay, it has to be coming from the feed. Yeah, Granny, she's having some serious tech issues this morning. Poor thing. Anyways, for anybody that did not see what has happened so far, you haven't really missed anything. The SLED agent that interviewed Alex multiple times, or at least 2 times, met up with him to like get stuff out of vehicles that he needed. Like on I think he said it was around the 16th or something. Alex met with him to get golf clubs out of the Suburban that they had impounded, so he could go golfing with Maggie's family. Because apparently, within 10 days of someone's murder, you go golfing. Okay, here we go.
All right, and now this one does not. Okay. Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna mute. We already tried that, Granny, but thank you. I love how sometimes you look at him and he is just eyeballing everybody at all the tables. So, oh, Claire had to drop again. I think she's going to go back to her other computer with the video problems, so that way she doesn't have the audio problems. So if you guys just want to give her a few there, she'll be back. And of course, anybody has any questions, feel like they missed something or whatever, feel free to throw it in the chat and I'll try to answer whatever I can while she's gone. I do not mind. Ah, okay, always. Always says, I have a dear friend, and he and his sons went golfing in honor of his brother who passed away the day after, so not so unusual as something he loved so much. Okay, yeah, well, touche on that. I could see that. Although I never heard anything about Paul and Maggie golfing. It was always Buster and Buster and Alex, but could be, or maybe also, you're that messed up and it's been a week and a half and you're moping around the house. The family might have been just trying to get him out of the house and go do something fun with everybody.
Very good. You may.
Special Agent David Owen, we stopped at right before we were talking about the interview on August 11th. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who was at that interview? Who participated in that interview?
Alex Murdaugh and Cory Fleming.
And prior to playing the video, was this a voluntary statement?
Yes, it was.
The defendant was not in custody.
No, he was not.
He's free to leave.
Yes, he was.
Was there because he wanted to be there.
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you he wanted to ask some questions?
Yes, he did.
Did you tell him you wanted to ask him some questions?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have, we have redacted the last part of this video with the consent of both parties. What's contained on 517 includes the video without the redaction, and we now offer 517, I believe, without objection.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish, if someone would please. Before we get started, please, thank you, Mr. Banner. Who is Cory Fleming?
Cory Fleming was a defense attorney out of Beaufort area, also a friend of Alex Murdaugh's.
Did you know him prior to this?
No, sir, I did not.
Cory Fleming.
No, sir.
Thank you. Who's down to your right? Jeff Croft, who testified. Jeff, you still in here? Is that here in the back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time is this?
It indicates 9:50. The time was incorrect on our recording system. But my notes and my report indicates it was approximately 11:09 a.m.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Judge, one of the jurors is requesting something, Judge.
So for anybody that might have missed it, this is at the SLED office around the 8th. I think he said around the 18th. What does it say there? Oh, no, this is in August. I'm sorry.
To the left of Mr. Murdaugh, I know we've got an inset smaller, but to the left of Mr. Alex Murdaugh, the defendant, is that Cory Fleming?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
It was brutal at my house last week. The air conditioning went out.
Oh, goodness gracious. Lord, you spell your name with 2 M's or 1?
All right, sir. Alec, I appreciate you coming in today. Actually, I know we got a lot to talk about. You have millions of questions. But before we get started with your questions, this has been going on for over 2 months, and we've done a lot of work.
I know you have.
And I've got some more questions that I need to get clarifications on.
Sure.
Okay. So we'll start with that.
Wait a minute. Hold
Yes,
on.
sir.
Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought we were coming here so you can update him on what's going on.
And I intend to do that as
Okay,
we
let's
go.
do that first.
Okay.
All right, let's do that first.
The update is I'm doing the investigation, and I have some questions that I would like some answers to. And I mean, certainly if I ask the question, if you don't want to answer it, you don't have to answer it.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay. I mean, it's more clarifications of the 2 interviews you've already given me.
Totally understand.
Okay.
Just wait 1 second.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second. All right. I need for you to tell me, are you going to give us information? Or are we just here for you to ask questions?
Now, I'm going to give you some information.
Right. Why can't you give us information first?
Some of the information that you're asking about are in my questions. And as we go through, you'll see.
Okay.
I don't mind it. I don't
I know
mind
you
him
don't, but I can't. I mean, I'm a friend, but I'm also a lawyer, and I like to know what we do. I like to understand what we're talking about. You know, I need you to answer this question. Are you asking him questions to further your investigation, or are you asking him questions because you think that he's a suspect? I need a straight answer.
I am asking these questions to further my investigation.
Does that mean that you're not asking him these questions as a suspect?
Good. Say.
Because I'm not comfortable with you asking him questions as a suspect when I came here with the thought that you were going to be telling him where you are in the investigation, what it is you've done, seen, uncovered, whatever. That's why we came here.
Well, let me respond to your question. It may not be a direct answer that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And I've told Alec this when we first met. Any homicide investigation, you start with the closest person and or the person who found the deceased. Both cases, that's Alec. Everybody stays in that investigation until we can get them out. And right now, because of the questions that I have that I need explanations for, I cannot get Alec out.
Okay. All right. That's a reasonable statement. I don't have any problem with that statement. That's fine. I don't read it, but everybody in the United States of America has an opinion on this case. And because I know everybody, I know it's a bunch of bullshit. I can't imagine that y'all are going to be asking about nonsense in the internet.
No. I mean, just like you, I'm aware of what's out there.
Yeah.
I have not read every article. I don't care to read every article because they're not doing the investigation.
That's
I
right.
am.
That's right. All right. Well, Alec, if you're comfortable and you feel okay,
Yes.
then that's fine.
Do
But I'm
anything to help.
all right. That's fine.
So I'm going to go back to Monday morning. And you went to the office.
Okay.
What time did you go to the office? Who was at your house when you left? And
what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably 10 o'clock maybe at the latest, something like that.
And when I ask about time, I'm not saying, it was 5:11 or something like that. I just,
Totally
I
understand.
need ballpark,
That's,
as close as you can get to it.
and if you need to know exactly when, there would be a keypad that will tell when exactly I went in my office.
Okay.
That I can get for you.
Okay.
So
So you have a key fob to get in your office?
a card.
A card.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But, a little bit, it was probably a little bit on the later side of that. I guess I know Maggie got up early to get out of there because she had an appointment in Charleston. Just don't remember if I left right after she did or I fiddled around.
But, and I already know that Paul stayed at John Marvin's that night, so it was just you and Maggie at the house.
That's correct.
And I know when you were at the office, you were working on motions, and some of those motions you dealt with were for Paul's, the boat accident or the boat case.
I'm not really doing the legal work.
I understand, but you're Paul's dad, you're a lawyer, you're definitely going to know what's going on.
Yeah.
So what were those motions? Did it deal with Parker's, or was it the actual boat accident, or?
It was the civil case.
What time did you leave and get home?
Earlier than normal. I'd say 5:30.
When you left the office?
Sir.
Okay. What time did Paul get home that night?
Me and Paul got there about the same time. Maybe he was a little bit later than me, or maybe a little bit earlier than me, but it was close to the same time.
And y'all rode around the farm. I believe you said 2 different trucks, or 2 different vehicles.
Sir.
What were those 2 different vehicles?
We rode in the white pickup truck, and we rode in the black pickup truck.
In either one of those, did you see any long guns? And take your time.
It's okay.
Did you see any rifles or shotguns?
I don't remember seeing any that day, no. We did have pistols.
Yeah, because I know you said you went target practicing.
Well, not really target practice, just shoot.
Yeah.
We rode around for a couple hours, just looked at everything. All the stuff Paul did on the farm. And, we just spent, time together. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
Hey, you can do this? I can do it. We started out going to look at the sunflowers because he was worried about the sunflowers. That was the first thing we looked at. And we just rode. We just rode and looked at. We hadn't done it in a while. We just rode, talked. And rode, talked.
We'll talk about
Everything, just one of the main things, he'd been having trouble, his feet had swelled up, and we were worried about blood pressure and
stress on him. And I mean, he handled all this stuff so amazingly, but I mean, we were just so worried about it. But I mean, we talked about that. We talked about the farm. We just talked about everything.
Has Paul been seeing a doctor for this week?
No, sir.
We're not trying to get him to go.
Trying to get him to go.
He was resistant.
Yeah, he had been resistant, but much less so after his feet swelled up. I mean, he'd been having all kind of little problems, but much less after his feet swelled up.
As parents, I'm sure you and Maggie stayed on him about going out. I mean, how did he respond to you?
To going out?
No, going to the doctor.
He didn't.
When y'all talked about it.
He's very resistant. Very, very resistant. I mean, we talked to him about seeing a doctor, about the stresses of everything with the boat wreck. He didn't think he needed to do that. I mean, we tried to watch him really closely. But he was resistant.
What time did Maggie get back home that night?
Later. I'd say probably, the best I can tell, a couple hours after we got there.
When you and Paul returned back to the house, was Maggie there?
I can't remember if Maggie came by the shed when Paul and I were up there, or if we met her at the house. But, you know, it's not unusual for her, if we're messing around, for her to swing through up there.
Mm-hmm.
But Maggie was supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me, and me worried about my dad.
Mm-hmm.
Until she came home.
So at that point in the interview, she said, did he tell you she came home because she was worried about his dad?
Yes.
Basis for the objection.
Leading, he just repeating what the jury just heard on the video.
Yes, sir.
God, I can play it and come back and ask him to clarify that. That's all. Go ahead, please.
But Maggie was supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me, and me worried about my dad.
Mm-hmm.
Until she came home.
Where was she going to stay that night?
At Eddystone. We were having work done down there. And I wasn't 100%, but it's pretty well she was going to stay at Eddystone.
So it kind of surprised you that she came back?
That didn't totally surprise me. She'd let me know earlier that she was coming home. But then I found out later why she came home.
She was concerned for you?
Sir.
What time did y'all sit down and eat dinner?
Not too long after that. Blanc had made dinner. And so the three of us ate dinner together.
What was the conversation around the dinner table?
Normal. Regular stuff. I mean, I can't tell you exactly, but.
How was Maggie's appointment in Charleston that day?
I think it had gone good. We didn't really get the chance to talk about it in detail. She's been having a couple little medical issues. I can't even remember which one. It wasn't anything huge. I can't remember exactly which one she went for.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, or?
You know, I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off. And then I got up.
Did you watch TV that night?
I know the TV was, I believe the TV was on. But I mean, I wasn't watching it, you know. I mean,
Stop right there, please. I'm not going to ask you to repeat that, but this next question regarding a tree video, had you confronted him with that before?
No, sir, I had not.
Okay, please go ahead.
There is a video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night, and you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah, I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. You know, it would have been.
Before dinner or after dinner?
No, it would have been. What time of day was that? I would have thought I'd already changed.
There's not a time.
Is he asking you now what time that picture was?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I was tapped on it because there's so many posts, but I want to say it looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess I changed when I got back to the house.
Earlier when we spoke, and you talked about waking up from your nap and then going to check on your mother, and you tried to call Maggie, and you tried to call Paul, and then you sent Maggie a text that you were going to check on your mother. You also told me that Maggie didn't normally go with you to check on your mother, but that she might ride that night. Did you go by and check on her?
Go by and check on my mom?
Maggie, before you left to go?
No, I didn't.
With her not responding to you and thinking that she might ride with you, why didn't you?
I don't remember having plans that Maggie was going to ride with me. But maybe she had told me that she was that night. I don't recall that. I don't remember that specifically, but I mean, it wasn't, she didn't normally go with me. I mean, it's not like we had plans that she was going to ride with me, or if she was going.
Here they are. These are just maps I pulled off of Google. What route did you take from Moselle to your mom's?
I would have gone to the right on Moselle Road, 63, into Barnville, turn left on the road, right before 278, 601, and then in front of the school, turn right. That's how I believe I went.
You said right on Moselle to 63.
No, sir, right on Moselle.
Yeah.
The normal way is right on Moselle to Dobson Road.
Okay.
Dobson Road to 63. 63 in the Barnville, left on whatever the road is that goes to the school. Right. And then either 63 or left on the road that goes down and then on 63.
How often did you go visit your mother that night at night?
I mean, it wasn't infrequent. It wasn't all the time. I mean, visited her, you know, all times of the day.
Just checking on her, especially with your dad being sorry.
She had been having a particularly, you know, she's got Alzheimer's really bad or pretty bad. And she had been particularly agitated. You know, with him not being there and checked on her more in the days and weeks following my dad's passing than, you know, otherwise, but several times a week, you know, any time.
How long would you say you were at your mom's that night?
45 minutes, an hour.
Had you talked to Shelley Smith at this point?
She had been interviewed, yes. I had not spoken with her by that time. Yes, sir.
Please go.
You took her back home. You make any stops on the way?
On the way there,
On the way to your mom's work on the return trip back home?
stops. No, I didn't go anywhere. I went straight there. I did not. No, sir.
And earlier in the day, when you were down at the shed and kennels with Paul, did y'all discuss any injuries to any dogs?
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail and somebody saying his leg was broken.
Which one's his dog?
Can you turn up Mr. Owens's volume? Yes. Or turn up the volume.
Any dogs?
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail and somebody saying his leg was broken.
So right here in the interview, your question was, did Paul tell you that? So did he deny that he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He never said he had a conversation.
What if anything, did he say about whether he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He didn't indicate that he had a conversation with Paul. He said he had a conversation with Rogan. Yes, sir.
Said he'd heard that from Rogan?
Yes, sir.
Which one's his dog?
It's a chocolate puppy, I think.
Was the leg broken?
Not that I know of.
I can certainly see why something might be wrong with his tail, because when I was out there, he was chasing his tail and looking through the fence and trying to grab it. So it was puppy energy. When you got back to Moselle, which driveway did you enter?
I went in the brick gates.
And Maggie and Paul weren't there. Were there vehicles at the house?
Yes, sir.
How did they get down there that night?
I was hoping you were going to be able to tell me that.
The only thing that I can come up with is that black truck. Is that Buster's old black truck?
Yes, sir.
Does it normally stay down at the farm, or does it stay at the house?
Both. Both.
Did Maggie ever walk down there?
Maggie walked down there a lot. But Paul, I mean, if you showed me some proof that Paul walked down there that night, I would be surprised. Absolutely surprised.
Well, thinking about Paul's health concerns, do you think Maggie could have gotten him to walk that night? Say, come on, let's walk with me this one time.
You know, it's possible, but again, that would be highly, highly unusual. He would have talked her into ride. Been highly unusual for him to walk.
So when you were at the kennels, you were just down there with Paul, and you left and went back to the house for dinner.
You know, I mean, Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, and just the whole property. And that was before dinner, yes, sir.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until you returned trip from visiting your mother.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Keep going.
I've got information that Paul was on phone.
Had you confronted him with what you're about to ask him prior to this?
No, I had not.
And the question you had just asked him, did that deal with whether he went down to the kennels or not after supper?
Correct.
And he said he had not.
He had not.
And Maggie was heard in the background, and you were heard in the background. And that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there. He said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times are right.
Who do you think it could have been?
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around your family for pretty much all of his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice, and you have a distinct voice. Do you think of anybody else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted?
No, sir. I mean, when we were talking, he had asked me that. So, I mean, he had told me that he thought I was up there.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
So when you returned back to the kennels, when you returned home from your mom's, where were the dogs?
They were like they were when I didn't put dogs up.
Okay.
So
they weren't running loose.
however they were,
At one point in the 911 call, you say here, like you're talking to somebody else or something else.
I say here.
Here, yes, sir. So the dispatcher is asking you if they're breathing, and you said no. And she asked did you see anyone else in the area, and you said no. She asked about guns near them, and you said no. And then you kind of stutter and start moving around, and you say here.
I don't have any memory of saying that. I guess I'd have to listen to it but I don't recall a dog being out. I'm certain that there was not a dog out. There's other things people have told me about that 911 call that I don't remember. I don't know here. Like I was calling a dog.
Calling a dog, talking to somebody else. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, sir. And obviously there was nobody else out there. And I'm certain that there was not a dog loose. But I don't remember saying anything about Buster would know. Something about threats. I was asked about that later. If I had information about, or if Buster had information about threats that I had said he would know.
Have you learned anything new about any threats against Paul or your family?
Nothing really new, no, sir. Outside of things that Randy's told you, or there's just so many things on the internet that just but nothing new, no, sir.
So during the 911 call, and we also talked about that night, you returned back to the house to get a shotgun.
Yes, sir.
What door did you enter?
The best that I can remember, I went in the side door, and I went straight to the gun cabinet.
Were you focused on any particular shotgun, or you just grabbed one?
I just grabbed one.
How do you normally load your shotguns? Avid hunters load shotguns special ways, different types of munitions, and I'm just asking you how you load yours.
I normally put it in the chamber and push the button.
What type of shot do you load?
All kinds. I've loaded birdshot, buckshot, slugs, skeet shot.
At the same time? I mean, would you load like a bird shot and a buckshot in the same load?
Not normally. I mean, normally you're putting in, you know, a load for whatever you're hunting.
Mm-hmm. The reason I'm asking about that, the shot shells that we recovered that night, one was a turkey load, one was buckshot.
I understood that.
The shotgun that you had with you that night, there was a bird shot and a buckshot. When Jeff went back the next day, I'm not sure which attorney it was, pointed out that there had been a shotgun laying on the pool table that he had put away, and pointed out that ammunition that was with that, and it was a buckshot and a bird shot. And then the shotgun that we took for potential comparison, it was also loaded with a bird shot and a buckshot. So I have all of these consistent loads along with what's that in the feed room. I call it the feed room at the kennels. Is that what you call it?
That's
Okay.
good enough.
Okay. I just want, if I say feed room, I just want you to know what I'm talking about.
The night I grabbed the shells that I could get my hands on, I don't, you know, I had no idea exactly what I had.
Okay. Also, when we talked, I asked you if it was normal to keep guns down at the kennels. And you said you would have to check. Have you been able to check to see what was missing from your collection?
I have, yes, I know what's missing from, what I believe is missing from our guns.
Okay. And what are those?
There's 3 guns that I think are missing.
Okay. And what kind of guns are those?
It would be a Benelli shotgun, a Browning shotgun, and a pump shotgun.
The Benelli and the Browning, are they pump or autos?
The Benelli and the Browning are automatic.
And the pump shotgun, what brand is that?
I believe it's a Remington, but I'm not positive.
Are they like standard brown and black, all black, or camo?
The Benelli is black. The Browning is camo, and the pump is camo.
Would you have those serial numbers recorded anywhere?
I don't have them recorded, but I'm sure. I don't know where the pump shotgun exactly came from, but I should be able to have the Benelli and the Browning.
Okay. Because we don't know if they're stolen or where they are. So I really can't get them entered into NCIC. But
go ahead.
But I could alert the ATF to where if that gun is run, that there would be an alert on it, and it would get me at least back to the gun and the person that may have had it.
Absolutely.
So if we could work on that and get those as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
You said the Benelli's black, the Browning's camo, and the pump is camo?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Browning is a brown camo, and the pump is a green camo. And, you know, I understand also that a 300 was used that night. And I know there's been some, I understand John Bedingfield said he only had 2 of those, one of which was lost 3 a long time ago, but I'm telling you, now I am certain that we replaced that gun. All right?
Actually, John knows that he sold Maggie a 3rd gun.
Okay. Okay.
And the story was that she was supposed to let you know that she paid for it for you to go sign the paperwork. And that never occurred.
Okay, so that's why there wasn't a number? Okay.
Well, he has the number. He just doesn't have a final sale on the ATF paperwork.
Okay, that was replacing the one that
Paul lost, yes.
That's correct.
And both of those 300s, those serial numbers are with the ATF and flagged in the system. So when they pop up, it'll get me to those. Okay. And that's, you know, we talked about the shot shells. So the cartridge casings were 300 blackout cartridge casings that were found by Maggie. There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range.
We're now asking about shell casings that were found by Maggie. That's Maggie's body, correct?
The cartridge casings found by
Cartridge
Maggie, yes.
Had he ever been confronted with this information prior to right now that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Go
I believe he was, but not by me, I don't think.
Maggie. There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range. Okay. And the ones by the house and some of the ones found at the shoot range are confirmed matches to the ones found by Maggie. Okay. So, which gives another concern. I've got the same load as the shot shells in multiple guns and 300 blackout that match ones found on your property.
So you now believe that those guns, that Paul's guns were used?
Yes.
Okay.
And missing.
And I understand that somebody had seen that gun recently, but, you know, and I'd asked Buster about it. I believe that that gun has been gone since back before Christmas.
No one recalls Paul's first 300 going missing around Halloween at a party at Hampton.
Halloween of 2020?
When did y'all?
No, because that was
it was
years.
Yeah, it was whatever Christmas he got it. So it was 17. Christmas is 17. So it was the Halloween after in 18 is when Nolan believes it was taken out of Paul's truck. There's and it would take me a while to find those notes, but Mark Williams or Matt Williams is a family friend. And I may have the name wrong, but there was hundreds of people at this Halloween party. Nolan says adults were there, kids were there, and Nolan knows that the gun was in Paul's truck when they got to the party, and when they went to leave the party, it was gone. So that's the timeline on when that gun goes missing.
Okay. I knew it had been a while.
And I think in April of 19 is when 18. April of 18.
Christmas is 16, January 17 is when they did the work.
Gotcha. Another part in the 911 call, you made the comment, I should have known. And the questioning that surrounded, dispatcher's asking, is anybody else supposed to be at the house? Said, no, ma'am, please hurry. And she says, we're getting somebody out there to you. And your next comment was, I should have known. What are you referencing in that statement?
I don't remember saying that, but I guess, all the threats and, I had been convinced that this was something to do with boat wreck and, all of that.
Paul ever get physical with you? Ever get into a heated argument and get physical?
One time, I mean, a little bit where he wouldn't listen to me.
Did you ever get physical with him?
No, sir.
How about Maggie? Did Paul get physical with Maggie?
No.
Sure, she probably wanted to at times.
I'm sure she wanted to with all of us.
Yeah.
And the one time Paul did that, he had had too much to drink, in a very isolated incident.
Where was that? Was that at Moselle or Edisto?
That was at Moselle.
So that was pretty recent.
No, sir. It had been a while.
When you turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out and you picked it up and your statement was something like, I thought about doing something, but then I put it back down. And that was the interview, our first interview. What were your intentions with the phone?
I don't know. I mean, when I went up to him and the phone came out, I don't remember having intentions of doing anything with the phone.
Did you say when I went up to him, the phone came out?
Yes. Phone popped out when you go on the first interview.
Okay, thank you.
You got anything real quick?
Going back when y'all ate dinner together after Miss Maggie got home and you and Paul got back from riding around.
Sure.
Can you estimate about how long y'all would have been at the dinner table or ate at the dinner table?
I mean, it wasn't any long drawn out dinner, just.
I mean, just a guess. You said there was conversation at the dinner table, but
Fifteen, 20 minutes, however long it takes to. Best guess.
okay. David asked you just earlier about when y'all were riding around the farm. And you said y'all had the pistol in the truck. Y'all had shot a few times, really not target practice, but shot a few times. You said that you had, on that day, you didn't see any long guns, rifles or shotguns in the vehicle. Prior to that, how long prior to that do you recall seeing guns or any guns in that vehicle?
I mean, Paul always had guns.
Okay.
So, I mean, it was very unusual for Paul not to have guns.
And when you say gun, rifles or shotguns or
Everything.
both?
Okay. Yes, sir.
His truck that he normally drove, I believe it was the Platinum, went into the shop that Friday prior to. I think Mark Ball went and got some video from Jimmy Butler's that shows Paul dropping the truck and not removing anything from it. So basically, he would have taken the rifles out at home. Do you know what he did with those rifles? if he would have put him in a different truck, or if he put him in the house, or would he have? So the truck that he drove, where was it parked on that Friday? So where would he have swapped everything out?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the truck that he drove on Friday. What truck did he swap out from?
I think when he went to Charleston, Dale said that he helped hook up the boat to one of the white Fords. And I know one's a gas and one's a diesel.
It wouldn't have been the gas truck going to Charleston. I'm not sure. So this occurred the Friday before everything happened?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. On Friday, I had gone to stay in the hospital with my dad. I don't believe that I saw Paul on Friday.
When did y'all go up to Columbia?
On Saturday.
Why didn't Paul go with y'all?
You know, I mean, Paul, he didn't, I mean, he liked to go to sports when there was a crowd, but that wasn't his thing to go.
Is that always how it's always been, or because of the boat incident?
No, I mean, he wasn't into ball as much.
One thing that I'm trying to understand is your timeline. You said you probably went to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. You left early around 5 or 5:30. And there's been some other timelines or times that we've talked about and you can't quite remember what the times are, what time of day it was. When the dispatcher asked you, when was the last time you saw Maggie or talked to Maggie, you said an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. To me, that's, a set, without thinking about it, you rattled off that time. We're sitting here trying to figure out a timeline.
Your question was, you told the dispatcher hour, 2 hours ago?
Hour and a half to 2 hours.
Hour and a half, 2 hours. What time was the 911 call?
10:06 p.m.
Hour and a half, 2 hours prior to that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And you're having trouble coming up with a specific time.
Oh, that's fair. Tell me again what I said to the dispatcher.
You said an hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours.
And what time was that?
That was when you were on the phone, and the 911 call was made at 10:06. So given 2 hours back, that would have been 8.
I mean, I think that's probably about, right. And so what do you believe I'm giving you an inconsistent answer?
No, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it when I'm asking you what time you went to the office that day, what time you got home.
Can I ask you a question? Yes. At this point in the investigation, did you have the video back from Paul's phone showing the dog at the kennels?
No, sir, I had not.
here, you're saying 5 to 5:30. I've got the card readout from the law firm, and it shows you going in at 5:30.
Going in the door?
Yes, sir. And Randy says when he left about 6 o'clock, you were still there. So the times aren't matching up. And I'm just trying to get, I'm just trying to get an understanding of why.
I believe I left, so that's not the first time I was at my office that day.
There were several readings, but your card wouldn't work. Somebody actually had to let you in.
Okay.
But I've got your card opening the door at the law firm at 5:30. And then Randy saying when he left at 6, you were still there. I'm trying to understand.
I left the office earlier than I normally do.
What's your normal time to leave?
I mean, it's not unusual for me to be there till dark. I try to get home when Maggie's home, before dark.
You don't like staying out there by yourself in the dark.
That's right. So, if it was 5:30 or 6, I don't think I was still there at 6 o'clock. But if I was, it wasn't long after that.
Okay.
So, I believe that I went straight home. So, my car, have y'all been able to get Chevrolet to download my?
We're still working on that.
Okay.
It's a long process.
Well, I mean, I got home early enough for Paul and I to ride the property for a substantial length of time. More than an hour. I thought probably a couple of hours that we were together, but somewhere.
You'll go down the river.
We rode down all the roads. I believe that we rode all over. We rode all over.
Have I been able to answer some of your questions? I know you probably have more. But with my questionings, trying to get some things cleared up, have I given you some answers?
Well, I do know more than I did, for sure. So, yes, some of those questions have certainly, yes, sir.
What other questions do you have that?
I would like to know exactly what happened.
Me too. The best that I've been able to put together.
Tell me, looks like. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
I believe Paul was shot first. For the simple fact of where he was located.
How many times was he shot?
Twice.
I thought he shot Maggie first because I could tell he shot her in the back of the head.
What, you said he thought they shot Maggie first, or Maggie was shot first?
Alex said that he thought Maggie was shot first because she had been shot in the back of the head.
Go ahead.
We may honestly never know who was first. But I think it was Paul, for the simple fact, he wouldn't have, if he saw his mother getting shot, he wouldn't have run to that feed room. Unless that's where one of the guns was. But, you know, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
And how did they get down there?
And how did they get down there?
Did you just ask him, we've established family guns were used?
Yes, I did.
Objections overruled. Proceed.
What was his response?
Sorry.
Would nothing be the answer?
Correct.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
I mean, do you,
And how did they get it down there? You know, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
And how did they get down there?
And how did they get down there? I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
I mean, do you know that the guns were in the truck? I mean, could they have been somewhere else?
They could have been somewhere else. I mean, he didn't have his normal truck.
I understand that Nolan Tootin believes he saw the gun 3 weeks beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't talked to him, but is he believes it was the one that, not the one that was at the house?
I think it was a Benelli was his shotgun that he always kept, that Paul always kept with him.
Paul primarily kept, he kept one of a couple of Benellis.
Yeah, it was a camo Benelli. Is the last one that Nolan saw.
Okay.
And HDD, some type of 7mm rifle.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that one at home?
Yes, sir. That's what he saw?
That's what he saw.
'Cause I was told by somebody that Nolan saw a 300.
He told me he had not seen a 300 since March after turkey season.
Okay, well, somebody.
But those were the go-to guns, and those are the last ones that he saw.
The
He said he had-
HDD
and Benelli. He had not seen the 300 since March during turkey season.
and he definitely saw it during turkey season.
Yes, sir.
Because there was some point, back when it was missing at Christmas time.
The third one's missing at Christmas time?
Yes, sir. So, anyway, if he saw it in March.
Did y'all get any kind of forensic of anything that y'all found? Just the rain and the.
I mean, we got plenty of DNA from the scene, but
yeah,
it's Nolan's, it's Rogan's, it's Alex, it's Paul's, it's Maggie's, it's Buster's.
Yeah.
Hey, can you tell me for sure? Did either one of them live after they were shot first time?
Not long.
What's that mean?
The shooting happened very quickly. Very quickly.
Is this one person, two persons, three persons?
Is that the first time he's ever executed?
Yes, sir.
Ever?
That I recall, yes.
In the whole investigation at this point?
Yes, sir.
Right.
I got 2 guns. I got 2 different types of ammunition. It's hard to say. It is hard to say.
No, neither one of them suffered very long.
Matter of seconds, if that.
Thank you.
Have y'all been able to get anything involved that might lead to anybody with beef? Let me ask you this question. It comes from Randy. Alec, I didn't talk to you about this, but it's okay. You know, they got a lot of friends in the community. You know, from the upper echelon to the lowest socioeconomic level. They think that they can ask people to keep ears out, you know, loose lips, talking, that kind of stuff, but they don't want to reach out to anybody. Not close, unless y'all think it's okay. I'm not talking about paying people to do stuff,
Yeah.
investigators.
Well, I've talked to Randy about this as well. He posed that question to me.
Right.
I'm not going to ask anybody in the law firm or anybody in the family, hey, go out and see what you can find and report back to me.
Sure.
Because then it can be construed as they're working as an agent of the state.
Sure.
And
I understand that completely. You don't even have to explain that. I
yeah.
understand it.
So, I mean, I told Randy, I said, I certainly can't stop you from going out. But I wouldn't ask them what they know and then report back to me. Tell them to call me. Tell them to call the tip line we have still set up. Or if you hear somebody talking about it, encourage them to call. Or give me the name and I'll go call.
I hear what you're saying.
So David, we don't have not anything substantive that really makes you think, hey, this is look good.
Like I said, the only DNA we have are family and close friends. We don't have any fingerprints. We don't have, unfortunately, we don't have any shoe wear or tire wear impressions because it rained that night. The only thing that we can go off of are the cell tower dumps, or you know, the FBI was out and they were out on your property on Friday riding around trying to get some cell phone data. Unfortunately, all of that takes time.
And y'all had to send because his vehicle's new, you had to send that off?
Yes, sir.
So it's not like when we hire experts, they come in and just download it.
It's 2021 and they don't have the systems for it yet, but they're creating a system from what I understand.
Okay. Now, I don't know exactly how the OnStar thing works. I know how the control module works. But this is something different, right? Or is it all contained in the same thing?
There are two different systems that we took out.
Yeah.
One is OnStar, and the other one is the telemetry system or infotainment center.
Yeah.
And the FBI says there is information there.
Yeah.
They just have to be able to extract it and put it in a report.
Sure.
So
you're just waiting for that?
I'm waiting on the search warrant from OnStar to see what kind of information they can give me. There's
You need if us signing something expedites that. I told you we'll get. I don't own the car, but whoever we need to will sign whatever authorization you need.
So you had said that, or maybe Jim told me or something about y'all were able to get a pulse phone just with a search warrant.
We have a what they call a partial download.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the passcode.
Sure.
We can't do a full extraction.
Do you think so? You know, my thought was that I don't know who's required to authorize Apple to open it. I know that I know there was that big thing where they weren't going to do it for whatever case. But I thought that if we, I think Maggie owned the phone. I think it was in her name. The account was in her name.
Well, you have to have your own separate iCloud account for each phone. And we've done that for Maggie's, Paul's, and Alex.
Okay.
iCloud accounts.
Yeah.
To see if there's anything in there.
Yeah.
There was nothing in Paul's. I'm still waiting on Maggie's.
Maggie did back hers up and stuff. I know that. So.
Does that mean Paul didn't back his up?
Probably.
But what my thought was, and I don't know if this is even possible, but if we get the estate and we get the personal representative who is now the authorized person to authorize it to be opened. I mean, surrounded by 100 lawyers. We can get a probate done like that, and I can have the powers of appointment done in 2 days, and we can authorize whatever it is you need to open.
And that might be beneficial.
So
I think Randy and I, or somebody and I, talked about that.
Yeah.
Before.
Yeah. Well, and I said I'd do it. Any of us can do it.
Who would be the representative? Just somebody at a law firm.
Probably one of your brothers, I would think.
For Maggie and Paul's estate?
Yeah.
Probably me or
I
one of my brothers, but whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Whoever it is will do whatever y'all need to do to. No, it won't be anybody that'll be uncooperative.
Okay. Well, if y'all would go ahead and start working on that, then we'll reach out to Apple and figure out how we get that accomplished.
All right. Because gotta be something there. Gotta be something there. I can't think of anything else. Have y'all had to track down all the wackos on the internet? Or just only the ones that you think seem a little more, not the opportunity and the inclination,
There's been a few that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But some of the information is just so far-fetched. I talked with one guy. He called in and says, well, I knew that Maggie's son bought a house right around the corner. I'm like, okay, well, no, they didn't. That Maggie had left her husband some time ago and was going to move to Florida to be closer to her father because the mother was dead. And I'm like, okay, thank you, bye.
So it's a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, people that want to get involved.
Yeah.
People that think they have some information. Especially the matter of death. They're all over the place.
Well, I mean, y'all been taking a licking in the press about not disclosing stuff, but Jesus Christ, man.
I don't have anything to disclose.
Well, and why are you gonna tell the bad guy what you got?
Thank you.
I mean, I just don't understand it. I mean, look.
Nobody wants to know more than this man right here and this man right here.
I know.
Everybody
I
else.
believe that.
Everybody else.
David, how far apart in time were the shots? And did one of them know the other one was dead or had been shot?
I think it's impossible to answer that question. I think it is impossible.
But you certain Paul was shot first?
I believe he was. I'm not certain. I believe he was.
Maggie would have known that then, wouldn't she? You don't know how soon afterwards she was shot?
And it all depends on how many shooters were there. I mean, if we're looking at two shooters, it could have happened at the same time. If we're looking at one shooter, it would have happened. And I know you can't help but think about it, but don't beat yourself up over getting an answer. It's not going to do anything to you.
When I asked you, now that you talked to me, are you willing to, if some of my family, Maggie's mom and dad or sister, are you willing to talk to them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'll meet them where they want to.
It would be easy if you could meet them
And
closer to them.
No, I mean, I live in Charleston, so it's nothing for me to shoot up to Somerville and meet with the brand setters.
Thank you. I know y'all are doing everything you can. And I don't take any personal offense at asking me these questions. I know you gotta do what you gotta do.
Well, I mean, and I hate to give any credence to the media, but with the media keep throwing you in there, then
You gotta ask questions.
if I can get every bit of evidence possible, that's going to exonerate.
When you get my car stuff, that'll help.
Al, you said earlier Maggie didn't like staying out there by herself.
Yes, sir.
Was there any kind of, I know we asked you once before in one of the earlier interviews about cameras, and have y'all talked about doing any kind of camera system out there, stuff getting missing? Maggie talked about stuff getting missing. We're hearing that type of stuff, so.
We never really had problems with stuff missing. But we still talked about getting, cameras and, doing all of that, but we just hadn't done it. We talked about it for a while.
But no, not really any conversation about stuff up and walking away or getting missing between you and Maggie.
Any conversations between me and Maggie about stuff?
You and Maggie, or you and Paul, either one, about stuff that had been missing, or had somebody came up and taken from the bar or from the house or anything like that?
Only thing that I can remember being discussed missing was some drills and some Milwaukee tools.
How long ago was that?
Couple of it was since CD got hired, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Because that was one of the things Paul when he was looking for him, was going to ask CB. And I'd had a boy working out there for just a short period named Matt Luce. Is that the first time you've heard his name?
The last name, yeah. I've heard the different Matt.
Matt Luce. I think it's spelled Luce.
And he basically did what CB does now.
No,
Or something.
he came in and was, just trying to, because I didn't have anybody working out there, just to kind of keep things from getting totally out of control. He came in and, he does that for another friend, works with another friend, and just kind of coming in to help me, probably, I believe he probably would have been there in the late fall, probably, I'm guessing.
Is he from Hampton or Marlboro?
He's from Beaufort, I believe, originally, but he lives up in, he lives between Beaufort and, I'm trying to think of the name of the plantation that my friend Barrett Bowler has. That's who he works for.
Barrett Bowler.
Yeah, Junior. Yeah, it's Bowler is how he looks. B-O-U-L. Yeah, no, Tom Bowler. Yes, sir. He was like one of my granddaddy's contemporaries. And now there's a Tom Bowler that's kind of just retired. And they are, I think that's they're kin, but not super close.
How old is Matt? Ish.
I'd say he's 35. Like that. Maybe.
Do you still have his number?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have his number in my phone. Yeah, I'll get it, but I can get it.
Where'd you go?
I had to step out and use the restroom.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
to send it to me, we'll have it. Can you think of anything else you want to talk about? Ask questions about? All right. Off the top of my head.
The pair of guns that you bought for Christmas presents, they were matching set, right, other than color. Am I right about that?
Yes, sir. They were exactly the same.
With thermal night vision and stuff like that. The one that you purchased to replace the lost one, did it have any kind of optics on it? Night vision scope, anything like that?
It doesn't have a night vision scope. And I don't know if Colleton put something on it. He would move scopes around from gun to gun to gun, but I'm not. Oh.
Then we're gonna break for lunch. Turn at 2:20.
Well, well, well. What do you guys think of all that mess? Liz, they usually go to lunch at 15 after 1 and come back at about 2:30, so they're just cutting it 15 minutes early. Not sure why. Yeah, everybody stretch. Stretch, get some coffee, take a piss, go to the bathroom, wash your hands. Oh, yeah, Pete, there is so much more. I was just starting to write some of the reasons he might have killed her.
How long more is this video?
Oh, hold on.
All right. Okay. All right. So you don't know. You don't know, right? We'll be back at 2:20.
How long was that video? I don't know. So you don't know and you don't know. Okay, see you in 2:20. Yeah, there's so much more. Yeah, there's so much more going on. Whew. Goodness gracious. Just so you guys know, Claire has informed me that she is trying to work on something with one of her friends to get her computer going better. So she's going to try to come back in a few. Hopefully they can figure that out. For some reason, for anybody that missed that, her laptop was, the video card must be bad or something, because it was showing the video all screwed up, and she tried multiple streams and she thought it was the cameras. And then we realized that it was her laptop. So, and then she got her other laptop, that her old one, and she's getting feedback on that. So, so I'm just going to fill in, you guys. Anyways, anybody have any questions or observations you want to talk about? Because that was a lot. All right, Mary Beth, enjoy your lunch. Hope it's not. Yeah, no, Halco, it's the rest of it's working. It's apparently her video card is blown, is what we think. Yep, you're stuck with me now, Pete, the hard-headed one. Wait a minute, did I just say Claire wasn't hard-headed? Never mind. That's why I get along with her. We're both hard-headed. Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. And like Granny was saying, like, why is he asking these questions? Why would he be asking all these, certain questions that he was asking that most family members wouldn't ask? And I agree with Granny that he's just fishing for information to find out how much they know. And that was the whole purpose of him coming in and talking to them in my honest opinion. Yeah, he was trying to find out where they were. He's worried. It's been 2 months now. It's August 10th was the date of this recorded interview. So it's been 2 months now and they don't have anybody. So he is getting anxious and he's starting to get worried and stuff. So now that's me speaking from the Alex did it point of view. Of course, if we go from the Alex didn't do it point of view, he wants to know what's going on. Did you find anybody? I want justice kind of stuff. So yeah, no, I agree, Halco. I'm trying to think not guilty, just to be fair and try to think more like the jury should. But man, it's hard with all this evidence just pointing at him. This guy's an idiot. He's fucking up, kind of thing. So it's really hard for me to just say, oh no, I don't think he's guilty. Yeah. They said the guns were from the property and P didn't drive to the kennels. Yeah, exactly. But Paul said he would have almost definitely took a truck because his feet were swollen and he wasn't feeling good. He's stressed out, all that shit from the threats. So he would have driven down there, and which is why the SLED guy came back with, well, the killer would have drove his truck back to the house and left the keys in it because you guys did that. So yeah, that's one of the sticking points right there. Good point, Pete. Absolutely. Yeah, he what else was it? The other thing that stuck out to me that he said, oh yeah, when he asked if they suffered. But he told the whole family, no, they didn't suffer. They didn't suffer. It was quick. But he asked the guy if they suffered. Now, how would he know to tell the family that? Was he just doing it to be nice so, Maggie's sister and family wouldn't be hurt more? Was he, why was he doing it? A drove with P, however, well, yeah, that's when they were checking the trees. Now, Alex says that they checked the trees, then had dinner, and then he didn't see him again after that. Oh,
Hi.
Hey, Claire.
Hi.
You got it working?
Well, it's working and it's working, but we don't know if it's working. So how's that? Is that an answer?
Okay, good.
But if you look down at the bottom,
I'm glad it's working.
Look down at the bottom. You see our streams match. Look at that. So that's a good sign right there. But so what I would like to do is pull mine up and leave yours there.
Okay, yeah.
Just in case of emergency, and we'll see what goes through. But we tried everything. It was just like this fluky thing. Hopefully it's gone. And I thank everybody for your patience. And God, thank you, Beck. Even though I heard you slamming on my equipment and myself and everything while I was gone. I heard every word.
I was not slamming. I just said that you were having a good time.
Trouble. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. I have to find some humor or I'm going to go crazy. I'm going to go crazy with what's going on today if I don't start making funny stuff. Okay. All right. So
just so you know, I did thank everybody in the chat for being patient while you were gone.
That was
giving
good
you time and putting up with
they have
me
been
and giving you time to
so
fix it.
good. Oh, putting up
really
with you. Are you kidding? You're great. They should be grateful. To get some more time with you. I'm glad that everybody's been patient, and thank you for still staying here and keeping Beck company while I abandoned him to work on this stuff. But yeah, hopefully, I'm trying to get the chat up now, and if that doesn't bust it, we're good, right? If that doesn't bust the whole thing, because so far I could see the feed is looking okay. I'm just gonna put, oh gosh, I wonder, let's just cross our fingers and put dark mode.
Oh, you're blinky. Is that me or you? Is that me or Claire, you guys? Blinking like that.
We're gonna stop that
always
right
grateful
away. Okay,
said as your legal rep, I would like to recuse myself.
Recuse yourself. Oh, why? What's that mean? Like you can't represent me anymore because you were
Right.
part of it here. What's been going on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Continued. I would like to recuse myself from the conversation earlier since I was dealing with in real life work.
Okay.
Oh, she's saying she was not part of the picking on you conversation.
Okay. Oh yes,
Hi,
no,
Michelle
it's
Ferguson.
okay. Listen, I got a thick
Yeah.
skin. I'm sure whatever they said was true. Like I'm sure it was. Like in some way, it was possibly true. Oh look, the circle went away. Hi Michelle, and hey, and Kyle. Yeah, listen, Kyle, don't apologize. You're a lifesaver. Listen, everybody, thank
Yeah,
Kyle
really.
there. Kyle and Beck are totally responsible for me not having a meltdown right now and not having a panic attack because they're so calm and they just stepped right in and we're like, don't worry about it. It's all gonna be good. Did I go
Yeah.
silent,
Oh, I got you.
Arlo? I'm trying to use the other Scarlett mic, and so there was be no reverb, so I know the sound will be a little bit different. But how's it doing now, guys? Is it sounding echoey or do I
No,
sound too
I
far
mean, to me, you
away?
sound good.
Yeah, you got headphones on.
Yeah, when you were messing with the streams, you roboted a little bit, but once you had them
Yes.
all set up, it stopped.
Yeah.
So
If you saw the little circle when I was roboting, that's why, because resources. You see, this thing is that's what
right.
I've been telling you. Why, you know how I usually show the little presentations and do all of that? That's going to be impossible for the
Yep.
rest of this showing of these videos. Showing the actual trial through StreamYards is like really taking a lot of resources to keep it clear. And that's part of the problem. So if I go to do anything else, and that includes even opening Twitter, like, which is a pain in the butt. So I'm using
Well,
the
if
Twitter
you
part on my phone, so
Yeah.
that I can copy like what people are saying, and then I just copy it and I throw it in the chat, to keep everybody up to date with what the legal peoples are saying. But
Yeah.
that'll
Well, I
be
was gonna say, Claire, if you want me to leave the stream up, because it doesn't matter to me, I'm not doing anything else on my computer. So you can
Mhm.
fish around, bring up stuff for breaks and stuff. I don't mind leaving it up. So that's up to you. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't,
Well,
I'm
well,
not
yeah.
using my other monitor, so it's not bothering me.
Well, I totally appreciate that, Beck. You're just like becoming like it's a complete golden asset right now because it would be impossible to run this stream. And what I'm trying to do, the reason I'm not doing any of the presentations or anything, I don't want to mess with it because I think when I look at it, and I hope the chat will agree with me, it's more important to get the whole trial as part of the series to go back, like make sure we have everything that they presented, everything that they said, make sure the feed's good for that, because we can always hold mini sessions later to talk about it and show all the other stuff and do a separate live stream with just that without the feed, like like at the end of the week or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I know it's not as fancy, everybody. I'm disappointed too, but I think it's more important to keep the series intact with the whole trial than to try to make like little bits of it fancy and then perhaps lose some of the testimony or lose the feed and have to be messing around like that. Because like it's up and I'm leaving it there. See, it's like I'm not gonna it's running. I was like, oh my god, it's running! Yay! Alex stole Claire's audio. Is that it? Yeah? Alex stole Claire's video. Is what happened. Every time I went to change to run a video, the whole feed went like screwy. Remember, I said everything was like laying on its side, and no matter what feed I checked, it looked like that. Well, the feeds were fine. Other people would see it normal. It was me. I could like looking through my computer. That's what every feed looked like.
Yeah.
But when I grabbed my phone to double check and looked at the feeds, I went, wait a minute, there's something wrong here because I can see it on my phone, but I can't see it on the computer. What's going on? Like,
That's why I was like, Claire, I hate to tell you, but it's
Yeah.
you.
So what did I miss? Why are we on break? Who broke something? And has Harpootlian
Okay.
broken a blood vessel yet? And is who were we still
No.
on Owen? Were we still on Officer Owen?
Yes, we're still on the SLED guy. They are now okay. So first, when he was up, I don't know how much you caught, but he was basically just going over the same evidence, confirming the same stuff we had already heard.
Yeah,
But then
what
they
did we
started
find
this
out in the
interview,
video?
and this
Yeah,
was
what we. Yeah, good points. What
well,
happened?
yeah, I'm going to tell you. So they started this video. This was the third interview with Alex. It was on August 10th. After he had talked to the SLED guy and said he had questions, and the SLED guy said, well, I need a few things cleared up. So they met at the SLED office to do this. Cory Fleming's with him. So basically, he was asking stuff like timeline stuff. So basically, what's happened so far is all the lies that about Alex's timeline that we already knew, they're showing on this video that Alex lied. That's basically what's going on, that his times are way off. The SLED guy did ask him, well, we got a difference of time of you going into the office, leaving the office, being at home, blah, blah, blah. In this video, Alex told them that he left the office at, I can't remember, what time did he say originally, like 5 or something like that, and then he went back to the office and then left it.
Right? Yeah. It was like he was.
Yeah,
He
so
was
they
there early, like 4:30 or something, 5 or something like that, right?
so they went over the key card stuff. The guy said that he entered the office at 5:30 p.m. So we don't know what's up with that yet. Alex was asking questions like who got shot first, and did they suffer? The SLED guy told him only for a matter of seconds, which brought me to the point of, well, he told everybody in the family that Paul and Maggie didn't suffer, but he didn't really know, did he? So how did he know that? But anyways, the rest of it was basically just him lying. He said he was at his mom's on this video for 45 minutes to an hour. He extended it from what he had told the housekeeper, trying to get her to believe, because he told her 30 to 45. The housekeeper said 15 to 20. It was realistically about 25 minutes, I believe is what they said. So that was off. The SLED officer also said, well, if Paul drove, because he said, well, did Paul and Maggie, would they have walked down to the kennel that night? And Alex said that Paul's feet had been swollen. He'd been really stressed out, and his health was kind of declining because of all this, the threats and stuff, and that he would not have walked. He would have insisted that they rode down there. So the SLED guy said, so the murderer killed them and then moved Paul's truck back up to the house and left the key in it the way you guys do? And Alex was like, I don't know.
Oh, so then Alex knew he stepped in it. So
yeah,
then
just a lie on his part so far.
Okay, so they're actually pushing back on him, like when he's making misstatements. Okay. I'm gonna have to rewatch that very clearly.
Yeah,
If
just a little bit. The SLED guy is
Go on.
the SLED guy is being really careful right now, because I mean, ask him, do you think he's the suspect before you say anything, before we talk about anything? And he's like, no, I'm just trying to get some stuff cleared up. And he was being very gentle in the questioning and making it like non-aggressive, it's casual, just fixing stuff. But he definitely said to Alex, well, who said you left the office at such and such time and blah, blah, blah. And, so there's still another third of the interview or quarter of the interview left. They have it in pieces, so they have to keep switching, the video file. Right now, Alex did the whole crying thing, and when he was talking about who got shot first and how long they were alive for, only a matter of seconds, and it was very fast, and that the shooting itself was very, very quick, only took a few moments kind of thing. So we were right on that. Like, he's definitely saying that, us guessing around that 3 to 5 minute mark is about right from what I'm getting from the SLED guy so far. So.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah,
I'm
so that's
hoping
where
that
we're
they
at,
release
and now
it.
we're just on lunch.
Okay, so that's cool. So it's still did they release the witness? No. So it's still the prosecution asking questions, or are they going to do cross after lunch?
Yes.
Like, where do we leave it? Okay, so
Yeah,
they're
they
not
haven't.
done.
They're still doing prosecution. Still state. Yeah, they're done with him yet. So they're just basically just stopping and saying, hey, you said this. What did he say? Okay, to confirm it from the video, that the guy is like, yes, that is definitely what he said for certain things. But otherwise, they've just been showing the video of the interview. So that's if anybody else can think of anything else that I missed to tell Claire,
Yeah,
please.
anybody? Yes, what did
Put it
you
in there.
guys?
So
Yeah, what did you guys think when you heard that interview? What was the most important thing that you think you heard there? What stuck out to you the most? Because always Creepos is saying in the chat, like they've been speaking on this for a while, that this is a key piece to the prosecution's case. This third interview is when he was a hardcore suspect. They were like, nothing's making sense here. And it was his own words and testimony that was doing it again.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you so much.
At this point, they
Rocky
definitely
Top.
know he's full of shit. And you
Yeah.
can tell the SLED guy knows.
So Liz says her most important part, right, was because Alex was fishing to find out what the detectives knew. Now, we all know from Discovery ID that is what everybody always goes back to the scene of the crime, and they always try to insert themselves to see what's going on. That would be clear, right? And he's trying to figure out what they know. Was he asking them questions, Beck? Like you said, he was asking about, did they suffer? Who got shot first?
Actually,
what's
I
going
forgot
on?
about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Where are you guys at in the investigation? And they kind of, we're just trying to work out the timeline. It's really confusing. We don't know who did it yet. We haven't been able to find the guns. But he was asking about, and they talked about the guns a little bit, which gun, and could they have see them in the trucks earlier that day, Alex, like that kind of stuff. So
that's what's sticking out to Pete too. He said, well, it's like you just mentioned, that guns were from the property, that Paul's non-driving to the kennels, but no way walked. Okay. But then how did the car get back up there? I get that.
Yeah.
That must have all. And
so
then,
basically, I think this
crying. He was crying, real tears, because they keep saying like, whoa. Now, one little bit I
think he's
was
always
how he
crying real tears, because whether you lost your family or killed them, it's still gonna make you cry.
Exactly.
Unless you're absolutely cold-blooded.
So he was crying. Okay. But I saw in the stream that he was sitting kind of weird though. Did you? Like he was leaned forward towards the officer, right? Like and like bent over like upset. When I saw him, and it was like I could see. I guess
that's every time
Cory
he cries,
Fleming.
he does that.
Okay.
Yeah. Every time Alex cried, he leaned forward like that and cried. Kind of put his head down a little bit, and then But see, what I found interesting is I like looking at body language. Exactly, Halco. Thank you. He had he had legs and arms crossed. Yes, when he was talking to them, he was either rubbing his arm. Yeah, I know, right? So when he was answering, the guy was asking him, he had his arms crossed, legs crossed, and then when he was thinking, he was rubbing his right arm with his left hand up and down his forearm over and over and over. Like he was like, nervously thinking. Yeah. His body language is saying a lot, I think. Told him about the guns. Alex just sat there. That's right, Pete. He didn't say a damn thing.
When they told him about the guns, he just sat there.
Yeah, so he just stared blank faced at the SLED guy. What's Owen? Agent Owen. Yeah.
Rocket Couch, don't worry, because Beck is definitely gonna be here, and he's got the stream too. So that's the one we're showing right now is mine, and I just saw it do a little whoop, but I saw Beck's do the same thing, so it might have been their camera. So that's what we'll do. We'll see if mine starts to go wonky. We'll just put as quick as possible, put Beck's up so that nobody misses anything, and we'll just go like that. But I so appreciate both of you so much right now. Like my heart is full of gratitude because, gosh, I mean, Beck, you've been
I'm
streaming a
just
lot
glad
longer
my
than
my
I.
internet is perfect.
Yeah. You know what? We're
Yeah,
blessed
few
that
years,
way
yeah.
because it could have been really bad. But I mean, has stuff like this? I mean, I'm sure this happens to everybody. They tell me this happens to everybody at least once or twice, but it just seems to. I just seem to get tech problems.
Oh, someone's computer will act funky, or StreamYards is acting up, or YouTube is weird, or it happens, yeah.
Oh, what's this? Okay, he said Beck.
Wait a minute.
A was a terrible lawyer.
Pete,
He was master
Pete,
at
that's
art
not
of
what they
bullshit.
said.
Even his friends. I think Beck's audio.
Yeah, but
just
that's
went
not
out.
what the people he worked with said. They all said he was an amazing lawyer, even after hating him for
Yeah,
stealing.
they did. He's just a shitty
That's all
person,
I heard.
apparently. Yeah, he's an excellent lawyer and a really crappy human being. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Pete was
I
saying
guess
that his
so.
friend said he was a terrible lawyer, and I didn't
Yeah.
hear that.
No,
anywhere.
none of them.
I don't know
None
where
of
you
them
got that
said
from, buddy,
that.
but
Yeah. Was
yeah, now that
Alex
might have
saying
been
that?
like on the side in the internet stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Was
who said
Alex
that.
saying
Pete
that
is
in the
saying that.
interview? No.
We were
No.
debating it earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
We were just discussing it earlier. Talking about what kind of a shitty, because Pete was saying he was a shitty lawyer, and I said, well, everybody said that he was one of the top lawyers in the area, and that's why everybody respected him. And if they had a tough case, they would call him and say, come help me.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Hmm.
Hey, Ox, what's up, buddy? Came in for a minute earlier. You're back. You derailed a live stream. Oh my God. Were you over at my brother's?
Yes, really,
My
right?
brother was streaming at the beginning of this go. I don't know if he still is. Yeah, anyways.
Thank
So
you.
Pete, that's all I was going off of is what people said on the stand. I don't know what else was said.
For the channel, I just want to thank Ox for the coffee. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I just got notifications through, and also Autistic Shield. They just came through. Thank you for your support. The coffees don't show up on the screen, so I can just say thanks for the coffee, thanks for the contributions. All of those, I'm actually not going to put it to coffee. Everything that I do in the next couple of months is going towards a new computer system. Can you tell me? Can you see why? Can you see why?
Yep.
That I did stop donations though. Oh, and by the way, another channel. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
Huh. Oh, I was just gonna ask the chat if anybody was interested in doing like getting together, them coming in and supporting a few hours or something, or a day live stream to try to get some funds together to get you a new computer.
Well, I appreciate the sentiment, but what I do is just all the funding that like what I do with the YouTube AdSense and with the membership money is that we vote every quarter on where to donate it to. Okay. Because I started this as a hobby. So I'm already like started in January putting some money towards it. So any of the super chats, anything that comes through, I made the announcement in December that I would not be donating the monies that come through right away until the new system was bought, and then I would go back to the donating. So on the back of my community tab, if you're a member, if you're green in my chat, please take time to go vote. There are several charities up there. That's for the last quarter of 2022, and I explained what the delay was. There was a delay in receiving, YouTube's usually a month behind. So when they did the December, they should have sent it in January. But there was something happened with a couple of videos that whatever YouTube was having a problem. So they delayed it. They were going to wait until February to send it, but they did send it late, but I did get it and I put it all together. And now I'm not going to buy a used video card. No, I'm not. I'm going to buy a whole new unit. We're building a unit
system. Yeah.
Yeah, the unit I have now, I could not open this to put a video card in it, and there's no extra slots or anything like that. And I understand that the video card might be a little hot right now because the system does overheat a little bit. It's a smaller unit. I work it really hard. I know I'm pushing it to its extreme. But if you
Yeah.
guys could, if you're members, if you could go vote so that we can clear that money out, that would be great. Shill, if you haven't voted already, if you're in the Patreon or the membership, please go back to the community tab on the back of the channel. It's listed only for the members. You're the only ones who can see it, and just cast your vote. There's like 16, 17, there's 19 of you, and there's only 7 votes so far. So, you know, let's just get together and decide where to put that where to send that money. There's some good charities there. And then after that, we've already
There you
saved
go.
a
You
few
got a couple
$100.
votes.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you,
Nice.
guys. Yeah, I just have to remind them because not
I love
everybody
that you
sees
do
the community tab.
that. You
Yeah. Because I started it as a hobby, and then I got monetized when I did the Johnny Depp trial. I never thought like I was going to get monetized. Like, I was just happy when I got a community tab at 500. Like, I was thrilled because you could talk, like put stuff up and talk to people and post other people's videos,
Yeah, right.
which is, and promote people. And then I got monetized, and I said, well, I've been
Yeah.
running for a year without it, and so now I just started donating it. And the first thing I did was some of the people that stream with me or that needed like headphones or a new mic or something, the first thing we did was put some of it towards that to help people out, and then we just started donating
That's
the rest
nice.
of the proceeds. Yeah, it's only been about 3 quarters now. I think this is the 3rd time. Do you remember the day I got monetized? Always grateful. I think
Okay.
it happened on stream. That was kind of nice. Yeah. Liz, Apple.
No, it
Yeah.
happened while you were on. Oh, that's great. That never happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, says she loves
Yeah.
apples.
Yeah. I had a Chromebook. I operated the channel for a year and a half on a Chromebook. But it also was getting video issues towards the end from resources being overused. Like there was like snow showing up, lines coming in through things. My presentations weren't very smooth anymore.
Yeah. Hey, Claire, let me ask you, are you going to buy a pre-built or are you going to build a system yourself?
Well, you see everyone that we have in the Discord. There's a lot of people there with a lot of tech expertise and advice, a lot of big computer people, and they are recommending that I build exactly what I need. They think I'm actually capable of that. I'm like, okay. But I did find
Actually,
a company.
it's way easier than you think. It's all plug and play. Like everything's marked inside the case and you just plug in the video card and just plug in the memory and stuff. The reason I asked is because I had bought a slim computer case with, it's an older one, but I bought it more for the case. And I'm sitting there wanting to mail it to you. I wonder how much it would cost to mail it to you because it's got it's got the CD-ROM in it and everything. It just needs it needs better memory and better video card and stuff. So I'm thinking about maybe trying to find out how much it would cost to send it to you.
Or just like I would, or buy it off you, depending on the
case
components,
itself. The case itself is one of the most expensive. Oh yeah. The case itself is one of the most expensive parts of building the building your own unit is the case. Yeah. And it's a slim one, but
I hear you, Ox. I hear you. Listen, in regards to those charities, Ox, I did include a link there. If the link doesn't work, at least copy it and you can go to the site and check them out. Everyone has a solid mission statement and you could see where they put their money lately. And I only pick charities that will put out their financials regularly. So anything you need to make your decision if you go to the link for their website, you should be able to find. But this is one of my criteria is that because the names aren't very popular, there are things for human equality. We use the Trevor Project. Many of you will know the Trevor Project. That is a 24/7 hotline with resources and people to talk to, and actually places to send people who are at risk, young LGBTQ or people in distress, actually. And just, they do a lot of good work with a lot of young people. And I've been donating to them regularly anyway. And so that was one of our first charities. The other ones are all about what's been going on all over the world that we've been talking about on other panels and here on my channel too, is that the increased violence, the increased terroristic way people are treated in foreign countries. Like, we've been a lot of imprisonments and deaths for terrorism. There are certain organizations that will help people get out of the country and then help them start all over in another country, like in the UK. But basically, just on legislation, the actual watchdog organizations that help us monitor legislation that's meant to take people's rights away for equality, like what happened with Roe versus Wade, or targeting same-sex marriage here in the United States and things like that. Just those kinds of organizations that are up there. There was also one in regards to autism and into the special needs children. There is one there that actually donates per child for lessons for using creative arts to help expand their social skills and to help them learn one-on-one conversation and ability to actually deal with larger crowds and things like that, which I thought was very unique from my own personal experience with children that are on the spectrum, that are in my own personal family that I know of. My partner, who definitely had it, and several of my very good friends. I just felt that, maybe you'd like to look into it. I don't weigh in either way. People suggest these websites to me, and I go and look and I check them out and I vet them, but they're based on either human rights, equality, and or like this one, the special needs is one. And some of them are placement type organizations where they offer resources to help get you out of a tough situation right away. Other ones are just in general research. And like this one for autism, it's a special program that does like a specific special thing that if you use the link, you can find out, And Liz, I'm from New Jersey. My accent is Jersey Pean. That's what I'm sticking with, because I'm going to tell you.
Jersey European, Jersey Pean.
Yes, because it's Jersey Pean, because I do have family that is very eclectic and Pean, and from being exposed for very thick English, Irish, and then also tutors that were both English and Australian all through my youth, one-on-one. I picked up a lot of the dialect. I know, like, I pick up a lot of the quirky things, a lot of the language. I have a tendency to pick up accents quickly, like when you're around people and stuff. And it's just my own brand of I don't know what, Liz, but I'm from New Jersey. I've lived here my whole life. I'm not, from a foreign country. But as somebody did say, I should just call it Jersey Pean, because I don't say, like, I know what potato chips are, but I more than 9 out of 10 times I'll call them a crisp, because that's the common word in my family that we use. When we talk about French fries, I am American. I know what a French fry is, but I say chips, and yes, I put malt vinegar on them. Okay, that's how I roll. That's how I was raised. Okay, it's what the culture of your family. Just because I lived in New Jersey, you know what I mean? It was just very a lot of European stuff in there. And the other thing is, from my tutor, I say crikey all the time, and that's definitely, it's like a low down kind of curse word in Australia, but it's not even a curse word. It's like saying damn, but you say crikey. I say crikey instead of damn all the time.
Crikey.
And I got in trouble all during my lesson.
American.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all during my lesson.
Alex said, I speak in American. I only speak pure mutt.
Oh, okay. Oh, pure mutt. I go. You know how they put U's like for humor and stuff like that in the language, or we do S and Z swapping out in European. Okay, I got in trouble for that all the time, and I still do it. And even in business, I did it all the time. I will go back and forth from using the U and not using the U, like, constantly. It's just Nope, there are crisp, and a cookie is a biscuit. Yes, it is. yes, it is. Okay. And pie. Don't even get me started on the European difference in what's a pie and what's not, like here in America. No, it'll drive you crazy. There are some
Yeah, because
cookies
they
that say
make like
biscuit.
meat pies and stuff over there. We say
They
pie, we
do.
mean dessert. Yeah.
Everything with a pastry crust over there is a pie. You get like the shepherd's pie, beef pies, hand pies, fruit pies and everything. But anything that doesn't have a top on it, like we have pumpkin pie
Yeah.
here in America, that's not a pie in Europe. That's it's a custard or a
Because it doesn't have
flan.
a crust top.
It doesn't have a top, right?
Okay.
So
No ox. So what I said was there are some cookies in the U.S. that say biscuit on the package. There
They
are
are. They're
some.
tea
There's just not
biscuits,
many. They're
like
usually the really high-end, expensive,
yeah, like Lorna
like
Doones
butter
or like
type
butter
cookies, shortbread
cookies. Yes,
cookies.
Danish butter cookies and things like that. They might be
Yes.
called biscuits, tea biscuits, the things you would serve with. Yes, the fanciest, the collection. Well,
I watched the movie
yeah.
The Help. I will never eat a chocolate pie again.
Not one the maid makes, that's for sure. Like, yeah, if you don't make
Oh.
it yourself, don't eat it, Ox. I
Yeah,
yeah.
right. That's pissed off at you because you treat them like shit.
Yep, cakes are a sponge, and yep, and pudding is dessert in England. Like it's not only pudding. Like here in America, pudding's a specific thing, right, Beck? It's like chocolate, vanilla, butterscotch, lemon, pumpkin, all that kind of puddings.
Yep.
But pudding
Yep.
is dessert in Europe. It could be cake and pie, whatever. It's like your dessert at the end of the meal is your pudding.
Oh, they just pudding is dessert in general. Okay.
Kind of, sort of. That's how it was explained to me. Now, that might be not technical. It might not be the actual 100% European way. I'm just saying in the culture in my family here, that's what they say.
Yeah.
It's very, very local just to
Yeah,
like
gotcha.
where I am, my family members and friends. Yeah. But
I tried to learn stuff from my Nana about, Italian stuff because they're blooded Italian. And I tried to like learn word stuff, and she's like, "Oh, I found all that." And I'm like, "Nana, I wanted to learn Italian, And she said that when her parents came over around 1878 and then had all 11 kids in the United States, and they were so proud to be an American that they would not let their kids speak Italian. They said, "No, you're an American, you speak English. Now teach us." Because all their kids went to school and they came home and taught mom and dad, mostly my Nana. My Nana taught her mom how to read and write in English when she was like 10 years old. Yeah. Oh, you have Polish roots too.
Yes, I do. Like we make our own
Yeah.
pierogies and we love the food and we have all that. Yeah, it's very.
Halushki,
I'm telling you, I have a lot
what
of
is it called?
European.
Halushki?
No, pierogi, kielbasi, like pashka, the donuts you were talking about, very Polish donuts, those lemon ones you were talking about.
Oh my God, they look
Mhm.
so good. I'm gonna go buy some.
And I speak
drove
with
out the red
Robsky.
coat.
He's not here today. He'll probably. I said your name. You might be listening on YouTube later on today or whenever. But we talk about the food all the time, like in some of it. Horace Rumpel would order steak and
Turtle
kidney
says not
pudding.
entirely. Yeah.
Oh, he did. He ordered
Not
it as a
pie.
pudding, not a pie. That is interesting, Turtle. See, that's what I mean. It's only unique to like my family. I'm not saying it's like standard everywhere. I could never say that. Everything is also it's just so unique to my family and it's all jumbled up, And yet we're American, although there are people that came over like from the grandparents, So, but my mom, everybody born here, born here as Americans. My dad, my brothers, my sisters, everybody. But from the grandparents,
Yeah,
back.
Yeah, my Nana was the first generation to be born in the U.S. on her side. And then on my dad's side of the family, his family had three generations that were born in the U.S. before I was born. Always lucky you. My brother Bruce, he was adopted out my mom was pregnant for him when she was 17. Some Navy chief got her pregnant, and she gave him up for adoption, of course, because my grandmother made her, because she was not 18 and not married, and they did a big hide it thing. So Bruce found us in 1998, and as soon as he found out he was Italian, he went and bought the software and learned how to speak Italian. Now he knows how to speak Italian. He's the only one in the whole family, and he didn't even grow up with us. Yeah, so kielbasa is how you kielbasa.
Yeah, that's
my mom
that's
used to say
good.
kielbasa, and I don't know. I really don't know which one is. She said that's the way the Ukrainians say it. Never mind. Anyways, so yeah, and stuff though. Yeah, my dad's family, when they came over from Denmark, because I'm part Danish, came over from Denmark, they changed the spelling of the name. So Vladimir Marsden became Walter Madsen. Somehow.
Wow.
So,
Yeah, we say kielbasa, you say kubasa. I guess it's all different, but it is good with kraut and spicy mustard. I like it with English mustard, actually, ox. And one of my favorite meals, my comfort meal, is pierogies, prepared and then pan fried with onions, okay, served with sour cream and applesauce, but also making a version like of a bubble and squeak with well done cabbage and onions, over on the side. All that up with some, maybe with some extra apple tossed in. And then the kielbasi, really, really well done. Or a good English sausage, a look like the fat English sausages that they make, just like that. That is like a one of our like go-to kind of comfort kind of meals, because potato,
my mom
pierogies
made
are
that a
just
lot growing
potatoes
up.
and cheese. Oh yeah, so yeah, it's good, right? And then the fried cabbage is kind of like a bubble and squeak. You cook it until it's really well done. It's just delicious. It doesn't taste all cabbagey, Mm.
Yeah,
not so
my
much.
mom used to do it with
You're used to it.
sauerkraut, but she had homemade sauerkraut. She made homemade sauerkraut, so her sauerkraut was amazing, and so she would serve that with kielbasa. That's how we always ate it.
Yeah. You would find it like fascinating, Ox. I know what you're talking about with the sauerkraut in the kielbasi, but the way we used to make it was with the Hungarian twist. It was well rinsed sauerkraut because we want that bite, but then we put a whole head of shredded cabbage in there too to make it more mild, and the well cooked onions in paprika and butter until they're bright red. And then mix that all in together and it turns it all red. And then we put the kielbasa in it and you cook that for a while in the oven until it's all just like the flavors have all melted through. It is like phenomenal, but it's red. It's not like your traditional look of sauerkraut in kielbasi that you see on the, when you go to restaurants or you go to a German butcher or, or a delicatessen. Not like that. It's like red, Hungarian paprika style red. Like so, it's just so delicious. But that shows you that your cultures will, mix up. That just like family recipes that just get handed down. And that one's like Polish and Irish and English all at once, and Hungarian, like all mixed up together. It's just like. Yeah, it's actually quite. It's got a deeper flavor because it's not just like the freshness of the tartness of the kielbasi, the sauerkraut with the kielbasi. You know what I mean? It's got like much more depth to it. So you could taste the sauerkraut. It's like something sour, but it's not all sauerkraut because of the cabbage and the red onions. How did we get talking about food? Now I'm hungry. I should be talking about murder, not food.
I know. Why are we
Like,
doing
well,
that?
But
I
I'm
know.
at a loss for the first time. I know nothing that happened. I absolutely know nothing that happened in the trial in the morning. I'll have to watch the whole thing to timestamp, which I'm so grateful that you were able to put that up. But this is not lunch break, right? This is it lunch? It's like 1:50. This is the lunch, right? They're not going to come back for another 20 minutes.
Oh
are they?
yeah. This is lunch break.
Oh, okay. Wow, that morning went
Come
fast
back
with me
2:20
out here. All right. So
is what he
we've got
said.
another
They went to
30
lunch early.
minutes. Wow. We have another.
Yes.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you, Beck. Okay, till 2:20. Wow. So, Alex, this interview, I'm definitely going to be watching this tonight and making some notes. But I don't know. We're in the same time zone, Ox. Oh, you did catch up, T King, and welcome. How are you? What stuck out from that interview? I would like to know. That's what I asked everybody earlier. Always, if you could, that would save me so much time tonight. But I also know that you're working. You're an excellent mod, even for all. I mean, thank you, love, for even offering. But don't make yourself crazy. If you do, you do. If you don't, if you have them, great. But don't go crazy. I mean, I'll grab everything after lunch. I'll be able to track after that. But you know how I do. I always mark like the witness. I tell you who is either the prosecution, who's for the state, or who's for the defense when they're doing the when they're doing the testimony questions. Oh, did you see that feet shake? Did it happen on your end too?
Yeah, they
Great.
do that every few minutes. I think somebody's standing there and they bump it.
Yeah. So I'm just everybody's saying the most important thing was that Paul, like the guns not being on the property, Paul's truck, that was a misstatement there. The time frame, he's still insisting he was at his mother's for 40 minutes, even though the maid says, not the caretaker, rather, Shelley Smith says that no, it was only like 20. Well, But actually, all along, for me, it's been the way Alex Murdaugh, what information he gave people when not asked, and also the information he threw in that we could see was not true, like that he was not down at the kennels. Did that come up during this interview, by the way? At all? Did the kennels come up? Did him being at the kennels come up during this third interview at all? Does anybody remember? I mean, I'm sure I'll be able to find out when I play it later,
Yes,
but I'm just curious. It did?
They
Yeah?
did ask him. They asked him where he was at such and such time. He said he was sleeping. Were you down at the kennels with them? No. What about you going on this thing? You had the video with the tree in your hand. Oh, I don't remember anything about looking at any trees with Paul. I remember driving around with him for about an hour in the day. Yeah, so they're working their way all the way. So like I said, basically every lie about that's part of the situation that we already know, they're just confirming that he lied, I think is what they're doing. But
yeah, but what was his excuse for the video? Like for knowing that he was down at the kennel? Like, does he still say he was napping? Like, or I don't know.
Oh yeah, he said he was sleeping after that he went to sleep on the couch after dinner. He asked him if the TV was on, and I think he said something, yeah, maybe, or something. Then they also see what else. I mean, I like literally every lie he said from the time he left work through the end of the murders is basically what they're showing right now. Because he's lying about every single thing that they've already showed is not true.
All right, that's true. And Pete's saying they did not know about the Snapchat in August because this visit was in August of 21, and they just found that out because the phone had not been cracked open yet, had it, Pete? Remember, Paul Murdaugh's phone locked forever because it ran out of battery, and he has a really good password and everything on there forever, like just a while after the murders, like that night, right? So they didn't get it yet. They had to go to the FBI to crack that phone open, if I recall from testimony. That took some time. So I'm sure in August they didn't know about the Snapchat video yet. But they're still, so he's lying, and now they know he lied, but at the time they're not sure he lied, but his story isn't adding up anyway, even though they don't have the Snapchat video. Okay. Is that it? Am I on the right path there now, people?
And Pete's right. And they did. Owen, did you know about the Snapchat video at the kennels yet at this point? And Owen, Agent Owen said, no, we did not. Yeah. So that definitely did happen as part of it. I'm trying to think if there was anything else big. He just asked a lot about the bodies and, you know, blah, blah. I told him it was definitely family owned guns that did the shell casings. Shell casings matched the other ones found on the property.
What was his response to that when he found out that, when they started telling him that the guns came from his property? What did he say? Anything? Did he add anything?
He didn't say much.
Yeah. Okay. So
I don't think he did. Now I did have I did miss like a minute of it because I had to go pee really quick. But no, I don't think he said anything about that. I think he just kind of looked at him like he did with it, because a couple times he said something, he just stared at him like, I'm not saying a word right now. Or he acted like he had nothing to say about it or whatever.
Did they ever mention to him or ask him about why he called so many people to come to the house, knowing it's a crime scene? He called a lot of people. He called all those lawyers. He called all those people. Everybody started showing up. It's a crime scene. His wife and his son were just killed. And he's mucking up the crime scene with all these people he's calling to come by. Now, did they ever say anything about that? Did they ask?
Yeah, and some of them were like, there was a couple of them that were like wondering if they, if they should be in there. Someone said something about that, didn't they? Said something about that they were trying to be careful when they walked in the house because they didn't know what was going on outside or whatever. And they had
that was in the cross, I believe,
by the team down by the kennels.
Yeah, that could be the Crosby testimony, I believe. The ex-partner of his, Crosby, who was also friends with him.
Yes, it was.
I think it was in his testimony. He was saying, like, we were all sitting around the room and we could see that they're still working out there on the crime scene when the bodies are covered and all. And it was like surreal. As it was a room full of people. Like, why is everybody there?
Well, that just shows, like, they can say witch hunt all they want, but if it was a witch hunt, they wouldn't have let all those people into his house. They had no idea at that time that Alex Murdaugh had anything to do with it at all. They had they definitely suspected someone outside. There was like 20 or 30 people at the front house throughout the night. I think it was Tootin that said that he was talking about how many people were there, right? Because he was there. I think they asked him about that. But no, there was a bunch of people in and out throughout the night and until they left at like 2 or 3 a.m. or whatever it was.
Yep. Oh,
so
and I can't believe how helpful you all are keeping this straight for me. I really appreciate it. They went full blown, I'm victim right away. Yes, because that's his like MO. We all know that from the way he's been dealing with stuff. Well, here's the one I want to know. Like with the cell phone, like they had Maggie's in his cell phone. Those were open. So they know he made all these calls to Paul's friend, right? Rogan, gosh, what's his name?
Yep.
But you know who I'm talking about, the one with the dog. Rogan, right. He called him.
Yeah, Rogan.
Called Maggie. He called several other people in the family and a lawyer. I called a lot of people, while he was doing all these. Well, after. They did ask about his
He also
cell phone.
tried to act like he didn't know about the dog. He also tried to act like he didn't know about Paul taking the video of the dog's tail. That was the other thing.
Yeah, but they didn't know.
He was
about
like,
the
"Oh,
video
no, I didn't
yet.
know anything about that." Yeah, but he was there while he was doing the video. I think he doesn't know that the video ever got sent out. I think that he didn't know it at the time, so he thought he was.
Yeah, but
clear.
in August he wouldn't because listen, let's be clear, Beck. They didn't know in August that there was a video. They hadn't opened up Paul's
No.
phone
I'm
yet.
saying, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that even though he thought at that time that the video wasn't found or wasn't sent out on Snapchat or whatever, because none of them knew about it yet. So since they didn't know about it, he either knew it was there and was lying, or didn't know that Paul actually did the video because he was busy chasing Bubba. But one
Right.
way or the other, that definitely snagged him right there because he,
Ooh.
him lying and he said he was at his mom's for 45 minutes to an hour this time.
Right.
He added more time onto it.
Mm-hmm.
Told the housekeeper 30 to 45. Housekeeper said 15 to 20 was realistically 20 to 25 minutes. Yeah. And so, now, and then this interview, he had just said, I was there for 45 minutes to an hour. So just mucking up the waters,
that was
all kinds of shit, lying about everything.
That's exactly what he asked her to say too, right? Like, remember, he was like coaching her. Oh,
no,
yeah,
he said 30 he told her 30 to 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
He told her
telling
30
them
to
an
45
hour.
and he's telling them 45 to an hour. He added an extra 15 minutes on top of it. Like, he's just making his lies bigger at this point. SLED asked him, but they didn't have a full-blown video on that. Yeah, because his friend told SLED about Cash. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Cash. I called him Chase. You're right. It was Cash.
Yeah, it's Cash. Yep. Thank you, Pete, for keeping it straight. But here's the thing. Now I want to ask you: did they mention that he deleted the calls to Maggie? That he deleted stuff from his phone? Did they ask him why he deleted anything from his phone?
They have not said anything in the interview as of yet about his phone.
Because they may not have known yet. They may not have the cell data yet. Because it's only 2 months after, and I know these things take time. So did they ask him?
Well, yeah, and they didn't suspect him yet. So why would they check his phone?
Yep. Now here's the thing.
He has not volunteered anything.
He didn't say like anything like, oh, and then I just deleted all the calls because she pissed me off or something like that. Nothing.
No, he hasn't said anything like that. Well, not yet, but we're not done with the video yet. I think there's at least like another 10 minutes on it because Harpootlian said it's around 30-ish minutes, and they've already done almost 30 minutes on it. So it should be like less than 10 left. And that's why when Newman went to leave, he said, does anybody know how long this video is? Do you know? You don't know? You don't know? We're going on break. That's the last thing he said before lunch.
Yeah, when he's laughing. Okay.
So, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Let me know. Who was for the prosecution? Who was asking questions of Owen today for the prosecution?
Meador.
Meadors? Really?
The evidence abuser.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The one who was touching the witness?
Yeah, he got a haircut too, and he's still abusing the evidence. He had his hands all over the freaking shorts this morning.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's what I left when they were opening the box. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the same witness. It's still Owen on the stand.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just stopping the video randomly and confirming things with him
now,
to make sure it's on the record, such and such, whatever.
Does anybody recall in the beginning of the interview, like, because I think they would have addressed it, why SLED took over right away from Owen, from the lead investigators and all, like from the locals? Did they say? Did they approach?
They said that was in practice to call in SLED.
Okay.
Well, I'd heard at some point that it was common practice to call SLED in anytime there was like murder, big crime scene kind of thing for the for evidence gathering and stuff. So I think they called them in right away. The guy here from SLED said he was called in and he got there at like 1 o'clock in the morning or something like that, and interviewed Alex at like the first interview in his Dodge Durango was at like 1 something in the morning, 1:15 or something like that in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So he was one of the first. He was the first SLED guy to talk to Alex, I guess.
All right, and that's like that's like 3 hours or so after. Like there was a lot of people there. They did a lot of interviews with him afterwards. They all were in the Suburban, remember? They all were in there talking to him, and it was late.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. Hands all over the shorts. I'm not one to kink shame. Oh, please, Groper. You have no right to talk about other people's shorts. Pete said, not that I recall, deputies did find with SLED. Some agents were good like the woman. Others were horrid. Okay.
Yep. Some of them were great, and some of them, yeah, from what we can see.
Yep. So, well, like I said, you're going to have a mix. There's always good ones and bad ones in every group.
Absolutely.
Just the way it
Absolutely.
is.
So it looks like you guys brought me all up to date with what we saw so far on that video. How long did it play? Like we got like half of it left or what? Like
No, I think it's played for like 20, 25-ish minutes.
so
Harpootlian
there's
said
only a
somewhere
little?
around 30-ish. So I think we have
Mhm.
I think we have about 10 minutes left, but I'm not sure. Because they're not even sure. The state and the defense, neither one of them know exactly how long that damn video is. They're all like, I don't know.
They
Judge
probably
Newman,"
watched
when
it
he
a
asked
million
them, so.
times too, right?
Well, Harpootlian, he was the one that said around 30, maybe 35 minutes, I think, originally when he asked yesterday, because he did watch the whole thing, like, I don't know how many times. He knows approximately what it is. So,
All right. Has there been any objections on any side about anything coming in so far with this testimony?
no, just wording, two leading objections, and then they changed the wording. It was fine. So nothing else.
That's not bad.
The defense has been very quiet during all this.
Okay. So there you go.
So, yeah.
You guys were all paying attention.
That's pretty much
You
all
got
of it.
it
I
good.
can't think of anything else that you missed.
My sanity.
I got a steel trap memory. As long as I hear it properly, I'll remember it. Huh?
Not me. I gotta like put it into context. No? Is my mic going in and out?
Oh. Yeah, you're just randomly I'll miss like one word. It's weird.
Is it? I could turn off.
Oh, video file was 27 minutes. Okay, so we're close to the end of it then. We should be
Thank you,
within 5 or
Halco.
10 minutes of the end. Thank you,
Yep.
Jen. Or Halco, rather. Yes, sorry.
Yes, yep. And no one is capable of mousing over the time bar. I get, right? You know, I know, Jen, right? All they have to do is like just go.
But
look
Jen,
at the-
remember
yeah.
this video is in 4 different files. They're having to switch files. I think that's why they're not sure of the exact time, because there's 4 different files for it. And you can see them as you're watching the video. It'll stop and they'll switch to a different file. So they have it on 4 different files in their computer. So I think that's why they didn't know the exact time. You'd have to add them all up, I guess. It's too much.
Is that
for
why
lawyers
we
to
keep
do.
seeing the orange cone coming up? Like a couple of times I was like, when I was
Yes.
doing all of this process
Yes.
with Kyle and we were testing and everything, I would see this orange cone come up on the screen. And I'm like, what's going on? Did he lose the feed? He goes, no, that's the feed of the feed. I'm like, oh, okay. So it's the feed of the feed.
Yeah, you know what's funny is the first time it happened, I went, oh shit, I can't do anything. And then they showed Waters, or they showed
clicking
you
on
could
it,
see
right?
the mouse
Yeah.
moving, and they
That's
showed
what happened,
Waters
yeah.
switching the file, and I went, oh, phew, I thought I fucked up something. I thought something
No,
went
it was
wrong, and
good.
you weren't here to fix it. And I was like, oh shit.
Listen, always creative. I would rather be mathing any day than what's happened today. I'm telling you that. Because tech issues.
Yeah, I
if
like
you're,
mathing over.
You know a little bit, and you just know enough to get yourself in trouble. You know what I mean? Like you're testing, you're checking everything out and everything. I always go to somebody that knows much more than me, because I'm not. Although they tell me I know a lot, I'm still not confident in it. I don't know what's going on. Like stuff makes sense and then it doesn't, and it ends up to be something really silly. This time, maybe not something really silly, because we tried all the normal stuff. And for those of you like P who were like, Claire, please just reboot, maybe it'll reset. It did. It would reset for a few seconds. But then if I went to pull a video into Streamlabs, everything went wrong. As soon as I did that, everything went fluid. And it happened like we were recreating it. The Rocket Couch and I, we were recreating the issue, and it happened every single time. It was really weird. So it was making me paranoid. I thought maybe YouTube was like trying to send me messages.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, very weird. Because if I don't have StreamYards
Hey, thanks,
open,
Pete,
it's like,
for helping me get all the rest of that video straight. I just wanted to thank him for that.
Oh, Beck.
Yeah, Pete. The first thing she said was, I think
I did. I thought my video card had overheated
Yeah,
because I had been on the computer a lot last night.
Yeah, that's what she said. Was she thought it was the video card?
Because I don't have what you guys would get in a regular PC now, like a really good gaming one or something like that. I don't have one of that caliber. I've got a very bare bone, because I was just doing streaming. And so one of the things that definitely I have to look in is it's better that way.
Oh, Claire, did you know about what Cory Fleming did we tell you what Cory Fleming said at the very beginning? Before they started talking?
What did he say?
Oh, he said, he was like, so what's going on here? Why are you asking questions? And I thought we were here to ask questions. And SLED said, well, I had told Alex that we had some questions too, because the timeline, it's really confusing. And he said, so are you asking him, like, is he a suspect? And SLED was like, we're just trying to clear stuff up. They never really answered the question. They just said, well, we're trying to just clear up the timeline and figure stuff out, and something's off and we don't know where it is. And so that's all we're doing. And Cory was like very hesitant to let Alex talk. And then the SLED guy said, look, you don't have to answer the questions. I'm just trying to help find out what's going on with this case and help, solve it. That's all I'm trying to do here. And Alex, Cory said, are you okay with it? Alex said, yes. And he said, and the SLED guy said, well, if you don't, you don't have, if there's a question I ask and you don't want to answer, you don't have to. But he answered every question so far anyways, except for
they covered their bases
guns and stuff where he just stared at the guy.
Because they didn't.
Oh yeah. SLED totally covered his bases.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Right. Right. So he totally covered his bases on the video. Yep.
Yeah.
But Cory being, what got me about was Cory Fleming being so protective.
Well, a lawyer should be in any situation. Listen, if they pulled me in for questioning and I know I'm innocent, I still, if I have got my lawyer there, I'm asking him what I should answer and what I shouldn't. I'm like, what are they fishing for here? You know more than I do. What's going on here? I'm definitely going to take the advice of a lawyer. And especially something like that. Like, everybody is a suspect in a murder until they're not. Everybody is. And when it comes to family members, it's the family that you look at first. I mean, everybody who was there on the scene, he was there. So, of course, he's going to be semi-suspect. He's a person of interest is what they said the whole time. Right? You going back to work, Jen? Thanks for being here. What does that mean? It's all the memory the camera has. I did check resources, and I do know StreamYards is really cranking up on the resources, and that could be part of the problem. But that's why I've been keeping it slim when I'm doing presentations and all.
Yeah.
We're just doing live feed. We'll do all of that fancy stuff after. Hey, Charlie, are you on lunch?
Oh,
nice
goodness,
to see
Claire,
you.
you and I got to talk at some point.
Why?
Charlie. Yeah, he popped in a little while ago and then back. Okay, video so far has run on 8/11/21 from 9:50 a.m. to 11:10 a.m. Okay, thank you, Pete. So far. Okay. So he must have went back in the feed. I was afraid to do that. I don't want to touch my feed in case you need it. I don't want to touch anything.
Thank you. Thanks
It's one
for
of those
typing
days
it out.
you just don't want to screw with the tech.
I know. I don't want to touch anything either. And I'm like, I'm hesitating. And I'm like, wow, I can't believe people are actually still here. I'm so grateful because I could just I was afraid if I left, the stream was going to die. I would have to restart another stream. I'm trying to figure out how to do that at the same time, just try to figure out what the problem is. It was ridiculous. But like I said, you made it easy because you were here, and I'm so grateful because you could hold the fort down for them. They didn't miss any of the. My main focus was to make sure you all didn't miss any of the testimony, and that you didn't miss anything that was going on with your trial, and we kept that part of the stream going, so that the record is documented all the way through for each day. Yeah, we can do all the fancier stuff later.
Oh, Shield, that's a good point. SLED did say that they have to consider the people closest to the victims first. It should be obvious to lawyers. Sigh. I know, right?
Yeah, it should.
But that's what I'm saying, though. These guys are lawyers talking to SLED and acting like they're really worried about whether he's a suspect. That just makes them look more suspicious. Yeah, I know, Pete. Finally, I was good for something, damn it. Besides running my mouth and interrupting Claire. No, I think we have some kind of a lag right now, Claire, by the way.
I think we do too, because because you can't hear me when I'm talking. Like, I'll go to say something and then you're like, and I'm like, okay, I know he doesn't hear me because he would never do that. And I hope you know that I'm not trying to do that to you either. So they're probably going to
Yeah,
get
no, I
messages
didn't
that
think you
both
were.
of
I
us
just
are
thought
so
I'd
rude. Yes, and we just did it again.
yeah,
Yeah.
we're both so
Mhm.
fucking rude.
That's it. We're not
Yeah,
trying
we
to
are
be
just
rude to
horrible,
each other.
rude,
We're just
unkind
horribly
people.
rude to each other. Yeah, that's it. We're just doing it on purpose.
Yeah, and
No, we're
apparently,
not.
Claire, apparently, Claire, I'm picking wrong sides now. I'm a horrible person, so we'll talk about that later. I sent
Wait,
you a
why are
message
there
on
sides?
Discord.
Why are there sides? I don't understand. See, I hate this stuff, Beck. This is terrible. I have
Who we
done
were talking about?
nothing.
Who
Oh
we were
my
talking about last
God.
night?
Oh yeah, okay.
I
Never
know.
mind. Let's not talk about that. Oh
And
my God.
yeah, I screenshotted
Thank
it
you.
and sent it, and I'll send the rest just because she keeps answering me. And I said, last comment I'm making is this. I'm done. I basically said it can't always be the other person. You and I have been dealing with the last thing I said to her. I mean, I've known her for over 3 years now, and it's been going on the whole time. So, anyways,
I've never said any of this. I've never even addressed any of that. Like, that's ridiculous.
oh, you look. I know. No, your story is absolutely different than the other story, which makes me not believe the other person because I know the other person has issues that she's been dealing with for years. So, and this is not the first time. Like I said, I've had complaints before from other people throughout.
Oh,
Pick your
okay.
team, right or left.
I
Pick
do.
the red
I
pill
do
or the
want to
blue
talk to you.
pill. You can
Yeah.
vote, but even if you win, still everyone will lose.
Mhm.
Yeah, we'll talk about that after, maybe later.
Yeah.
So,
Oh
at some
God.
point.
Yeah. It's always
But yeah, I
something.
just basically just told her, have a nice life. Take care. I'm done.
I know. How will we be able to mock you
After
if
talking
we
to
leave,
you
Claire? I
guys
get
and
that.
finding out the other side of it.
Mm.
Good point, Turtle. Look at Halco's got like the VTS-01-01.VOB. VTS. Come on, being precise, Halco. Hey, Jer, we're just killing time. We're right at the end of lunch. They should be starting up here in a few minutes. And we were just discussing the video. Did you catch that, Jer? I mean, I'm not going to go all the way back over it. You'll have to watch it. But it's the third interview with Alex at the SLED building on August 11th that we are currently waiting for the rest of. We think there's about 5 or 10 minutes left of the video. And basically throughout this video, we're just seeing that everything we know so far, he has lied about in more than one video. So they're just on to the third video now of him lying again. And now his exaggerations are getting worse. He was at his mom's for 45 minutes to an hour. And he was never down at the kennels. And he doesn't remember looking at any trees with Paul at all. So he doesn't know where that came from. So Alex stole the camera.
Wow.
I never said a damn name. That's on you, sweetheart. I just said that Claire and I need to talk later on.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
I wish you would stop this.
I just said that we needed to talk and that.
Listen, we have other people in common besides you. And you can call, like, this is what you do. You're coming in here, and I'm sticking up for myself now. You are calling us liars. You are attacking us because of something that you feel. I have great empathy for everything that you're going through. But what I will no longer tolerate is you coming at me like it's my fault, everything that's happening, and it's not. I am not. I'm drawing the line there. I have boundaries about that, and that is all I've ever said. I've never accused you of anything. I have been welcoming. I have been sympathetic. I can't believe I'm on a live stream now defending myself because of things that you're saying and doing. Here, right here in the chat is what I'm talking about, not anywhere else. Right here. You come in here like that and make me defend myself against things that's not even happening. Please stop. I wish you well. I want
And by the
you
way,
to be fine, but this is not my fault. How you're feeling is you. I'm sorry that you don't have a wrench. You know exactly why you don't have a wrench. Recall everything you said to me. How could I give you one back? You coming in here, calling me a liar, saying the horrible things you've been saying about me, and expect to be a trusted member on my channel with a wrench. I'm sorry. I care for you. I want you well, but this will stop. If you come in here again accusing me of anything and selling shit, I will block you. And I can assure you, I have hardly no one blocked on my channel because I'm not like that. But I will no longer be blamed for this. I'm not doing it. Please stop. Please do what you need to take care of yourself.
And
stop
whatever I
making
said
me
was
the
not a
problem.
lie. I do not lie.
Becky and I have a lot of people in the Discord that we were talking
Okay,
about.
so
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to everyone that this is getting side railed. I'm sorry to make it personal.
it's okay, Claire. Take a deep breath. I know it upsets you. I know. You have a heart just like the rest of us. I get it. Just take a deep breath. You're okay.
I
And
don't
no,
like
I
to
was not
see-
lying about a damn thing. You can accuse me of being an asshole, dead. Care what you accuse me of. There's one thing I do not do in my life. I do not lie. And if you want to call me a liar, oh my God, I have tried so hard to help you. If
This
you're gonna
I
call
will
me a
admit to
liar,
being
then
guilty.
yeah, I'm absolutely
This
done.
I'll totally admit to being guilty of this, that no one will tell me what to do about wrenches or myself on my channel. And because I do not want to go with what somebody else wants, I'm sorry, I'm going to hold that ground. I have a boundary about it. There were things that were going on that were upsetting to many, many people, including yourself. And that is why. And you say that I'm judging you for it. And in a way, yes, I am. But on my end, as protection for me, and I have every right to do that. You need to understand that, and you need to stop. I'm sorry if it hurts you, but that's just the way it is. That's all I could say about it.
So I think we got a couple minutes here left.
I'm
so
sorry, Beck.
let's get back to the trial where we should be, and let Claire
Exactly.
take a deep breath. You're
My
okay. Take a deep breath,
apologies,
honey.
everyone.
I got it. It's okay. You like just like Pete said, you got to get it out. So everybody, what we're going back into on when the stream starts here in a minute, when they come back from lunch, we're going back to the video, which is the third interview that SLED has done with Alex. And basically we're catching a lot of lies. Everything that we know to be true so far that he lied about before, they're pretty much just re-showing the lies and how he was acting, body language and all that. He was doing a lot of crossing arms, crossing legs when being asked questions, rubbing his arm while he was thinking in a nervous motion. So I pretty much, because I know all of the lies, I'm pretty much watching his body language and how he reacts. There was a couple times like when the SLED agent asked about, said something that it was definitely the guns that were owned in the house that were used. He didn't say anything. He just stared at him. Yeah, so that's where we're at with the video. T King, did AM ever come right out and ask any detective what's going on with their case? Like any, yes, T King, he asked about that, how they were on the case at the beginning of this video. The SLED agent said, well, instead of just going over it, you're going to learn stuff as we go. So let me go over the questions I have. You don't have to answer them if you don't want to. We're just trying to figure out the timeline. Alex agreed to answer the questions. And so that's where we're at. He has so far lied about how long he was at his mom's house. He had an extra 15 minutes. He lied about what time he left the office in this video. He lied about being at the kennels, which of course in August, they didn't have that Snapchat video yet. So they do not know that that was a thing. Oh, and here we go. There's Judge Newman.
Let me try to pull this up now.
We're gonna
make sure.
Oh, there you go. You're
Let's
perfect.
make sure I'm getting sound. Is it big enough? Let's see. Can we hear everything? Do you hear the noise from the courtroom, everyone?
Yep, I hear it.
Okay.
Sounds good. Looks good over here.
All right, but I'm leaving yours running. I'm just not putting it up. You see that? Just in case it goes wanky. All
Yeah.
right. And I'm gonna mute.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
gonna
that's
mute
fine.
now.
I just, yeah, I have it over
And thank
here.
you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Bring the
Beth.
jury.
Wait a minute. He said,
Anytime, dear.
so now he's going to be mute for a second. Like, and we got to wait for the jury. I always do that. Like, I talk, he says, bring the jury, and then we know.
Yeah, I always forget to.
Charlie.
Found out Alex was into being a personal injury litigation lawyer. Oh, Liz, yeah, he did a lot of personal injury, especially with his buddies that called him over. Like, Tinsley does a lot of injury cases, and he would pull over Alex to help him on the big cases because
He
Alex
did,
has so much
product
experience and
product malformation, you know, things that are going about large manufacturers, defect things. He was really good at getting large settlements from big, huge companies. Yeah. I appreciate you, Charlie.
Good stuff, Charlie.
Thank you.
Is it big enough?
You may proceed.
I did say that. I'm a hashtag disaster.
Specific scope on it.
I don't know if it had, or we asked, when was the last time that gun had been seen? Do you know of?
I know that we looked for it around the Christmas holidays, or we went to get it around the Christmas holidays. I asked about it around the Christmas holidays.
Of 20, this past Christmas
Yes, sir.
holidays? Okay. And that was the replacement, what I guess we call it.
That's correct.
Okay.
I lost Beck.
Still trying to figure this out. Exclude the boat incident and those involved. I know that y'all are currently going through the civil portion. How far had that progressed? I mean, were y'all in the talks? Was it breaking down?
Can I say something real quick? I know nothing about the any of that stuff, and he's represented by lawyers in that case.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I personally believe he shouldn't be talking about that unless the lawyers he's represented by participate. I don't think it's. I mean, I'm sure that they're happy to do that, but I don't think that the person should like that without the lawyers knowing about it and what. Because I know nothing about it. I'm completely separated from it.
I don't mind. You know, I have insurance companies hire lawyers, and then some of my partners are helping with that also. But it's made some progress. It's still unresolved, but it's not in its initial stages by any means.
And what I'm getting at with this, it's in progress. I just want to make sure that it's not make sure that word there. Did one party say this and y'all countered or something like that where the other people are pissed off, and now we have somebody out there with more motive because now they're thinking, Paul's going to get away with this, and
I mean, I'm not aware of any of those discussions. The only thing that I am aware of is that I've learned that one of the daddies of one of the kids in the boat wreck went to lengths to, or maybe it was his son, I don't know, but I was told that there are people out there that were being told you can't be friends with Paul and the Murdaughs and with us. You got to choose.
And that was a dad going out telling,
I don't know.
or
I don't.
it was that dad or that kid going out saying this stuff.
I don't know that. I was told by a person who had been told that. It's Nate Tootin is the boy's name. So
Is that
find out from him.
Any kin to Nolan?
It's Nolan's younger brother. It's Nolan's younger brother. So I'm gonna answer this if y'all mind. Buster and I have a deal. Buster?
You probably don't get much service in here.
Buster.
You go outside, hit that green button on the right. Apparently, they explained my wrong about inability for the time. Apparently, there's a period here where we've agreed we'll fast forward, which will pick back up when he comes back in. And the defense has agreed with that, is my understanding.
If you don't have any more questions,
This is the Snapchat video that I'm talking about from Paul's phone. Okay. So it just kind of brings back here.
okay, I tell you what, yeah, we were laughing about that because he's laughing because I'd gone to great lengths to try to, a tree had gotten knocked over, and I'd gone to great lengths to try to get it to, be upright.
Okay.
And,
Was that night? Because the friends that we talked to said it was posted that night.
I'm not sure.
Somebody's phone on?
Sorry?
Somebody's phone on? No, it's somebody's phone. I hear like somebody talking in the background. Okay. Like it was a call that had dropped or something.
Just dry.
Yeah.
You need something?
Anybody from the boat or their family that you've heard or know of any issues with them recently or prior to this incident?
Like any confrontations?
Or them saying anything in the community about the lawsuit or the pending charges, anything that would kind of lead me.
I mean, David, I told you about the, you know, the, Kenya tree horn. A month or so, maybe 6 weeks before this happened, called me, you know, just all out of sorts, you know, and told me, I told you about
Yes,
this,
sir.
right?
We've interviewed her. Yes, sir.
So, I mean, she said she'd heard it from 2 different places that family from the boat wreck was, you know, it was over the top that I really didn't, you know, pay it a bunch of attention. You know, and I asked her about it. She said she didn't know who the people were, but she said that it was with a friend. It was at a friend's party. She knew who the friend was and would take y'all to the friend. So, you know, has she talked to you about that?
She's given us very little.
Do you feel like she's being evasive? Because let me tell you what I've tried not to do. I know y'all have to look at me. I've tried to have as little discussions with the people that y'all are interviewing, you know, with all this talk about how I fixed this and fixed that with the boat wreck, which is totally untrue. You know, I've tried to not have a lot of conversation with people that, you know, I know y'all need to talk to.
Well, the problem that I encounter, and I think everybody in law enforcement encounters in any investigation, people on the street talk and they run their mouth and they'll talk to friends and they'll talk to families and they'll talk to victims. But when the police show up, they keep their mouth shut.
So she's not talking to you.
She has given us some information.
Okay.
Some information.
So is there a problem with me going to her and, you know?
I'm not going to answer that.
So you're not telling me not to do it?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. Either way. I'll get somebody to talk to her. All right? To try to get her to cooperate with you.
Darn, allergies. Excuse me. All right. Do you have any more questions that I might be able to answer? And if you can't think of any now, reach out, call me.
Oh, well, no. I mean, you've answered a lot of things I had questions about, and I appreciate it.
And I'll call the Bransteaders and see if they want to meet. Maybe get Marion up there at the same time so I can just meet with them all together. Does Marion, I know they live in Wamala, does Marion work?
No, she doesn't work. And they're kind of between Wadmalaw and, I mean, they're residents of the state of Florida, but they're here as much as but they're in Greenville a lot right now.
Yeah, because of grandbaby.
The baby, that's right. Thank you, man.
Yeah. I just a few more questions.
Okay.
Did you kill Maggie?
No. Did I kill my wife?
Yes, sir.
No, David.
Do you know who did?
No, I do not know who did.
Did you kill Paul?
No, I did not kill Paul.
Do you know who did?
No, sir, I do not know who did. Do you think I killed Maggie?
I have to go where the evidence and the facts
I
take me.
understand that. And you think I killed Paul?
I have to go where the evidence and the facts take me, and I don't have anything that points to anybody else at this time.
So does that mean that I am a suspect?
You were still in, like I told Cory earlier, you were still in this. with everything that we've talked about, with the family guns, the ammunition, nobody else's DNA. I have to put my beliefs aside and go with the facts.
Talking with Mr. Griffin, there's one sentence after that, before we redacted, we both agreed that I could leave and ask you, after that last question, do you say, well, I understand, I mean, and shaking his head?
Yes.
So on August 11th, 2021, after this interview, during this interview, did you consider Alex Murdaugh a suspect in the death of his son and his wife?
He was the only known suspect at that time, yes.
And that day, was the case transferred from Solicitor Duffy Stone to Attorney General Alan Wilson with the South Carolina Attorney General's office?
Yes, it was.
I just want to go back right before we ended, and I'm not trying to get you to repeat this, but do you remember when you asked, or do you remember when he told you, I know y'all got to look at me, and I've tried to have as little discussions with people that y'all are interviewing, you know, with all this talk about that. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
How did you take that statement to mean, his answer when he said that?
That he was trying to stay out of the investigation and let us do our work.
Okay. In early in the investigation, he asked you about, well, that tree going back and forth. And was he clear on when that video was taken of him in that clothes on the tree? Was he clear?
He didn't recall.
At this point, had you already talked to Blanca Simpson? Or had she been talked to, reference?
She had been interviewed, yes.
Okay. And at some point after August 11, did Blanca System also provide some information in investigations about a conversation she had with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. And was that concerning a shirt?
Yes, several months later, she provided information that she and Alec had a conversation about,
go ahead.
About what he had been wearing that day when he left to go to work.
And just briefly going through the interview, you asked him about when Maggie was coming to Moselle and why. Did you have in this course of the investigation, did you have the emails from Blanca and or Maggie's phone to each other then?
No, I did not.
And early on in the interview, you asked him how long he'd stayed at his mama's house?
Yes, and he stayed approximately 45 minutes.
45 minutes, an hour?
Yes, sir. 45 minutes to an hour, yes.
And at that point in the investigation, had you talked to Michelle Shelley Smith about a conversation she had with Alex Murdaugh and the amount of time that he said he was there?
Yes, she had been interviewed by that time. Again, there were so many agents going out and doing interviews and reporting back to me. But she stated that it was somewhere around 20 minutes. I don't have her report. I don't remember exactly what was said, but I know in our first interview, he had stated that it was around, he had spent about 30 minutes with his mother.
And did your investigation reveal inconsistencies regarding what Mr. Murdaugh had told you?
Yes, I did.
And was that significant to you in your investigation?
It was, because it wasn't one inconsistency. It was several inconsistencies over a period of time that were repeated.
Now, you asked him about a list of guns several times in these interviews. Did you ever get a list of guns from Alex Murdaugh?
I have not.
Between June 7th, 2021 and August 11th, 2021, this interview, how many times did he call you asking about the investigation?
We spoke approximately 5 or 6 times.
What were the inconsistencies that you stood out in your mind?
The times, for one, from the first interview with where he went to his mother's, refer back to my notes.
Time at his mother's, is it fair just to say that?
So when the first interview in June, he stated that it was at his mother's for approximately, I'm sorry. First off, he stated for a little while. And then the second interview on June the 10th, it changed to, sorry, give me just a second. About 25 or 30 minutes. And then the third interview, it was 45 minutes to an hour. And then some other inconsistencies is how much time he spent with Paul riding around. The first time it was 45 minutes to an hour. The next time he talked about riding on the farm anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours. And then the inconsistencies, I had the information from Rogan Gibson that he heard Alec. He believed he heard Alec in the background. And on the 3 interviews, Alec never indicated that he was at the kennels, that he was at the house, either taking a nap, playing on his phone, or watching TV. And this was after dinner.
Bless you. Was he ever inconsistent about whether or not he went down to the kennel after supper that last?
Yes.
Did he ever say he did go down there after dinner?
He never told me he went down there after dinner.
Never told you that.
He told me he took a nap and then he was at the house after dinner. He knew Maggie went to the kennels. At first, he wasn't sure where Paul went, but then he realized that Paul must have gone to the kennels because that's where he found him. But then he stayed at the house, took a nap.
Now, there's been some discussion, and I think your testimony was he brought it up on the 911 case about the boat case.
Yes, sir.
And that happened in what year?
February of 2019.
And was that case null prosequi, dismissed by the Attorney General's office in the after Paul's death? Can you prosecute a dead man?
No, sir, you cannot. And it's my understanding that the Attorney General's office null pros Paul's case in August of 2021.
So that case criminally, like we're in a criminal courtroom, was over.
Yes, sir.
At some point in 2021, in the fall, did a financial investigation begin involving Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that overlapped with this investigation?
It did.
Would it be fair to say those investigations fed off each other?
They did. From the information that I was learning from that investigation into the finances, it gave me additional people to consider, to look at, and consider even to look at Mr. Murdaugh as, a reason why or why not.
Were there individuals in the financial investigation that you also interviewed in reference to this investigation?
I did.
Did some of that information you learned from interviews or grand jury testimony?
Yes, I did.
Did you then follow up on some of that information?
Yes, I did.
And from August, September of 21 to the summer of 22, were you, as a member of the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, working exclusively or primarily on this case?
That's correct.
And were search warrants still out there you were waiting on?
Yes, sir. There's a multitude of search warrants.
And let's talk just a moment, and I'm about the phones if we could.
Okay.
You, law enforcement, got Maggie Murdaugh's phone when? I mean, when did you actually take physical custody of it?
Maggie Murdaugh's phone was recovered on June 8th, 2021 on the side of Moselle Road.
And what, were you able to do you, law enforcement, you know what I'm talking about, able to get how much information did you get from Maggie's phone in this investigation?
The family gave us, I believe it actually came from Alec or either Buster, but we got access to her phone via her password. So we were able to do a full extraction from her phone.
Full extraction?
Yes, sir.
And some of that is included in the timeline that's already been entered. It's going to be entered by Mr. Waters in a little bit, right?
Yes, sir.
Full extraction.
Full extraction.
Now, how about Alex's phone? Was it initially taken on June 7th or June 8th?
It was not taken on June 7th or June 8th. We got an extraction on June 10th when we met for our second interview. But that, again, that was just a logical extraction, not a full extraction.
Which was, I don't really understand, but that's the surface, right?
That's just a surface.
Off the top. All right. Did you ever get that phone back?
In September, yes, sir.
September. And at that point, was further information attempted to be gathered from Alex Murdaugh's phone?
Yes, sir.
And how successful was that?
Being the time difference between June and September, a lot of the earlier on information had been overwritten. It's just the way the computers work. You have to clear out memory to make room for new memory. So some information had been not erased, but cached out. So we were able to gain some information from the logical in June and compare it to the full extraction that we got in September.
And were you able to determine what had been erased also?
There were some phone calls that had been erased, yes.
Now let's talk about Paul's phone. And to go back in the interview just very briefly on Paul's phone, I'm sorry, Judge, 1 second, I apologize. You would ask him when he turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And what's his answer just a little while ago? I don't know. I mean, when I went up to him, the phone came out, but I don't remember having any intentions of doing anything with the phone.
Well, the first interview, he stated that the phone popped out and that he picked it up and thought about doing something with it. thought better of it and put it back down.
In this interview, he said it came out, right?
Yes.
Now, Paul's phone, did y'all attempt to do, so you had it from June 7th until today?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to do a full extraction on Paul's phone?
We were able to finally do a full extraction in March of 2022.
Okay, March of 2022.
Yes, sir.
What, if any, information came as a result of that extraction after March of 2022?
The kennel video.
That we've all seen.
That we've all seen, yes. The kennel video where Paul is videotaping the chocolate lab, and you can hear Maggie and Paul and Alec in there.
And
that video is time-stamped at 8:44.
Say it again?
8:44 p.m.
And until that day, what day was it? Do you know? Well, if you don't, that's fine. But it came out.
I believe I got the information on April 8th of 2022.
Until that day, and it was extracted. To your knowledge, did anybody else in the world know that was on there except Paul?
Nobody, to my knowledge.
And up until this past, well, was information in this investigation gathered up through last weekend?
Yes, it is.
What was that?
The General Motors information from Alex's 2021 Suburban.
So SLED from June 7th in combinations with the locals, the feds have been investigating this case nonstop.
That is correct.
Where is it? What is it? I believe there's a housekeeping matter that Paul's shoes moving into evidence 103. I don't believe there's an objection to that. Did they talk about that? Objection. Thank you, gentlemen. 36 without objection.
Submitted. Any further questions?
Yes, sir. I don't believe I asked you this, but for the couple of questions. Were there any other credible leads that you've investigated that led you to anybody else beside Alex Murdaugh?
Not credible, no, sir.
Did you follow up with every lead that came in on this case, social media or otherwise?
Yes, we did.
All the SLED did?
Yes, sir. And
Locals?
Charles, Colleton County as well, yes.
Law enforcement really worked together on this case, didn't it?
Yes, we did.
And is the individual that you took this statement from on August 11th of 2021 in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Sit between Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin?
Yes, sir, in a blue blazer and a white shirt.
We'd have to record so reflect. That's all we have this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Get my stuff organized here. We've heard you explain, and I think Agent Croft explain about sort of the investigative circle.
Yes, sir.
And I think you talked to Alec about that on the video, that he is in the circle.
Yes, sir.
And he was in the circle from the moment he called 911, correct?
I would say yes.
And no one had to give you any lead to put him in the circle, right?
No, sir. He called 911. He's the one who discovered. He's the one who discovered him. He's closest in relation to him.
So when you're asked about, were you given any other credible leads except the one that led to Alex Murdaugh? I mean, he was there from the moment he called 911.
Yes, sir.
And what has happened over the last year and a half, 2 years is, as you explained, you've been unable to get him out of the circle. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
So if someone's in the circle and can't get themselves out, they end up sitting over there where he is today. That's what happens. Isn't that right?
As long as there's credible evidence to keep them in that circle, yes.
Well, we're going to get to that. Here, SLED failed to take immediate steps. I mean, maybe it's not all SLED, but SLED and the Colleton County Sheriff's Department failed to take immediate steps to preserve evidence that could possibly exclude Alex Murdaugh from that circle. Do you agree with that?
I don't think it was a failure, no, sir.
Well, let's get this right. Your investigation, as I understand it, leads you to conclude that Paul and Maggie were murdered sometime between 8:50 p.m. on June the 7th and 9:06 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And whoever murdered Maggie and Paul would, at a minimum, have in their possession an AR-15 style assault rifle and a 12-gauge shotgun, correct?
Not unless they got rid of it.
Well, the moment they were murdered,
yes,
someone had to have, one person or two people had to have murder weapons, right?
Yes.
Paul was murdered with a 12-gauge, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree then that the murderer had a 12-gauge shotgun.
Yes.
You would agree that the murderer had some AR-15 style assault weapon that killed Maggie, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree at the time they were murdered, they would have those weapons.
Yes.
And would you agree that whoever murdered Maggie and Paul would likely have blood and biological material on them following the shotgun blast that essentially blew Paul's brains out of his head?
They would have some, yes.
And on the night of June the 7th, you said it was after midnight, so we'd go early morning hours, but 1 a.m. on June the 8th, you interviewed Alec, and he told you that he had left Moselle sometime between 9 and 9:10 to check on his mother. Is that right?
That is correct.
So if Alex was the perpetrator, as alleged, he would have had to brutally murder his wife and son sometime after 8:50 p.m. and 9:06, dispose of the murder weapons either somewhere on the Moselle property, within the Moselle residence, along the drive to Alameda, or at his mother's residence or property at Alameda. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, immediately when law enforcement arrived, they secured the immediate murder scene.
That is my understanding, yes.
Down at the kennels. And they eventually thoroughly searched the Moselle residence. There was search of the Moselle residence the next day, correct?
That is correct.
Do you know what time that was? Early afternoon, late morning?
That's approximate time, yes.
And no murder weapons were found in the residence, is that correct?
That is correct.
And no murder weapons were found on the property at Moselle, is that correct?
That is correct.
And was a search of the route between Moselle and Alameda ever done?
It wasn't walked from Moselle to Alameda, but it was driven several times.
And you didn't find any weapons there, correct?
No, sir.
And was a search of the waterways along the route done between Moselle and Alameda?
Most waterways, yes.
Excuse me?
Most waterways, I don't know if every single one was searched, but there were several waterways searched.
Now, we know from the General Motors OnStar data that was delivered during the middle of this trial that Alec did not stop from the moment he left Moselle to drive to Alameda. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've reviewed that?
Yes.
There's no detours along the way, correct?
No, sir.
And you never searched the Alameda property for any signs of murder evidence, guns, bloody clothes, or anything until well after sometime in mid to late September. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You could have searched Alameda that night, correct?
If I had probable cause to, yes, sir.
Well, was anybody denying consent to search? When I say anybody, Alex Murdaugh gave you carte blanche consent to search anywhere in those properties, did he
Yes,
not?
yes, he did.
And John Marvin was assisting SLED and facilitating wherever you wanted to look. Wasn't he doing that?
He was, but the night of June 7th, even though Alec was in the circle, basically by default because of his close relationship with the victims and finding them, I did not consider him the main suspect or the only suspect because I had no probable cause and no evidence to support that he killed his wife and son.
Well, if a thorough, tight, quick, prompt investigation had been taken of the Moselle property, the route to Alameda, and the Alameda property, that could have possibly excluded Alec from this circle, couldn't it? If you found no evidence of guns, bloody clothes, or anything, right?
If you know what you're looking for and where to look, and have some type of information that would lead you to that area, yes.
And that opportunity was missed. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't say it was missed because it wasn't known about, other than several hours later when we get to the bodies and there are no weapons found. It wasn't until the casings and the shot shells were recovered that I actually knew what the calibers were.
No, I get, okay. It's pretty clear the night of the murders, Colleton County Sheriff's deputies on the scene recognized the shell casings as being 300 blackouts, correct?
That is what they told me, but I want to verify for myself.
Right. And by 6, 7, 8 o'clock the next morning on June the 8th, Rogan Gibson had been interviewed where he said, I thought I heard Alex Murdaugh's voice in the background, right?
Yes, sir.
And Alec had told you that he left Moselle and gone to Alameda, right?
Yes.
And so as of the late morning of June the 8th, well, let me back up. That first interview with Alec, you state that he did not inform you that he was down at the kennels after dinner, right?
That is correct.
And you get information from Rogan Gibson that contradicted that.
Yes.
And Alex Murdaugh is in the middle of the circle on the morning of June the 8th.
Well, I still needed to build a timeline because speaking with Alec, he was giving me some times and I needed to build that timeline, and not having that coupled with Rogan's statement that he was He was 100% sure he was on the phone with Paul. He was 100% sure that he heard Maggie. He was only 99% sure, even though it's a great percentage. He said he was 99% sure it was Alec. I needed to gather some more information before I just go back and confront Alec on that.
Sure. Well, tell me what the thought process was behind searching the Moselle residence. What were you looking for?
Any types of ammunition. It was 300 blackout. We had the 12 gauge shot shells. We know that it's hunting's going on. Hunting goes on out there of all types. In the shed, there was some additional ammunition that was in a bucket. Needed to see what type of ammunition or firearms were in the house to try to get documentation of what was missing, what was there.
And why was Agent McAllister looking in the tubs and in the drains for guns?
Why was she?
Yeah.
You'll have to ask her. I wasn't there.
I mean, it's obvious that you were searching to see if there any evidence of blood in the house. I mean, you'd want to do that, right?
Yes.
Because Alex in the circle and he had been to the house.
Yes, sir.
Alex in the circle and he'd been to Alameda, right?
Yes, sir.
And no one went to Alameda to look for guns or blood or bloody clothes, did they?
Not that day, no, sir.
Would you agree that was an opportunity missed?
For Alameda, yes.
Now, we talked about the murder weapons. You would expect that the murder weapons would also have on them, at least the shotgun, the 12 gauge that killed Paul, would have some biological material, blood on the shotgun. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
And the assault weapon and the shotgun would have GSR on it, would it not?
Yes.
And if someone were transporting shotgun with blood on it and a rifle with GSR on it, and you got their vehicle, you would look for signs of that in their vehicle, would you not?
Yes.
And that was done here, was it not?
It was done on the Suburban and the Mercedes, yes.
Excuse me?
It was done on the Suburban and the Mercedes, yes.
Yeah, and so there's nothing in the Suburban, there's no blood in the back where people would possibly carry guns. And when I say the back, I'm talking the back.
Cargo area, yes.
Yeah. There's no evidence of blood back there, right?
No, sir.
No evidence of GSR back there, was there?
No, sir.
There's no evidence of blood or GSR in the second or third seats, correct?
No, sir.
And the only GSR found in the Suburban was one speck on a seat belt buckle, right?
That is correct.
And there was one drip of blood confirmed on the steering wheel that comes back with Maggie's DNA. Is that right?
Yes.
And we know from the General Motors stuff we just got during the trial that Suburban never went down to the kennels until after Alec came back from Alameda. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So can we rule out that Alec put any guns from the murder in the back of the Suburban?
Unless it was wrapped in something.
Okay. And have you found anything it was wrapped in?
We have a blue raincoat that has numerous particles of GSR in it.
Let's talk about that blue raincoat for a second.
Certainly.
You developed information about a blue tarp from interviewing or SLED agents interviewing Shelley Smith. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you're doing a search sometime in September at Alameda for this blue tarp, you find a blue rain jacket rolled up in a closet, right?
I believe it was balled up. Yes, sir.
You say balled up, and you were there during the search, right?
Yes, sir.
And you also found a tarp somewhere else on the property, right? Excuse me, in the attic or somewhere.
Yes, sir. It was on the second floor, folded up in a tote in a closet with other things on top of the tote.
And so this blue rain jacket You showed it to Shelley Smith, didn't you? Say, is this what you were talking about?
I showed her a picture.
You showed a picture to Shelley Smith?
I showed a picture to Shelley Smith to ask her if it was the similar color.
And when did you show Shelley Smith that picture?
I believe it was last month.
Last month. So was it during trial?
No, sir.
Is it preparing for trial?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. But you'd not shown her that before Alex Murdaugh had been indicted for murder, right?
No, sir.
But you had shown that blue rain jacket to a number of people to see if they recognized it.
I showed it to family members to see if they recognized it as being Alec, Maggie, Paul's, Buster's, or anybody else in the family.
And not a single family member recognized that blue rain jacket.
No, they did not.
And Shelley Smith described the tarp as she saw it laying out on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair, and it was a tarp, right?
She told me that it was a blue vinyl type looking tarp type material. And that Alec came in and it was folded up or balled up in his arms. And then after he left, she noticed it laying on the chair.
And so you showed her a picture of this balled up rain jacket and said, is it this color? Is that what you did?
I asked her, I knew she wasn't going to be able to identify the raincoat because the picture I showed her was it from our lab where it's opened up and spread out. And she's telling me that it was balled up. So I know she's not going to be able to identify the raincoat, but she can at least identify or attempt to identify the color.
I mean, you read reports of her interview and probably saw her entire interview by video, did you not?
Yes.
And you understand that she said she saw that thing 2 times, right?
I don't recall that. So.
You don't recall her?
Well, the 2 times with Alec coming in with it and then seeing it on the chair.
Yeah. And it wasn't balled up when she saw it on the chair. That's not the report you received, right?
No, but it also wasn't spread out, opened up like it was in the picture that I showed her.
She didn't tell you it was spread out, opened up on the retirement chair?
She told me it was laid across the chair. Is the information that I received.
Wasn't balled up though, right?
No, sir.
Yeah, you didn't show her a picture of the rain jacket, right?
I did show her a picture of the rain jacket.
As balled up?
No, sir.
You showed her a picture of the rain jacket that was open?
I believe I showed, I'm not sure. I know I showed her the picture of it opened up to see if she recognized the color.
Okay. I think the jury will remember what she testified about, but.
Sustained.
And you know that rain jacket did not have any blood. I mean, it tested for blood. There's no blood on it, right?
I'm aware of that, yes, sir.
Okay. And if someone had wrapped up shotgun killing Paul in that rain jacket, you expect to find blood, would you not?
At least DNA, yes.
Well, there's no
You
DNA
would
either,
think,
right?
Yes.
So there's no DNA and no blood in that rain jacket, right?
There's no DNA, and yes.
And you know it was tested with LCV and there was no presumptive sign of blood there, right?
Correct.
So are you willing to agree that it doesn't look like that rain jacket was used to carry any murder weapons on the night of June the 7th?
They had weapons in them. I would believe that they had weapons in them at some time because there was GSR in them.
Yeah. And we don't know if that was 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 1 year ago, do we?
Correct.
We do know from folks working on the investigation that you're leading, is there's no blood or no DNA in that rain jacket.
Correct.
And you know from your experience that there would be blood on the shotgun, and if you're wrapping it up in that jacket, you're going to have blood on the jacket, right?
Well, you would believe that there would be blood or DNA on the barrel of the shotgun, but until you actually have it to test it, I can't sit here and say, yes, it would be there.
Okay. And we know it wasn't cleaned off because if it had been washed off, the GSR would have been washed off, correct?
If they wipe the exterior of the barrel for blood or DNA, but it still doesn't wipe off the particles that are in the barrel that could fall down and out.
All right. And let's talk about washdown. Did you notice any wet spots in the back of the Suburban?
No, sir.
You notice any wet spots in the back seat of the Suburban?
No, sir.
Did it look like the Suburban, anything wet had been placed in the Suburban?
No, sir.
And if Alex Murdaugh had cleaned up after committing these horrendous murders, wouldn't you expect to find some trace evidence of blood somewhere in the house, if that's where it occurred?
If he cleaned up in the house, yes.
And did you find any trace evidence of blood in the house indicated Alec had cleaned up?
If he cleaned up in the house, no.
So the answer is no, you didn't find any trace evidence of blood in the house. Is that correct?
No, sir.
That's not correct?
There was no trace evidence of blood found in the house, no.
Thank you. Did you find any blood on the carpet, floors, or anywhere throughout the house?
No, sir.
Now let's talk about Alec's clothes. On July 7th, 2021, you obtained the Snapchat video of Alex in khakis and this short sleeve dress shirt taken by Paul sometime on June the 7th. Is that correct?
I did not receive it on June the 7th, but I did receive it, yes.
Do you have notes when you received it?
There was a Snapchat, well, it was an extraction from his phone, from Paul's phone, and then we did a search warrant to Snapchat to get that video.
And you got the video in early July 2021?
I believe that's when we got it back.
And Adjourned, it may not be in your narrative, your case management notes, but
I don't see it indicated in my notes, but I know I did not get that Snapchat video the night of June the 7th or the early morning hours of June the 8th.
no, I said July. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can
We
you recall?
got it a couple weeks after. Yes.
Yeah. So by early July, you had the Snapchat video.
Yes.
And it's in the evidence as Exhibit 306. Will you please just pull it up, Doug, and let's freeze it. Stop it right there. Now, is this the same video that you showed Alec during the August 11th, 2021 interview that the jury and all of us just watched?
It appears to be the same one. Yes.
I mean, and you're pointing out to Alec in that interview, you know, here's a picture of you in these clothes, and when did you change? That was your question, right?
Yes, sir.
And his answer was, I don't really remember when I changed. Is that right?
That is correct.
And looks like he's wearing khaki pants, right?
Yes.
And it looks like a dress shirt. I think that's what you called it in the interview. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you agree it looks like a blue dress shirt?
It's a light blue. Yes.
Okay. And you agree that on August the 11th, at the conclusion of the interview, you essentially confronted him. Did you kill Maggie? Did you kill Paul? And he asked, am I a suspect? That happened on August 11th. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
And you said, I got to go where the evidence leads me. Is
Yes.
that right? And you testified here today that on that date, Alex Murdaugh was the one and only suspect.
He was the only known suspect at that time, yes.
And I think you testified that, that you had interviewed Blanca, or you got some information from Blanca, but where Blanca had talked about a conversation she had with Alec after this interview on August 11th.
It was sometime later, yes.
And Alec was asking during this conversation with Blanca, what do you remember I'm wearing?
Nature of the objection.
State v. Sweet, self-serving hearsay it calls for. He's asking him what the defendant said.
Objection sustained.
Did you learn in the course of your investigation that after you confronted Alec as being suspect and showing him this video that he questioned Blanca about what he was wearing that day? Is that fair?
Yes.
Up until August 11th, Alec had given you carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime on any property he had. Is that right?
That is correct.
And on August 11th, he was encouraging you to try to get information from General Motors, and he would do whatever he could to facilitate that exchange, right?
Yes.
And up until August 11th, I mean, you'd reached out to Alec, me, John Marvin, whenever you need to go on property to do anything, and you always got consent, correct?
That is correct.
And anything you asked, for the most part, it was provided.
Yes.
At no time prior to August the 11th, 2021, did you ask Alex Murdaugh, where's that blue shirt? Where are those khaki pants? Where are those shoes? Did you?
No, sir, I did not.
And you have never asked him for that blue shirt, those tan shoes, and those khaki pants, have you?
No, sir.
And the reason you didn't, because you weren't concerned about those clothes. Your investigation has been focused since early June on the t-shirt he was wearing, the shorts he was wearing, and the shoes he was wearing at the time he called 911, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were actively investigating whether or not the t-shirt had evidence of high velocity blood spatter, which you would expect to find on someone who was shooting Paul.
Back spatter, yes.
Back spatter. And your agency, in fact, engaged an expert out of state to give his assessment on whether there was high velocity back spatter on the t-shirt, shorts, or any part of the clothing, right?
Yes, we asked an individual to examine it to look for back spatter.
And that was after it had been sprayed with, the shirt had been sprayed with LCV to see if there was any indication of blood on the shirt.
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that you opened up in these exhibit boxes. I mean, you opened up, pulled out Alex's shoes, you pulled out Alex's shorts. Mr. Meadors paraded shorts around the courtroom. But you didn't pull out the shirt, is that correct?
No, sir.
Because the shirt is turned purple completely, has it not?
Yes.
Okay, and that was from treating it with this LCV.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is my understanding.
Right. Now, when you presented this case to the Colleton County Grand Jury to obtain a true bill indictment, you testified under oath that an expert had found multiple.
Is he talking about grand jury presentation? Colleton County, you can't, it's not a record of a county grand jury.
I didn't hear the complete question. It sounds objectionable, but let me hear the question.
Well, let me lay a foundation. Excuse me, Agent Owen, before you testified before the Colleton County Grand Jury, you prepared an outline of your presentation, did you not?
I did.
And in that outline, you identified essentially a narrative of what you were going to tell the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
You follow a narrative. And in that narrative, didn't you state that an expert found multiple particles of blood spatter on the shoulders and front of Alex's shirt? Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that what you told the Colleton County Grand Jury?
Yes.
However, what SLED and this expert out in Oklahoma overlooked is Agent Zapata's confirmatory blood testing, about which she testified earlier in this trial, that out of 74 cuttings from Alex's t-shirt, 0 tested positive for human blood. You completely overlooked the fact that when you did a human tracing test to confirm whether it's blood, it came up negative. And wasn't that overlooked?
I had never seen that report.
Well, when did you see the report?
November of 2022.
After Alec had been indicted and months from trial. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, a couple of things. You talk about on the tape that we just saw when you interviewed Alec. You told him that there's no unknown DNA taken from the crime scene. Do you remember that on the tape?
At that time, yes.
Making that representation?
Yes.
That was August the 11th?
Yes, sir.
2021. On August 11th, 2021, did you know that there was unknown DNA of a male obtained from Maggie's fingernail clipping?
I believe what it was explained to me is there was one allele under the fingernail, which is not enough for confirmatory test on the DNA.
Okay. What did you hear in court? There are 3 alleles?
I heard that it was one.
And another thing, what was tested for DNA? Do you remember?
I do not have that report in front of me, so I'm not going to attempt to speak on that right now.
Yes. Well,
there was a multitude of items. I know that.
Well, let's start with Alex's shirt was tested for DNA, was it not?
Yes.
Maggie's clothes were not tested for DNA, were they?
No, they were not.
Paul's clothes were not tested for DNA, were they?
No, they were not.
Now, in your communication with Mr. Bevel out in Oklahoma, at one point in time, he asked you to look into whether there was a blood mark in Paul's pocket and whether there was a matching blood mark on the outside of Paul's pocket. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Was any DNA testing done of that area?
No, sir.
But Alex's shirt was DNA tested front and back, right?
Correct.
But Alex wasn't the victim of any crime on the night of June the 7th, was he?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So why are you testing Alex Murdaugh's clothes for DNA? What are you expecting to find?
Evidence to include or exclude him.
Okay, so he had told you that he had gone up to the bodies of Paul and Maggie, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what DNA result would have excluded him?
Well, sorry, the lack of any other DNA would have excluded him.
All right. So you didn't find any other DNA except, I guess, Nolan Tootin when he hugged him that night, right?
Correct.
So did that exclude him?
Well, the shirt wasn't our only piece of evidence.
Well, the shorts. Did you find any?
The shorts weren't our only piece of evidence.
I'm trying to focus on DNA.
Okay.
I mean, so the DNA didn't really add much whatsoever. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, it certainly support conclusion that he could not have been wearing those clothes at the time Paul was murdered, right?
That's a distinct possibility, yes.
Well, I mean, we already talked about, and the jury's already seen how gruesome Paul's injuries were. They've seen the blood in the feed room, and they've seen everything that is unimaginable. There was no DNA found on Alex's shirt from Paul, was there? Except for the little piece down
there
the
was
hem.
some DNA of Paul on that shirt, yes.
There was just a little piece at the hem, is that right?
I believe there was one other spot, but yes.
In your outline to the Colleton County Grand Jury, it indicates on page 18 that you found DNA in the areas of spatter that were identified belonging to Alex, Maggie, and Paul. Do you remember that?
Yes. And that was from the report that I had in my possession.
And was that accurate?
Now that I have that hemotrace report, the hemotrace indicates the parts that she tested, no human blood was found.
So you didn't know at the time, but you know now that what you told the Colleton County Grand Jury was not correct. Is that fair?
In reference to the shirt, correct.
Talk about a few other things right quick. On the night of early morning hours of June the 8th, you obtained Alex's clothes, his shirt, shorts, shoes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned in your testimony that you wanted to get them there and then, but Buster was coming to the house, and so you graciously allowed Alex to go greet his son, and then you went up and got his clothes, correct?
Yes.
And when you got his shirt, did you, well, let me back up. You were standing in the doorway as he was changing?
Yes.
So you could see him changing?
When he took his shorts off, I gave him some privacy.
Okay. And then he came out and dropped the shorts in a bag?
Yes. I can't remember if he dropped them in there or if he handed them to me and then I put them in there.
And if he handed them you would have had latex gloves on for sure, right?
Yes.
And did you put the shorts in one bag?
Yes.
And then drop the t-shirt in another bag?
Yes.
Okay. And the shoes, I guess, in a third bag?
Yes, sir.
And did that happen sort of in the hallway?
That happened right there while I was standing in the doorway, yes.
Okay. And at the time, Alec was wearing, I guess, sort of like gym shorts or something he'd put on?
He put on clothes after he had changed, yes.
Do you remember what kind of clothes he put on? Like,
Not exactly, no, sir.
were they
no.
shorts?
I don't recall what he put on afterwards.
Was it a t-shirt?
I do not recall what he put on afterwards.
Can you say for sure it wasn't a pair of khaki pants? Can you say for sure it was not a pair of khaki pants?
I do not know what he put on afterwards.
Okay. Now, we've heard about a pair of khaki pants laying on the floor in the bathroom. Did SLED Agent McAllister, anyone ever sees a pair of khaki pants from the house?
Not to my knowledge.
One of the things that you testified to, and I just want to see if we can clear it up. I don't, you stated in your testimony that Alec indicated he attempted to contact Nolan Tootin that night. Are you sure it was Nolan and it wasn't Rogan?
He contacted Nolan Tootin that night and attempted to contact Rogan Gibson that night.
Okay. And you also mentioned that as you're driving from Charleston, it's intermittently raining, sometimes hard, sometimes not so hard.
Yes, sir.
And then when you got to Moselle, it looked like it had been raining. Sometimes it rained hard, sometimes not so hard.
Yes, sir.
And wasn't it true that rain was dripping off the rooftop of the kennels and above the feed room onto Paul's body?
That's a fair assessment.
And on his body, and then it was washing down the concrete pad. I mean, that's a fair assessment also, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And if the jury has seen in this trial photos of puddles of water that may look like blood, it's very easily explainable that it came from the rain dropping on Paul's body, right?
Yes.
I think you covered it. Alex Murdaugh called you multiple times, June and July and early August, asking for an update. Did he not?
We communicated. Sometimes it was via text and sometimes it was via phone call.
You're right. And not only did he want an update for himself, but he also kept wanting you to update Maggie's parents as well.
And I met with Maggie's parents. Yes.
Sure. But Alex was requesting that of you, was he not?
Well, he was requesting that of me, yes, but I also intended to meet with Maggie's parents regardless if he requested it or not.
Okay. And you're also aware that Alec and Buster and his family put up a reward for tips.
I knew a reward was offered. It was under my impression that it came from the law firm, but I know that a reward was offered of $100,000 with an expiration date.
And in the interview of August 11th, one of the questions that Alec had of you was essentially whether Maggie and or Paul suffered.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you told them that if they did, it wasn't for very long, a matter of seconds. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we'll talk about the shot shells. The shot shells that were found in the feed room where Paul was murdered. There was a buckshot and I think it was Winchester dry lock waterfowl.
Yes, sir.
That's not turkey load, right?
I was told it was turkey load at first. I'm not a hunter. I'm not 100% sure. I know it was small pellets and big pellets.
Right.
I know the difference between small pellets and buckshot.
And that after, okay. So you were operating lead investigator under the impression that it was buckshot and turkey load, right?
Yes. Someone told me that night that it was turkey load.
And turns out it wasn't turkey load. You agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. And I think Agent Croft got involved because of his knowledge of firearms and shot shells and the works, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned that in the interview, you told Alec that that there were multiple guns found on the property that were loaded with buckshot and turkey load. Do you remember that?
I believe I used buckshot, birdshot.
Okay. Well, I mean, Agent Croft had testified, but can you identify any weapons that were loaded with buckshot and birdshot that were found in the house?
Repeat the question.
Can you identify any weapons found in the house at Moselle that was loaded with buckshot and birdshot?
No, sir.
Now, when you told Alec that there were multiple weapons loaded with that same load, buckshot and birdshot, I mean, was that an investigative tool, or were you just under the misimpression that that was the case?
Investigative tool.
So you lied to him?
I'm allowed to use trickery to elicit a response.
I understand. And so you're trying to trick him. Agreed?
I'm allowed to use trickery to elicit a response. Yes.
Okay. And you're allowed to do it, and you did it.
Yes.
But you also testified in front of the state grand, said basically the same thing. 4 shotguns on the property, and there was buckshot and turkey load.
Yes.
Now, were you mistaken then, or were you trying to trick the state grand jury?
No, I was not trying to trick the state grand jury.
You were mistaken.
No.
What did you not?
The shotguns that we recovered from the house had 2 different loads in them. They weren't Winchester or Federal. They had different loads in them. So when I tell the state grand jury that there's different loads in the shotguns, there were different loads in the shotgun.
So you're saying you weren't telling them that it was buckshot and turkey load, but you were telling them it was just different brand names of something.
I may have used buckshot and turkey load or birdshot, but they were 2 different loads.
Well, I think we established that you did not find, SLED did not find any weapons at the house with buckshot and turkey load loaded in, right?
That is correct.
I'm gonna show you page 48, line 7 through 14 of your statewide grand jury testimony. Hey, gentlemen, do you recognize that to be a copy of your state grand jury testimony?
Yes, I do.
And what date was that given?
Tuesday, November 16th, 2021.
All right, and if you'll go to the page I had open, and I tell you, I'm going to read the question. If you'll read the response, it says at line 7. All right, and were all of them, to your recollection, loaded that like that? And your answer was?
They were located loaded in a similar fashion. Yes.
Question, in a similar fashion?
Yes, sir.
Question, with 1 turkey load and 1 buckshot load?
Response, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And that was not accurate, correct?
Correct.
I mean, people do make mistakes, do they not?
Yes, they do make mistakes.
And people make mistakes about time frequently. Is that right?
I would believe that would be the most mistake made is time.
Okay. And here, you were asked to identify inconsistencies with Alex's statements to you, and the one that you pointed out was times. Do you recall that?
Well, the inconsistencies is they kept changing.
Well, that's right. I mean, you said that he said on June 8th he was at his mother's for, quote, a little while. And then you said he changed it on June 10th to 25 to 30 minutes. Do you remember testifying to that?
I do.
And then you said on August the 11th, he said he was there 45 minutes to an hour.
Yes.
Okay. And you found that those were inconsistent.
Well, there was a difference between 20 to 30 minutes and 45 minutes to an hour.
Well, let's work on that. He left well, let me tell you, he told you that he left the Moselle property between 9 and 9:10, did he not?
He showed me his text messages and it was narrowed down to 9:06. Yes.
All right. So he clearly told
9:04, 9:06.
So on the night of June 7th, early morning hours of June 8th, he told you, looking at the text message, I left here at 9:06. Is that right?
Correct.
And he got back when he called 911 about 10:06, right?
Correct.
And so he was gone to his mother's almost an hour, was he not?
He was away from Moselle for an hour, but my question to him was, how long were you at your mother, or how long were you at Amita?
And in your investigation, as we established in my cross-examination of you moments ago, I don't know how long I've been standing here, a few minutes ago, it's your investigative belief that Maggie and Paul were murdered sometime between 8:50 and 9:06, correct?
Yes.
So for your investigative purposes, does it make any difference if he's at his mother's house 25 minutes, 35 minutes? Obviously, he couldn't be there an hour and make it back and call 911, but I mean, isn't that really not material? How long he was at his mom's?
If I'm trying to build a timeline, yes, it is.
Well, your timeline is, you're focused on is 8:50 to 9:06, right?
Well, my timeline and what we're talking about is how long he was away from the house when he says he went to Alameda. So he leaves Moselle at approximately 9:06 is when he sends the text to Maggie. And the 911 call comes in at 10:06. So I know he's away from Moselle for an hour. And he says he goes to Alameda. How long did you spend at Alameda?
Right.
He tells me 20 to 30 minutes. Then he goes 45 minutes to an hour.
I see. I got it. So it's possible that he was only at Alameda for 5 minutes and he was spending the other time hiding evidence. I mean, I understand that would be what you're looking at, right?
Yes.
But General Motors has sent their records in and we know he went straight to Alameda and goes straight back, right?
That is true. But if you look at the GPS points that came from General Motors, one of them puts him way in the backyard of Alameda.
Right.
Not in the driveway or where it's normal for them to park.
In the backyard at the door where Miss Shelley Smith says he knocked on.
I believe that point's closer to Miss Libby's work shed.
Okay, we'll get there. Okay. But we know from phone records, essentially when he got there, like 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe that's the time, yes.
And we know from the GM telemetry data and the GM OnStar and other records, what time he left, about 9:45, right?
Yes.
And so we know exactly how long he was there.
Yes.
But the fact that he couldn't recall whether he and Paul rode around for an hour and a half, two and a half hours, you found that significant in your investigation.
Yes.
Now, you also testified that that in the fall of 2021, there started up a financial investigation into Alex financial dealings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that overlapped and fed off each other with what your murder investigation was doing?
Yes, it involved Alec.
Right.
So we were looking at the totality of the circumstances and seeing if there was any paths that crossed or.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, I'll skip one part. In your interview, and as of August 11th, you told us that you had excluded everyone from the circle who had come in to the circle except for Alec, and he was your one and only suspect at that point in time.
Yes.
And you talked about interviewing CB Rowe and him telling you where he was on June 7th, right?
Yes.
But you found out he lied to you about where he was on June 7th, right?
Yeah, he came forward and was honest with us without us even approaching him.
All right. But he was initially told you one thing about where he was, subsequently told you I was not honest about where I was.
Yes, he didn't want Mr. Murdaugh to know that he was looking for another job and fear of being fired.
Okay. But part of this financial investigation that overlapped, you developed information that Alec was stealing money from a law firm, client money to support a drug addiction, did you not?
That's what was purported, that it was for a drug addiction, yes.
And you learned through your investigation that Alec was paying up to $50,000 a week to a guy named Curtis Eddie Smith for drugs, right?
That's what was told to us, yes.
And you learned through this investigation, what was told to you, that Eddie was buying these drugs from other folks, members of Sandhill drug gang, right?
Yes.
And the Sandhill drug gang was a precursor to the Cowboys drug ring, right?
I'm not familiar with the Cowboys, but that's what I've been told, yes.
And you learned that Eddie owed these drug gang members a lot of money for drugs that were sold to Alec, didn't you?
I believe the information came into that they weren't worried about what was owed because they knew they were going to get paid.
That came to you after the Maggie and Paul were murdered, right?
That came to us after September-ish incident as well.
And did you ever conduct a cell phone analysis of these drug gang members to see where they were on the night of June the 7th?
I didn't have their phone numbers. In my experience, that they don't keep the same phone numbers. They use what's called burner phones. But we also did an analysis around Moselle, trying to encompass anybody else coming in. And that information did not pan out. There was only 2 people identified, and they were emergency first responders.
And you're talking about the geofencing stuff?
Yes, sir.
Well, did you ever obtain any DNA samples from these drug gang members to see if they matched Maggie's fingernail?
No, sir.
And you really never put them in the circle, did you?
The investigation into that, in my understanding, I'm not investigating the drug aspect. That investigation is still ongoing from my understanding.
One second, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, if y'all would go to the jury room for a break.
I didn't catch how long he said the break was. Was it 10
I think it's
minutes
just a short
or
one.
just a stretch? Yeah.
I did.
So
Yeah, I didn't hear the amount of time. I just know he said a break. Well, he usually does 10 to 15 minutes, so I'd assume.
yeah. Oh man. But yeah, that's kind of a bad look to the jury. What's going on right now with the questioning of all the gathering of the evidence, what they did check, what they didn't check. They're really trying to make the whole investigation look bad. And I'm wondering why Crichton Waters isn't doing this test, didn't do the lead testimony himself. Why Meadors did it? I guess he wasn't worried about it. Well,
I don't think he was, as far as talking to this guy. It was basically all they did with him from the state side was go over all the shit that was already said, already seen, already whatever Alex testified to, the clothes and all that. And they just went over and confirmed him with him is basically all they did. So
yep.
the state side of this was not very interesting. They just stopped the video randomly and said, what about this? What about that? Had him confirm it. And then they moved on. So most of this is just about the defense. It just sounds like to me he's trying to discredit the witness, which is really stupid because he's an agent and SLED and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, good luck discrediting that guy.
Yeah, really.
Oh, Anna
well,
said 10 minutes. Okay, thank you,
Oh, it's
Anna.
only 10 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, Renee said circumstantial evidence can lead to a conviction. It's up to a jury to decide. The video with AM's voice in it isn't helping his cause. No, it sure isn't. All the timelines changing, three different timelines with each interview. He's had a different timeline for each interview, he said. That is screwed up. The fact that he said in the video that Paul would not have walked over to the kennels, he would have driven, but yet his truck was at the house with the key in it. So why would his truck be there if he drove down to the kennels? I mean, there's lots of things they're tripping him up on. But again, like Claire was saying yesterday, that doesn't mean he can be found guilty yet. There's still reasonable doubt.
There is. It's just like everybody gets the idea that he probably did do it. They're suspicious as all hell, but what do we have to actually tangibly say? Juries like, solid stuff like a fingerprint, a blood, DNA. We don't have any of these things, and they keep focusing on that. And we don't have these things because they were never presented. The shirt that he was actually wearing at the time is not available. Okay.
Exactly. It's gone. Yeah.
Right. The shoes that he had on at the time are not available. Just the stuff. The reason there's only trace evidence everywhere is the clothes that he changed into when he was running around the scene. That's how he got exposed to all of this stuff. That's the little bit of traces that we have everywhere. That makes sense to you and I just thinking about it. And that's all speculation too. Nobody knows that that's true. Okay.
No.
Well, we could be talking about an innocent man too, although his own words are what haunt me is in regards to him possibly actually committing this crime. But Renee is right that the circumstantial evidence can lead to a conviction. It's up to the jury to actually decide what is credible and what is not.
Yeah, and Claire, you're absolutely right. And like you were saying before, it's got to be no reasonable doubt. This guy definitely did it, and that's really hard to do in these kind of trials. And I feel like half of this was, I feel like him changing the times and stuff. I feel like he did it on purpose to make them confused and get the timeline off and all that. But
honestly, and I could see why so many people are having trouble tracking like all the evidence. Just in the feedback that I get when I'm talking to people, and I'm asking questions, in my DMs. It's like really hard to keep it all straight. If you get distracted from it at all, like I did today, you're just lost. Like I'm totally lost.
Yeah, it's confusing. That's how I felt when I came in late the other day. I was like, shit, what did I miss? You know, because you feel like if you miss that one part, you've just missed everything, you know, but yeah.
Well, yeah, Turtle Moves, I agree. The timeline is one of the main pieces, the phone card data and Alex Murdaugh's lies about where he was and actually having evidence to prove contrary to it, physical, tangible stuff. That is very important because it shows why would he lie if he's innocent. It does show them to be could be a pattern there, but that could also be doubt too, because they're not going to, just because they think he's a liar, think he's a murderer. I mean, that's a step too far, right? Like, we know he does financial crimes, but does that mean he could murder? You know, it's important that they tie something into the actual murders in order, like at least a timeline and a story that actually fits what happened. Because without an actual confession from him, you know.
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh,
I don't
hey.
see the...
So I'm sorry. Finish your sentence. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was just going to say, hello, Liam. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, Liam. Hey, do you have that? Is there any way you can drop a link or maybe put it in the private chat and I'll give it to him or something? That chart you have that one lady made with all the times and phone movement and everything. Because we have a couple people here that.
I think it's on my Twitter and I can share the Twitter link and they can go look it up. Yes.
Is it on Twitter?
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to share it up here because the resources, like I said, I'm not going to try to do anything like that, but I'm willing to share everything that we have that I can get my hands on this way. Hold on one second.
Sure.
Let me just go to my, I'm pretty sure
I'm looking right now.
Yeah, it's got to be on my timeline. It was a Kathy something or other. And I tweet a lot, so good luck. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I can see that. I'm looking right now like, holy shit. Oh, look
all,
at the otters.
It's
Sorry.
the otters, but it's also all about the trial and all this stuff or retweeting my friends stuff that they do.
Yeah. So anyways, guys, what I'm talking about, for those of you who do not know and have not seen it, someone had made up a chart, a flow chart, basically. Well, not flow chart, I guess just a chart. Anyways, they made up this graphic chart with the different timelines, different colors for each person, what they were doing at that time, what their phone said they were doing, what the vehicles said they were doing, and everything. So it's very interesting. And I thought that might help some of you who have not used notes this whole time to keep, because it really helped me kind of, you know, figure out a couple things in my head that I had mixed up. So
right, because she color coded the phone
yes,
and the information, and I'm getting there. I know it was a couple of days ago. That's why it's taking so long.
Well, yeah, I know. Can you see the chart in the post?
Yeah, if I can find the post. Hold on, I'm getting there.
I'm to 5 days
It's a lot of it's just a lot of stuff. You should be able to, because it was pictures. Yeah, you should be able to see the post. It's a retweet. You should be able to see the pictures.
Okay.
What was her name? Okay, hold on.
Hmm.
Hold on. Somebody
Anyways.
Wait,
yeah,
I'll
you
find
go ahead and look for that.
Somebody definitely sent it to me, so I know I can see it.
Michelle said, whoever made that chart, I am forever grateful to you. Yeah, no, it totally clears up some stuff, because it shows all of them, the timelines overlapped with his trip to his mom's and blah, blah, blah. And by the way, I don't know about anybody else, that is the first time I've heard anybody say that they believe that the murders were done between 8:50 and 9:05. I have not heard anybody else say that unless I missed something. So I was like, that perked up my ears on that part, because that really, like, that just narrows it down so much, you know?
Was it
like
Kathy?
literally? Okay. Oh, okay. Brandy Churchwell made the chart and updates it almost daily.
Thank you. Yep.
Thanks
That's
always.
the name. Thank you. Thank you always.
Yeah, and by the way, Mr. and Mrs. Claire has streamed this live ever since the start. So if you go back in her videos, you know, we don't talk much, as you can see, we don't talk much during the trial. So you can go back into videos and pretty much hear anything. If there's one witness or something you want to hear, but she's got everybody on there, from the pathologist that did the autopsy and talked about, which was very interesting. If anybody missed it, go watch it. The pathologist talking about the direction of the shots and how they were shot, how close they were together, how Maggie got shot in the head, in the face, blah, blah, blah. Like, she goes over all of that. And I'm telling you, as good as I am at figuring stuff out in my head with angles and stuff, with the shot that Maggie took while being bent over, I did not see that coming. I thought the only thing I could think of was she was laying down. But yeah, the pathologist was really good. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Claire.
Yep, and thank you.
for
She'll
finding that.
sent it to me too. If you guys will actually follow her, she keeps that pinned to the top of her Twitter feed if you have Twitter. If not, I'll remember to post it every day so that you can open it up without being a member of Twitter. You could still open it up in a browser and just look at the chart. I just don't think you'll be able to save it. But yep. That was from Brandy Churchwell, and every day she updates it with any additional information. She has it pinned to the top of her Twitter. Thank you to both Always and Shill, the mods. Like, they keep track of these names too. Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Every single day, every witness is marked, and whether it's whether it's the prosecution or the defense, and who is doing the questioning, so that if you want to go over a specific testimony, or you hear something that you have a question back, you can go to the day and you can pick it up that day. I don't do summarizations or anything like that, because after all, I'm not a lawyer, not a paralegal. I don't want to interfere with the process in any way. We're just speculating here as people who like true crime. I call everybody that comes and does this with me from my other series, True Crime and Legal Updates. We call you guys murder minions. You know, we've got the little minions dressed up as serial killers. You know, we follow quite a few cases. The Murdaugh trial just has been part of this for over a year. And here we go. We're back.
All right.
To be continued. Well,
you got a
jury
couple
later.
minutes because they got to bring the jury in. Yeah, go
Might
ahead.
as well wait a minute. Yeah. So if you have any questions, feel free to contact me or comment on the back of the video, and I will try to help you out.
Mistry this, and I don't think anybody in the world does. But it's the state's belief during his last questions that they opened the door to the roadside shooting. Before I ask,
Start questioning this witness about that.
to follow up when Eddie Smith came into the, how he came in the investigation.
He's in the middle of cross-examination at this moment.
Okay, I just, can I ask him when Eddie Smith came into the investigation?
You want to ask him questions?
Well, I didn't want to do anything to mistrial, and I was surprised that came up.
I understand, and I agree with you. But now is not the time for you to, in the middle of his cross-examination, to bring the jury.
What was that?
I have no idea. What the hell was he just trying?
What is Meadors doing? You wait till cross is done, and then you redirect and ask your questions. Is that
Just shut up and let them do their cross.
I wish a
Wait.
lawyer was here that I could ask what the heck that just was. Like,
What exactly did he say when he first started? Because I missed it because of the noise.
he said, I don't want to cause a mistrial or anything, but I want to ask the witness, when did Curtis Smith enter the investigation? And the judge is like, well, you could do that later. You don't do that now.
I think he was bringing it up because they were going to object. That's probably what he was trying to do. He's probably trying to bring it up before they brought the jury in. Which is not a bad thing to do because of how particular the judge is.
But the time to object is when the question gets asked, and then they could talk about it then.
Agreed.
I guess he was. I think he was nervous. I think you're right. Maybe he was nervous and he was presenting it to a judge and he just used the wrong words.
Yeah.
Maybe he just misworded himself a bit. Like he was trying to say this on redirect, I'm going to ask this question. Let's get our objections out now before the jury comes in, right? Because that
Right.
would have been what the judge would have wanted. He would not have wanted all of that back and forth in front of the jury.
Yeah.
I hear
No.
you, Wrecker. I don't know what that was about. I think he just got excited because he thinks that Jim Griffin just put his foot in the door again and opened it up a crack for side of the road testimony.
Continue.
Just a few loose ends, Agent Owen. In your investigation, you did not identify any life insurance on the lives of Maggie and Paul. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
And one of the things that was asked of Dr. Reamer about a conversation she had with you as to the stain on Maggie's calf. Do you remember whether Dr. Reamer told you that there was a bruise there as well? I believe that is.
It's in my notes. Hang on just a moment.
I believe she said mud.
According to my notes, we talk about believes first shot was to Maggie's legs, then abdomen, followed by the wrist to headshot with final rear headshot. There was a bruise on Maggie's left calf that coincided with possibly shoe print, but Dr. Reimer did not feel someone intentionally stood on her leg. And that's according to my notes.
Yes, sir. And your notes related to there was a muddy thing on the back of her calf, and Dr. Reimer noticed there was a bruise there as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Lastly, fingerprints. Were there any dusting for fingerprints done in the feed room at Moselle?
I am not aware if there was or not. I wasn't in the feed room with the crime scene the entire time.
Okay. And and we talked about the DNA swabs. I mean, one of the people that was supplying Curtis Eddie Smith is in custody, is he not?
He is in custody, yes, sir.
Have you gotten a DNA swab from him?
I have not, but I know one has been obtained, yes.
Okay. And you know if it's been cross-checked against?
It was not obtained in this case. I don't know. I believe it has been cross-checked.
Okay.
I don't have that report in front of me.
Yeah. Another point, just understand you were not made aware of the negative hemotrace confirmatory blood test until sometime in November of 2022. Is that right?
That is correct.
How is it that the lead case agent is left out of the information channel for something so significant?
From what I was able to figure out, when the lab issues reports, pursuant to my case or any other agent's case, we have email notifications to go in and find that report, or there's a new report available. Once I figured out that report existed, I searched my emails and I did not have an email notification that report was there. There's multiple other reports. I had been in there multiple times looking at other reports, and that report, I did not see that report. I was not made aware of its existence.
Sure. And it wasn't until after you saw that report that now you changed focus to the clothes he was wearing in the Snapchat video. Is that correct?
Restate that question.
But it wasn't until after you became aware that there's no blood, hemotrace confirmatory test of blood on Alex's shirt that you start, asking questions of folks about the clothing that Alex was wearing in the Snapchat video.
Well, I asked him on August the 11th of 2021 because I had that Snapchat video of when did he change clothes.
Okay. And he said
He didn't know.
didn't know. Okay. But you never asked for those clothes, never tried to find those clothes, never executed a search warrant for those clothes, have you?
No, sir.
Did you develop any information that Eddie Smith was skimming money, that Alec was paying him for the drugs, that he wasn't paying the Sandhills gang everything they were doing?
I am not aware of that information.
Okay. And the last thing, you had mentioned that part of your, and on the tape interview with Alec, you had mentioned that the blackout cartridges that were found near Maggie's body matched, or they were ejected, extracted from the same firearm as used to eject, extract cartridges at the house and the shooting range. Remember telling Alec that?
Yes.
And, but you were informed, though, that forensically at the lab, they could not say with 100% confirmation that they did actually match until the missing firearm is recovered.
That was my understanding, yes.
And that's what Agent Greer or others that he worked for and told you as lead case agent.
That's what Mr. Greer told me, yes.
That he couldn't say with 100% certainty. Is that right?
Of which, he couldn't say 100% certainty which firearm that came out of until he had a firearm to compare it to.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Could he say that those shell casings from Maggie's body, the side of the house, and the shooting range were all cylinder and had been in the same gun at one time?
Yes.
And when you asked the defendant on that in the third interview, they said this was told him Jackson what I told you. So it was a family-owned gun, right?
Yes.
And then he kind of responded, how did they get it? He was almost going with you. How did they get it, right?
Yes, sir.
That was one of the ways you get somebody out of the center by asking them to give statements.
Yes, sir.
Tell me what happened.
Yes, sir.
And on June 7th, did you say, tell me what happened?
Yes, sir.
And on June 10th, did you say, tell me what happened?
Yes, sir. And on June 10th, I wanted more detail.
I'm sorry.
I wanted more detail on June 10th.
And did you get more detail?
I got more detail on June 10th, yes.
And on August 11th, did you give some information and then try to gain some information?
That is correct.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about that shirt and all. Did he say, Bo, hold on, let me go get that thing and bring it back to you right now?
The shirt? No, sir.
He didn't say, hold on, I'll go and get that shirt right now.
Talking about the white T-shirt?
No, sir,
the
I'm
blue
talking
shirt?
about on August 11th.
Oh,
These
no,
shirts
sir.
that he was talking.
No, sir.
And he tried to describe it. Did this, what is described as a seafoam shirt? Were you familiar with that?
Leading and misleading.
How would that shirt be described? Do you know in your investigation by the witness who saw it? Ms. Blanca said.
Ms. Blanca described to me that she saw him leaving the house that Monday morning in a seafoam pullover. I believe she characterized it as a Vinnie Vine shirt.
She said a polo shirt leaving that morning.
Yes.
On this video he showed you with the tree, how would she describe that shirt in the tree?
A blue button-up she described as a Columbia style shirt.
Columbia. Seafoam. Seafoam color?
We don't lead the witness.
Did she tell you what color she thought it was?
The one leaving that morning.
No, sir.
No,
The one on the tree.
Blue.
On June 7th, June 10th, August 11th, did Alex Murdaugh ever mention anybody anybody else that might be a potential suspect in this case?
No, sir. Other than, he continued to mention the boat case, but no specific individual.
Did he mention to you anything about these cowboys that Mr. Griffin's asked you about?
No, sir.
Did he mention to you anything about a Curtis Edward Smith?
No, sir.
June 7th he didn't?
No, sir.
June 10th he didn't?
No, sir.
August 11th he didn't?
No, sir.
When did he ask you about Curtis Edward? Or when did he bring in Curtis Edward Smith into this investigation? He being Alex Murdaugh.
September 4th, 2021.
September 4th, 2021. And could you tell us how that came about?
Overruled.
Continue.
How did it come about that Mr. Murdaugh told you about Curtis Edward Smith?
On September 4th, 2021, I received a phone call from Randy Murdaugh that Alec had been shot, and they were concerned for his safety and what was going on. And I immediately responded along with other agents to the scene. And the scene on Old Salkehatchie Road in Varnville, Hampton County.
And did you go to that scene?
I did.
And did you see the defendant Alex Murdaugh at the scene?
No, I did not. He had been transported to the hospital.
And do you know where he was transported?
I believe it was Savannah, a hospital in Savannah.
And at that point, did you or another SLED agent go to Savannah Hospital to interview the defendant?
2 other agents went to the hospital to interview Alec.
And was one of those agents Neil?
No, Agent Kelly.
Agent Kelly? You in the courtroom? Will you please stand? Is that him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And in the hospital, and what day was this?
September 4th, 2021.
September 4th, 2021. And at that point, did the defendant, or did you learn through an investigation, did he say somebody shot him on the side of the road?
Yes, through the investigation, that's what's told to us.
Well, did he identify anybody on September 4th who shot him?
Not by name, he gave a description.
He gave a description.
Yes.
Did he attempt to pick somebody out of a book?
No, sir. There was I believe a SLED forensic composite artist went down and did a composite drawing with him.
So he helped get a sketch of the person who shot him?
Yes, sir.
Describe the person?
Yes, sir.
Did they actually do a sketch?
Yes, sir, they did.
And at that point, had he mentioned anybody's name else in the investigation that you ought to go back and look at about Paul and Maggie's murder?
No, sir.
After that, did the defendant tell you or your law enforcement friends he was lying about the roadside incident?
Objection. To the extent it's hearsay, if he didn't tell this agent, then it's not the appropriate witness.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant give another statement about the roadside?
Yes, he did.
Did he admit he was lying?
Statement to you or to someone else?
Statement to someone else, sir.
Objection sustained.
At what point, in response to their question, did the defendant bring in Curtis Eddie Smith's name to this?
I don't believe he ever brought Curtis Smith's name into it. It was through investigation that we developed him as a suspect or a subject involved in the shooting.
And did the defendant give an interview with Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin via audio phone call where they mentioned Curtis Edward Smith?
Objection's overruled.
I know an interview was conducted. I don't know who was present. I was not present for that interview.
Did Curtis Edward Smith's come through this chief investigator's name come out of that interview?
I do not know, sir.
But prior to that day, had Alex Murdaugh ever mentioned to you Curtis Edward Smith or anybody else that might have been involved in his son's or mother's his son's or his wife's murder?
No, sir.
So after the roadside incident and whatever he told whoever's going to be called, that's when he brought in other people.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Griffin's asked a lot of questions about the search. The crime scene where the two bodies were, was that secure?
Yes, it was.
Was evidence gathered?
Yes, it was.
Were swabs taken?
Yes, they were.
And I think he asked you about the Suburban, his Suburban, and whether or not there was anything wet in the back of his car. Are you familiar with what's known as a cooler?
Yes.
A good old cooler?
Yes, sir.
Could you put wet garments in a cooler?
You can, yes.
You can.
Yes.
Okay. Can you ask you about anything in the car? Was there blood on the steering wheel of Suburban, that car?
There was blood found on that steering wheel, yes.
And that DNA from that blood came back to whom?
Maggie Murdaugh.
Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
And he asked you about some guns. Did the defendant hand you a gun?
He handed first responders the gun, yes, sir.
What type of gun was that?
It was a 12-gauge shotgun.
When I say you sometime, I mean law enforcement. I
understand.
apologize. And as a result of swabs, was blood identified on that gun?
Yes, sir.
Whose blood, whose
Maggie.
DNA was that?
Maggie Murdaugh.
Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes.
And was that 12-gauge shotgun consistent or inconsistent with the weapon that killed Paul Murdaugh?
It was the same gauge, being a 12-gauge, and firearms examiner was not able to exclude the gun.
Which means you could include it but not exclude it.
Correct.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about getting out of the circle. But when you talk to somebody, are you looking for consistent statements, inconsistent when you're examining or talking to somebody who might be involved? Why are you asking them questions?
To learn more, to see if they tell the same story.
And if that story is contradicted by other witnesses, do you want to know that?
Yes, sir.
And were you going out to check his story with other witnesses?
Yes.
What he told you versus what other witnesses told you?
Correct.
As a result of that, were there contradictions between what Mr. Murdaugh told you and what witnesses told you?
Yes.
Shelley Smith?
Yes.
Blanca Simpson?
Yes.
And he asked you to spend a long time about this time frame. Why does it matter when he got out to Alameda? Would it matter if somebody's hiding guns somewhere on Alameda? Would you need time to do that?
You would need time, but if you're familiar with it, I don't think you would need that much time.
But would it take time to go hide guns?
5 minutes, 10 minutes. Yes.
Would it take time? Would that be a reason you might have a contradictory statement how long you visited
Yes.
somebody?
Yes.
And your car would still be there, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Did CB, he asked you about CB Road. Did he ever identify did he ever tell you about a cooler that was found out there at some point that wasn't usually there?
Yes, out by what's been referred to as the skin shed where they process meat.
What was that about that cooler? In course of your investigation, had that cooler been there before this night?
CB Rowe told us it was not. When he left on Friday, prior to the,
Objection sustained.
Did you see that cooler after Friday?
did I see the cooler on when CB Rowe pointed it out? Yes.
You did see it?
Yes.
And was it there Saturday, excuse me? Did you see it on Monday or Monday afternoon, Tuesday morning?
Monday night, Tuesday morning, yes, I did see it.
Did you see that cooler again?
I don't recall.
Okay. He asked you about the rain jacket, the tarp, and asked you if Was there any blood or these notes everybody's giving me? Is that coat, does that repel water? That jacket, the rain jacket?
Yes, I would think so. Being a rain jacket.
Was there GSR located on that rain jacket?
On the inside of it, yes.
Say it again, on the where?
On the inside,
And he asked you about blood or DNA. Was there a whole bunch of GSR found on that inside of that rain jacket?
yes, it was.
And he asked you about, I believe, Shelley's testimony or about seeing that rain jacket. Did you say he was holding it like this?
Yes, she said it was balled up in his arms.
And he was asking you about timing, I think, unless I'm crazy. That could be there 5 years, 10 years. When did Blanca System, when did Shelley Smith, I'm sorry, tell your investigation, hey, I saw him with this blue vinyl coat? When was that in relation to the murders? Was that 5 years, 10 years? How long was that?
Objection, Your Honor. He's misstating the
Objection is
evidence
overruled.
in the record.
She told us she saw it the day after Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's funeral, which through my investigation,
Objection is overruled.
which would have been June 14th, the following Monday after Paul and Maggie were murdered. So 7 days.
Was there? Now, he asked you about your testimony to the Colleton grand jury.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know it was out there. Did you give them a summary of the case?
The grand jury, yes.
And did that include timeline?
I believe so, yes.
Some of his financial crimes,
Yes, sir.
background?
Yes, sir.
Did that include information the jury hears from some of these lawyers and the financial issues?
Yes, sir.
Did that include whether blackout casings near Maggie were consistent with those or match those found near the house and the property?
It did.
Did it include that the family had 3 blackout rifles?
Yes.
Alex originally gave 2, but remembered in the follow-up, one of them had been replaced?
Yes, sir.
That you've confirmed that?
Yes.
Did you present whether or not shotguns of similar make and load were found on the property?
Yes.
Did you present that Alex was in possession of a shotgun that was consistent with one of the murderous weapons? Couldn't be excluded?
Correct.
And did you mention to them about Shelley Smith and kind of what we've just been talking about?
Yes, sir.
Did you mention to them about defendant denying going to the kennels 3 times?
Yes.
Leading the witness.
Don't lead the witness.
What did you tell them about him going to the kennels?
That after dinner, he stayed at the house and took a nap. When Maggie went to the kennels and Paul left, he wasn't sure where he went, but then he was never at the kennels after dinner.
Did you mention to them about Rogan Gibson?
In the phone call, that he had had with Paul, and that Rogan had heard. Paul was talking to Paul on the phone, heard Maggie in the background, and he was 99% sure that he heard Alec in the background. And that phone call would have been around 8:44 p.m.
Did you mention about this to the grand jury? This video ultimately got located or downloaded?
That it was found on Paul's phone.
And did you tell them the contents of that video?
Yes, that Paul was taking a video of the dog, Rogan Gibson's dog, Chocolate Lab, and that Maggie was in the background, and that Alec was in the background.
And did you present to them about the, I think some of what we heard, the money he acquired, he being Alex, after this incident, the money he came into?
Yes.
Did you mention to them about whether Maggie intended to go to Moselle that night or not? What did you say to them about Maggie going to, and her plans, or whether she was going to go to Moselle that night or wanted to, if anything?
That Maggie had intended to go to Edisto, but had received a call from Alec requesting her to come home, that Paul was there, which contradicted the statements from the sister, Marion, where Maggie, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Maggie had called Marion and said that she had received a call from Alec, that Alec wanted her to come to Moselle, that Paul was there and his dad was in the hospital. But during an interview with Alec in August, he stated that it was basically a surprise. He didn't know she was coming.
And did you mention to them that a reward had been offered on the offer?
That a reward was offered, $100,000 with an expiration date.
And did you tell them whether or not there was any other information or any other credible evidence pointing to anybody else?
I did.
He asked you, Mr. Griffin asked you about the scene. It was bloody.
Very bloody.
Defendant said he had touched and rolled, tried to move Paul.
Yes, sir.
Did you see any evidence of that on him?
No.
Your eyes?
I did not see any on Alec. No, sir.
Mr. Griffin's gone. I don't know if it's a good question or not. Did they say go to Alameda?
Who?
Him.
No, sir.
Alex Murdaugh, any of the lawyers there?
No.
They give you consent to search Alameda that night?
No, sir.
They said go search Alameda.
No, sir.
Is that funny? I'm sorry.
Him addressing me. If I found his question humorous, I'm sorry. I thought it was a funny question. It was a rhetorical question. I asked the court to instruct him not to address me, but the witness. Thank you.
You may proceed.
I guess the point, Mr. Griffin said they were bending over, wanting to help, wanting to do all this. Never mentioned Curtis Smith or anybody else until September, right?
Leading.
Can't lead the
I'm
witness.
sorry, I apologize. Did he ever mention anybody else who could have done this, who could have been involved with, who could have killed my wife and my son from June 7th, 2021 until September of 21? Did he ever mention anybody else?
No, he did not.
He's already answered.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it police procedure that the suspect of your investigation is supposed to solve the crime?
No, it's not, but it helps to have information from other sources.
And you were asked a number of what ifs. One what if was like, what if he hid the guns in Alameda? How long would that take? And you said 5 minutes, right?
I said 5 or 10 minutes, depending on if you know the area.
What if you'd gone over there that night and searched Alameda? How long would that have taken?
Quite sometimes, large property.
And we would know today that there were no guns hidden on the property.
Well, that night, Alec was not considered a main suspect, and I had no information to go search Alameda for guns.
At what point in time did you ask Alec, did you hide guns at Alameda?
I didn't.
First time that question ever came to you was on February 15th at 4:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you testified about item 22, and I just may not have heard you correctly, but and Mr. Greer's testimony will speak for itself, but the results were he can't say it's item 22 is the shotgun that Alec had when Deputy Green came in, but he can't say, he can't exclude it, he can't exclude it. He can't say anything about it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned what Shelley Smith told you in an interview, I take it. Did she tell you? Did you ever interview Shelley Smith?
Yes, I did.
And you testified that she told you that Alec came over there on June 14th in the morning, right? That's what you testified to this jury. That's what she told you.
She told me it was the day after Mr. Murdaugh's, Randolph Murdaugh's funeral.
All right.
Through my research, would have been June 14th.
And you were here in the courtroom when she testified under oath in front of this jury that Alec came over there 3 days later, and it was June the 16th on Wednesday. You heard that testimony, didn't you?
That's what she said in court, yes.
That was her sworn testimony, correct?
Yes.
That's all the question to that.
You may step down.
Whew, that was tense, huh?
Call your next witness.
Very heated.
David Grubbs.
Did you hear that, David? Who?
I believe it says Grouse. I'll have to check the witness list.
Oh, Grouse. Okay.
He'll spell the last name. I know the first name.
Oh, that's
is
right.
David.
Yeah. Thanks.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you would please, sir, be seated, state your full name for the record, spell your last name.
My name is David Grubbs, Grubbs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grubbs. Where are you
Good
employed,
afternoon.
sir?
I'm employed with the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
All right. And what is your job title at the Attorney General's office?
I'm the Chief Forensic Investigator for the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force.
All right. And then just briefly, let the jury know what the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force does.
So we assist agencies throughout the state as well as have our own investigators, and we look into peer-to-peer downloads that go over the internet, usually containing child pornography in them. We also do chat ops throughout the state, posing as minors to attract suspects. Okay. My unit specifically does the computer forensics for those cases.
Okay. When you say forensics, you mean, for instance, cell phone forensics, correct?
Yes.
So as part of your job duties, you perform cell phone downloads, extractions, and analyze them, correct?
Correct.
And you've gone to a number of trainings in the past to that's focused on that.
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right. Can you read for the jury your training in this area, please?
Sure. So I am a Celebrite certified operator, a Celebrite certified physical analyst. I'm a certified blacklight examiner, which both of those are cell phone data extraction tools. I'm certified in Forensic Explorer, which is used to analyze computers. Griffin analyze training, Detigo in the area of magnet forensics, which is magnet makes the tool Axiom, which is one of our primary tools that we use. I've received advanced iOS and gray key training, advanced iOS examinations, Magnet Axiom advanced mobile forensics, Axiom-based computer forensic examination, and Axiom advanced computer forensics. I'm also a member of the United States Secret Service Cyber Task Force, Cyber Fraud Task Force to be specific, which runs the National Computer Forensic Institute in Hoover, Alabama, where I've been sent to for basic network investigations, Macintosh forensic training, digital investigation supervisor's course, and I received an award in 2020 and 2021 being ranked in the top forensic examiners with the Secret Service. I've had training from the National White Collar Crime Center, which is called NW3C, in basic data recovery and acquisition, intermediate data recovery and acquisition, basic cell phone investigation, cell phone interrogation, advanced wireless network investigations, GPS interrogation, Windows artifacts, social media, identifying and seizing electronic evidence, encryption, and legal concerns for digital evidence responders. I've also been to the SANS Institute for multiple trainings for advanced network forensics and analysis, advanced digital forensics and incident response, hacker tools, techniques, exploits, and incident handling. I've taken a course with Texas A&M Engineering Service for information security. And then for other forensic softwares, I have had Access Data Bootcamp, Access Data, Mac Forensics, Encase Computer Forensics. And in addition to that, pretty much every year except for when COVID was going on, we'll go to a national training for law enforcement on child exploitation in Atlanta.
All right, thank you. At this time, state would move to enter Investigator Grubbs as an expert in cell phone forensics.
No objection. So qualified.
And Investigator Grubbs, there are 3 cell phones in evidence in this case, and the data associated, you've analyzed some of it, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk specifically about Paul's phone. And to your knowledge, was that originally extracted by, I believe, John Van Outen of the Secret Service?
Yes, sir.
And then that information provided to Lieutenant Britt Dove?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you've received that cell phone information from him, and you've analyzed it as well, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you were asked to focus on a couple of specific areas in your analysis of Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of which was Paul's battery habits and battery usage on his cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 530. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a report that I generated concerning Paul's phone and battery and shutdown time with the phone.
Okay. And you looked in the week prior to the murders, you looked at how many times Paul's phone died because of its battery, correct?
Correct.
You identified those times, right?
Yes,
Dates
sir.
and times.
Yes, sir.
So how many times that week did his phone die in total that week from the battery?
4.
All right. And what days were those on?
It looks like June the 3rd, twice on June the 5th, and then on June the 7th.
And June 7th, it died when?
It is 22:34, 10:34 p.m.
10:34 p.m. Okay. And one of the pieces of information that cell phones log is when a phone is plugged back in after it's died to charge, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you looked at this data of when the phone died that week, Paul's phone died, did you identify when it was plugged in?
I did, sir.
All right. And can you just tell the jury on those two, when the phone died each of those times and when it was plugged back in, please?
Sure. So it is logged that on June the 3rd at 12:30:27 p.m., the phone died, the battery went dead, and at 12:34:03, it had power again. It was reconnected.
And I'm going to take that from you. And at this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 530 into evidence.
Submitted.
Should read it now.
Can you see anything on your screen up there? Up here. Zoom in a little bit. There we go. All right, so on June 3rd of 2021, what time did Paul's phone die?
On the 3rd, 12:30:27.
All right, what time was it plugged in?
12:34:03.
About 4 minutes later,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
A little less than 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
June 5th, the first time, at what time did the phone die?
10:18:33.
All right, and what time was it plugged back in?
10:36:17.
So that would be roughly 17 minutes or
Yes,
so?
sir.
All right, and then June 5th, the second time, what time did it die?
29, excuse me, or 9:23 p.m.
Okay, and what time was it plugged back in?
21:30:21 or 9:30.
Okay, so roughly about 7 minutes later.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
All right, and you just didn't focus on when Paul's phone died in the data you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Did you find in what you reviewed, did Paul frequently let his battery get low?
Yeah, he seemed to kind of fly close to the sun. The phone was always getting down to 1 or 2% before he plugged it in.
And would you say, in your opinion, from the data reviewed, the majority of the time he let it get that low, would he ultimately get it plugged in before it died?
Yes, sir.
Except during that week for those specific occasions, correct? All right. All right. And one other thing you were asked to look at on Paul's phone were the times when his screen came on, correct?
Yes.
And when it came off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's sometimes referred to as the backlight on a phone, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you're specifically asked to look at the time on Paul's phone starting at about 49 p.m. on the night of June 7th, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you it's been marked as States 529. Take a look at that. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I created this.
All right. And what is that?
It shows the backlight for the phone when it's kind of going on and off throughout that night.
For what time period?
From the period of 8:49 and then the final time of 10:34.
Okay. At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 529 into evidence.
No objection.
Submit it. And let's before we talk about this specific data, let's just the jury's here heard some testimony on the screen backlight and the screen coming on. Under what conditions, generally speaking, will a cell phone screen come on?
There's a lot of conditions that'll cause a cell phone screen to come on. If you pick up your phone, that can have the screen turn on. If you get a message or an alert from an app that you have, that can cause the screen to turn on. If the phone senses motion in a particular way, it'll turn on. There's a whole variety of ways that the backlight will
I
activate.
think you may have mentioned this, but the screen can be tapped.
Yes, yeah, you can simply tap your screen and that
right.
would cause it to turn on as well.
And so just to in a nutshell, the screen can come on for sometimes there's no human interaction, correct?
Correct.
But it also can be turned on by human interaction.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay. Let's look at the information on your report real quick. All right. Okay, so at 8:49 p.m., looks like the screen goes off, correct?
Correct.
On Paul's phone. And what time does it get, the next time that screen lights up?
The next screen on is at 10:18:08 p.m.
Okay. And in your review of Paul's phone, did you determine during that same time frame, starting at 8:49, was Paul's phone locked or unlocked?
It was locked.
Okay, so it was locked and the screen was off between 8:49 and 10:18.
Yes.
And then at 10:18:08, we see the screen come on, correct?
Yes, it appears to come on for 12 seconds to 10:18:20.
Okay. And then the screen goes back off starting at what time?
10:18:20
Okay. And then it comes back on
at 10:20:08.
All right. And how long does it come on at 10:20:08?
It goes until 10:20:20, so 12 seconds.
12 seconds. All right. And then what happens with his screen?
It goes back off at 10:20:20.
Okay. And it stays off until when?
10:34:16.
And is that the time Paul's phone died?
Yes.
All right. And so the screen may have come on briefly as the phone was.
It
shutting
looks like
off.
for 4 seconds.
Okay. All right. In your review of Paul's phone, did you identify some of the communications that came into his phone?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify the last text that was sent to Paul's phone?
Yes,
And do you recall who sent that text?
Rogan.
And you may not remember this exactly, but well, first of all, was that do you recall contents of that very last text from Rogan?
Yes, it just says yo.
All right. And did this jury's heard testimony that cell phones will log when someone actually reads a text.
They
correct?
do.
And did you find any log that that text yo was read?
It was not read.
Okay. And do you recall roughly the time that text hit Paul's phone?
I don't off the top of my head.
All right. Was it between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock p.m.?
Yes.
Roughly speaking? Okay. But that was the last text. No other text came to his phone after that text from Rogan that said yo.
Correct.
And in your opinion, if anybody had been looking at that screen that came on at either 10:18:08 or 10:20:08, would they have seen a notification on that screen?
Most likely, yes. You can set your phone to not show contents, or sometimes if you have a text that comes through, it'll show the whole text and the contact. It depends on how it's setting, but yes, typically, if you were to see the home screen of the phone, there would be the notification.
And so, depending on the settings, there's a good chance if anybody happened to be looking at that phone screen either of those times, they would have seen a text notification from Rogan Gibson, correct?
Yes.
And you just testified, we don't know exactly why the screen came on at the time, correct?
We do not.
All right, it could have been somebody tapped it, correct?
Yes.
Somebody may have briefly picked up the phone, correct?
Yes.
It could have been any number of things, correct?
Yes, any number of things.
And you can't tell us exactly why, though.
I cannot.
Now, this jury's heard a good bit of testimony about phone orientation changes, and we'll talk a little more about that in a minute. But in your opinion, is it possible for someone to just briefly pick up a phone, see the screen come on, put it back down, and for the phone not to record an orientation change?
Sure.
Okay, moving on. All right. And you're also asked to look at Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, what database were you asked to take a look at on Maggie's phone?
Knowledge C.
All right. The jury's heard some testimony on the Knowledge C database, but just please refresh our memories what that is and what kind of information is contained in the Knowledge C database on an iPhone.
Sure. So Knowledge C database is something that Apple uses in the background to kind of track things that you're doing. It tracks your battery level, it tracks when you plug your phone in and when you unplug it, a whole bunch of stuff that is going on in the background that typically people have no idea is even running.
Okay. Okay. All sorts of information in that.
All sorts of information.
Would some folks be surprised if they saw the amount of information a phone was reporting?
It can hold millions of artifacts.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 528. Can I ask if you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
I have. It's a digital copy of some timeline reports.
Okay.
From Maggie's phone.
And specifically for Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that timeline report would be from the Knowledge C database?
Yes, sir.
All right. And specifically, you said that a Knowledge C database can contain millions of artifacts, correct?
Yes.
When you prepared that timeline, did you kind of narrow it down a little bit?
Yes, I did.
And roughly what times on that?
I believe from 8 to past 10.
All right. And at this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 528 into evidence.
No objection. Submit it.
Can I have the computer, please? Okay, I'm going to pull up this spreadsheet on the computer that's in evidence on the CD. Even with a fairly narrow time frame, there's still a voluminous amount of data contained in this database. Is that correct?
Lots of data. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and specifically, let's take it to start time and end time. For this particular report, you kind of limited between time. What's that start time? The first
2053 to 8:53 p.m.
Okay. And we'll scroll down to the bottom real quick. And it looks like it stops at What time?
2108 to 908.
9:08 p.m.?
Yes,
On
sir.
what date?
That would be June 7th, 2021.
All right. And there's just a whole bunch of stuff here, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, let's take a look at a couple things specifically. Excuse me, starting at 2053, we see some orientation changes, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in your opinion, when you see an orientation change on a phone recorded in an LSC database, what does that information tell you?
Typically, that somebody's handling the phone.
So while a screen coming on or off may not necessarily tell you somebody's handling the phone, the orientation change definitely doesn't, correct?
Yes, it's the phone logging that it's going from either vertical or landscape to the other.
Okay. All right, so let's look at line 1149 starting down to about 1154. You see what I'm talking about there?
Yes, sir.
These lines here, and it says camera. What, in your review of this information, can you draw any conclusions about what's going on, why that camera pops up at about 854 in this database?
All I can say is that the phone is interacting with the camera in some way.
All right. Did it interact for a significant period of time?
No, sir.
Do you recall roughly how long the interaction took place?
I believe it's 1 second.
Okay. All right, let's go down to line 1210. This is at 855 or 2055. And we see some things. It says iOS snapshots.
Yes, sir.
And there's looks like it says something about Facebook to the far right there, correct?
Correct.
What, in your opinion, what's going on with the phone at this point?
So a snapshot or an iOS snapshot is something that your phone does when you minimize an app in the background. So if you close Facebook and put it kind of in the background, it takes a little snapshot of it. So when you pull it up, you can see what it is. It'll do this for, as we see here, Facebook, which we can pull up and see. It does this for a bunch of apps. Not all apps take a picture of it. Some things will just be a blank screen. For example, if you do your camera, it's not going to store a picture of what your camera was looking at. When you have it, it's just a black screen.
Okay. And so it does, in your opinion, does this mean anybody's actually accessing the Facebook app or actually physically taking snapshots on this phone?
No.
All right. In fact, it's not doing that, correct?
Correct.
All right. In fact, in your review, the time frame on this report's 8:53 to approximately 9:08 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And during that time, in your review, was Maggie's phone locked or unlocked?
It was locked.
Okay. And it remained locked starting at what time? You may have to draw on your memory because this doesn't start till 8:53, but it was prior to 8:53, correct?
Yes.
All right, and it remains locked until the next day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then we're going to scroll down starting at line 1243. I see a whole bunch of stuff here. And just generally speaking, what is all this stuff in this database at this time?
It's just background processes that your phone's running.
Okay. And I think we already skipped by that, so I'm just going to ask you real quick. But in this this time frame, we also see looks like the Siri app pop up in the Knowledge database.
Yes.
Correct? And how can the Siri app be triggered?
It could be a background process that's going on, or it could be triggered by somebody holding the power button or interacting with Siri.
Okay. All right, and we're almost done here. I'll be done by then. Okay. Well, the information is in this log, but did you identify a time after 9 o'clock when Maggie's screen turned off?
When her screen turned off?
Yes.
Yes.
And was that at 9:07 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And after 9:07 p.m., did you identify at any point over the next few minutes or over the next 20 minutes that Maggie's screen turned on?
I believe it turned back on at 9:31.
Okay. So between 9:07 and 9:31, Maggie's screen is off, correct?
Yes.
All right. And also, you just said this a minute ago, it's also locked during that time, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so if Maggie's phone were thrown between 9:07 and 9:31, when the screen's off and the phone is locked, in your opinion, would you see an orientation change?
No, sir. That version of iOS that she has on her phone did not log that at that particular time.
So that version, which was what at that time?
14.6.
All right. And that version of iOS, if a screen's off and a phone's locked, the phone's not going to record an orientation change.
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions, John. All right.
We're going to adjourn for the day, ladies and gentlemen, and resume at 9:30 to tomorrow morning. But everyone will stay in place until the jury leaves.
I wonder if there's going to be fireworks again after the jury goes out. We'll leave the feed up until we see the judge actually leave the room in the court. But Alex stole Beck again. But it looks like we made it to the end of the stream with it up. Oh, and Beck is back. And we made it back with Beck.
We're going to have to
Look at that. I'm just waiting to see if they
With
bring
regard to the
Yep.
court's earlier ruling.
Here we go.
Excluding not allowing the roadside shooting incident during cross-examination, I find that the defense opened the door to all of that testimony by questioning the witness as to the relationship between Mr. Murdaugh and Eddie Smith, payment of money to buy drugs, indebtedness, his overall relationship, and to mislead the jury and to, under the doctrine of completeness and fairness, the court reverses its decision and will allow examination of witnesses regarding that relationship. And we'll be in recess till tomorrow morning. 9:30.
He went and looked up laws and came back with the decision. That's why he was so hesitant to say something earlier. He wanted to go. That's what he did during break, I bet. What?
No, I don't think it has to do with case law here. Remember, let's just look at what his first statement was, that because it was not actually motive, which it wasn't motive that they were looking for in that. They were looking for pattern and saying that it was possible that he could have committed murder because look at what he already did. Or look what he was going to do. Now, so he didn't look up case law. He had all the case law. He said it was more prejudicial than probative at that point. But when Jim Griffin opened up the questioning and let testimony be in there about Curtis Smith one-sided, it now becomes probative because the state is allowed to present their side of the same story, period. And that's basically what he just said. He said, since the defense started questioning about that and they've only heard one part, they do get to hear the rest of the story. That's if you listen to his language, that's what he was saying. And you're probably right. This judge does like case law, so I'm sure every time he takes a break, he's reviewing things. You always see him checking his computer. People are sending him things, and he's looking at it and reviewing it, and I can see that.
But he's like jotting down notes. Yeah.
I just didn't want, the only reason that I'm going around that statement that you made is I wouldn't want anybody to think that the judge actually is looking for case law to support something he already stated, because he had done that already before. Like he knows the case law.
Okay, I see.
And
he was waiting to see.
He wasn't looking for case law to change it out of text, out of context. He's looking at exactly what happened in the courtroom. And what happened was Jim Griffin again with his big foot opened the door. And then the
Oh my
prosecution
goodness.
started waving at the judge, like I said yesterday, saying, "Yo, if they're gonna talk about it, can't we talk about it?" Basically, that's it in simple terms. If you're gonna talk about it, we get to talk about it. That's the story
Yep.
for every time they came to 404B testimony. If you're gonna bring it up, we get to talk about it. If you're going to use
See,
it
that's
as
what I'm.
defense, that's what the judge brought
Yeah.
it in the first way. If you use it as defense, I get to talk about it. As the state, we get to talk about it to counter what you're saying, because that's the thing, back and forth. It has to
Yep.
be fair to both sides, and that judge tried to be. I took the feed down so we won't glitch or anything like that, and the siren won't come on. They had left the courtroom. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I'm just going to tell everybody in front of you that you're the hero of the stream. You actually saved this live, dude. We wouldn't have a live based on what happened this morning if it wasn't for you, and I greatly appreciate
Oh, don't worry
with
about it. No,
everything
no,
else
it's
that's
fine.
going
It's no
on.
big deal.
You know, you just you're the light of the day for sure.
No,
For sure.
stop
Yep.
complimenting me. I don't like it.
Stop
I don't
complimenting
do
me. You
compliments.
don't like it. Mm.
I'm not good at compliments. Oh, Jujubee said, so Alex paid someone to take him out so it would look like how Paul and Maggie died. Jujubee, yes, he was trying to pay someone to Eddie Smith to shoot him in the head beside the road, so it would look like he didn't do it and someone came after him too. Eddie just said, "No, I'm not shooting you, dude." And basically, Alex took the gun and tried to shoot himself in the head to make it look like Eddie did it or something. And all he did was like minor skull fracture, bruising, and an abrasion. All he did was just irritate his own head. He didn't even really cause any serious damage. So, yeah. So that's what happened with that. Frame it.
I'm just going to repost the link that Pete Hutchins just put in the chat. This is where the full video of the interview that we just watched in court is. One of the news stations posted it as a YouTube video, just so that you all can, go there and watch it later if you'd like, all in one piece without them interrupting and chopping it up. I know I'm going to, because unfortunately I missed most of the morning. Thank you, Beck, for giving me the time to figure out what's going on with the computer. So we possibly will have a stream tomorrow. Hopefully, if it did go, did anyone see anything in the afternoon that looked glitchy? I didn't see anything on this end, but sometimes you still do on YouTube. So if you saw anything, just come and, let me know. If you like, or you can even say it in the chat at any time. I really want to work these things out because I know how frustrating it can be for those of you that are trying to watch. I'm trying to give you a place where you see the whole thing and that you can talk and chat about it, but we're not talking over it, and you actually see what's happening and then still be able to speculate and do whatever you want after,
You're right.
And I appreciate your help with that, Beck. I really do. I really do.
Jujubee said, "I don't think Alex was an attorney. I think he was a writer on Days of Our Lives."
Alex could have been a writer on Jujubee. You're right. You know that one where, wait a minute, if so, then somebody's going to be swapping memories pretty soon and come back as somebody else, aren't they, Jujubee? Doesn't that happen there? And then wait, and there was all this really weird stuff. And nobody ever dies on that show. They kill people off, and then 2 years later, they come back.
Days of Our Lives. Oh yeah, she was in a coma. They went to bury her. She came alive, ended up on a deserted island for the last 5 years, and now she's back and wants her husband, who's been remarried for 3 of it. Yeah, that happens all the time.
You see that, Ox? Ox is saying that you are a great producer, smart, and a good friend. You know what? He is. He's been an absolute. I am so happy to be working with him. We've only worked a little bit over at the Shills, just like in the chat and stuff. Like I knew he was a shill, but definitely, I am so pleased that he likes true crime too, because he's been a blessing up here. He really has. And Ox, thank you for hanging out too. I realize things can get stressful and crap happens, but I'm going to try to do my best to just not let any of that affect anything anymore. I just apologize to everybody else that's getting the fallout from it. It's just not fair. And
It's
if there was
we all love
anything
you.
I could do about it, I would. I hope you all know that. But
Liam Wakefield, If
Go
the
ahead.
real Alex Murdaugh is in a coma, this is his. He said the real Alex Murdaugh is in a coma. This is his sister who had a sex change. Let me
It
tell you
could
what,
be.
buddy. If his sister had a sex change, she'd be better looking than him and probably have a bigger penis. Just saying.
Yeah, your sister.
Because at least you
yeah.
get to pick your size when you have a sex change. So
Do you actually? This is information I
pretty
never
much,
knew.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, they actually base it. They used to take it off the back of your leg and form the phallic part with
Mhm.
that.
Yeah.
But then they found that the nerves and skin and everything on the inside of your forearm
It's more
is
sensitive.
more like penis skin. So they cut a
Well.
big piece off, and you don't have any skin there anymore. And then they form it into a penis.
There
So
you go.
basically, it can be pretty much any size that the surgeon can do, and based on the length of your forearm, I guess.
There you go. Well, look, these are things I
Yeah.
didn't know. Well, yeah, very interesting indeed. Medicine,
Hey,
science. Yeah.
Ox, I don't know who you've talked to today, but I just want to say, buddy, I appreciate your friendship. I always have.
Mhm.
And let me tell you, Ox has followed me around everywhere I've been. I've seen him everywhere. I've known him for
Mhm.
about 3 years now. Ox is a
Mhm.
great dude. He really is. He's hard-headed as hell, just like me, but I love him for it.
He has been
Um,
very kind to me in my YouTube adventures. I'm often in streams all over. We all have mutual friends everywhere. And I support a lot of my friends that I go and I check out the streams when I could. Before I was streaming like so much, which I will admit the last couple of months I've been just doing so much content. I haven't been hanging out as much as often in other places. But like I know all these people, I support them. I met Ox, I think it was last year, probably through the Christmas relay stream. So I met so many
oh,
people that way.
yeah.
And he's been very kind to me anywhere that I show up that he's very kind. As is most people in this chat, when we're all in different chats, are all like a greeter and happy and always saying hi. I'm just like that. I say hi to everybody in the chat, even if I don't know them. I think that's like leftover from my mod days. It's like a YouTube habit. It's like I can't stop it. Like I just do it. And I've met a lot of people because of it. You just reach out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shill, there is so
Um,
much. First of all, you missed like the whole I missed the whole morning until lunch. Actually, I'm gonna have to go back. But from what they've
I think
told me,
she'll
and
watched it and caught up.
I think
She
from
missed the last half.
what Beck has told me about and what everybody in the chat has told me about, basically, Officer Owen was on the stand the whole time, going over, and the prosecution and the defense were trying to lay down opposite opinions. The prosecution was saying about all of the evidence that was found and why Alex Murdaugh became a suspect, while the defense was trying to say this is everything you did wrong and you shouldn't have made Alex Murdaugh a suspect, like somebody else should be. And there's just pointing out things that we already know. There is no shirt to prove DNA. Of course it's not, like, because he didn't give it to us, right? And he actually said, but you never asked him for it. Okay. Does that mean if somebody walked up to Alex Murdaugh right now and asked him for that shirt and shoes, he would give it to them? Or the murder weapon?
First of all, hell no. Second of all, he had already disposed of it. He couldn't give it to them anyways. And third of all, they got the clothes off his back. He wasn't a suspect at the time.
Exactly.
See,
And they
the
didn't
defense keeps
know.
trying that witch hunt shit, and it's totally was not a witch hunt at
Right.
all. They
They
were
didn't
way
know.
more gracious to him than they should have been.
Until they did the housekeepers actually interviews, and that was much later, because as remember, he wasn't a suspect. Why are you going to interview his housekeeper? Just because she wasn't there when it happened. She was there earlier in the
Right.
day, and when they found out through testimony from others that she was there earlier in the day, they arranged to speak to her. And then through the course of their interviews, they found other things to question, like the shirt that was in the video earlier in the day, what he was wearing when he left. These were just all standard
Right.
kind of things that became problems because of things that Alex said. Okay. It wasn't like they were trying to catch him up.
Period.
Yeah.
If he would have done any of that more honestly, they probably would have gave him more time without looking at him. But because he fucked up the times and everything so bad, and where he was for how long and all that shit, all of his alibi times, timeline shit, he fucked that up so bad that they were like, wait a minute. That's what made them look at him again. He screwed up by lying so much and not being consistent. If you're going to be a liar, and I know this from my brother, you need to be consistent, because I catch him in lies all the time. He's a piece of shit because he doesn't know how to lie right.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna lie, freaking get your story straight. Spouse is usually the first. Well, exactly, Liz, and that's what the Agent Owen, the SLED guy, said. You know, the first thing they start with is the relatives and whoever was there. The first person on the scene was Alex. He called 911. No one else was there to say any different about what happened. Of course, they have to look at him. That's just how it goes. You know, if you're in a store and there was a shooting and nobody knows who shot the guy, they're going to investigate you because you were in that store. Same difference, you know?
Nice. All right.
Oh,
So,
I know, Pete. He's a lying son of a bitch. But what he is a great manipulator, and he's a great BSer, just like you said. And that's one of the reasons it makes him a good lawyer. One of the reasons that everybody loved him was he was so good at making people like him. You know, and from what I heard, pre-drug use and pre-stealing and shit, you know, everybody thought he was a great guy, but he's a manipulator. I mean, we don't really know. No, what I meant, Pete, was he knows the laws. He always helped everybody improve their case whenever he went over and worked with them. And even the lady that hates his guts because they were friends and he stole from them, the company, she even said he's one of the top lawyers. You know, he's an amazing lawyer, you know. So take that for what you will, right?
mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. But this, I'm just wondering with all this back and forth, and now that like to watch Meadors like lose his cool, like and get so excited about like walking in with that testimony. We know he was excited, but that was like I think he just misspoke. Like that could have gone really bad. But now and then just making remarks with Harpootlian like that's that kind of nonsense you really hate to see. Like don't like to see them all doing that. Just bad manners. Well, Meadors has bad lawyer manners anyway. He's touching everybody. He's touching the evidence. Like it makes me crazy. Well.
Juju B, why would you say the CFO shouldn't have her job anymore?
Because I kind
they
of
all
agree
gave him
with
too
her.
much allowance. That the whole town did that, though.
Because she found out about the loss of money. She was the chief financial officer the whole time. She found out there's a flaw in the system that he couldn't do it, and she still has her job, and she was in charge of investigating it. That doesn't happen in business. This is all like family owned, like close ties because they know her so well. But if you were at a regular
but you have to
job,
remember too, she wasn't the only one investigating it. She brought it to what's his face. I can't remember his name right now.
True,
and
but
he said, "I've got it. Don't worry about it." He called her off of it, and he said he'd take care of it.
You're missing the point that she's responsible for the financials for that 10 to 20 years that he did it.
I agree. They all screwed up. The bank screwed up. She screwed up.
Yes.
Absolutely. They all
my
fucked
only
up. They
point
all trusted him too much.
My only point is that because it's a home kind of business, everybody knows everybody. They've been friends for so years. That's why she has her job. They feel that she was hoodwinked also. However, if this was a company where she was working for an actual larger company, any accounting firm, any business firm that does other people's work, she would have to be just because of the way it looks. She would be gone. And even though
I guarantee you they gave her a what for and said, if you trust anybody again, you're gone. But you know, also she's been with that law firm for 20 years.
Yeah, but
she
look
knows
what they
the workers
found.
inside and out.
Canceled
It would
checks.
be very hard for them to replace her. Huh?
How do you do a bank statement from month to month? If somebody presents a check a year later and it gets cashed and you don't discover it until you're looking for it? How did that happen, Big? Juju and I know enough about finance and booking that should never happen. That means that somebody fell down on the job in rectifying the books for that month, that year, that quarter. That should have never happened. A check that you actually voided and reissued got cashed and it didn't get caught. That's a big red flag in an accounting system. And I know Juju agrees with me. That alone would have been purpose for her to be fired. Because that means people.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay, and it's not that we're
if I
against
owned
her.
that business,
She
she'd be
actually
gone.
cracked it.
I don't care who she is.
Cracked this up, and it is. It's sad because she's really good at her job in other ways and investigating and how she laid everything out. She's obviously very upset at how this looked. I think that part of her anger at Alex is how bad he made her look too. like with this. He
Oh,
really pulled the
absolutely. He made
wool over
everybody look
everybody's
bad.
eyes. Yes. And made
Yeah,
everybody in the
absolutely.
firm look bad and everything. And I think that's where a lot of that animosity, like you could see it, she was really
Oh, yeah.
testifying that way. Yep.
Oh, I know more people were in on it. Who said that? Shit. Halco. More people knew about it and were in on it than it was told. Absolutely, Halco. I agree with that because, we just found out recently when the sister testified that the whole family knew about his drug problem all this time. And they just, and no one else knew about it. Their friends didn't even know about it. And that goes back to that, what we were talking about, that Southern thing of it stays in the house between blood and you don't let it out of the house because it'll make your family look bad. And they got to keep up with the Joneses,
Nope, I get it. Yep.
She either overlooked it or she got sloppy. Yeah, Anna, well, first of all, now you guys remember too, she had somebody working beneath her who was two people who were also helping with the finances. I blame all three of them.
Mhm.
I blame them those two for not doing their job right. And I blame
Right.
her for not fucking keeping up with her employees and making sure she did her job
I
right.
actually
They did their
just
jobs
think
right.
it's an actual system failure in how they have the job split up, because maybe Juju will agree with me. If you know anything about accounting, it is the checks and balances that matter, and you have only got a face safe, a backup, so that things get caught. And there might be just some failure there in how the actual system was set up in processing. Yes, we're talking about Jenny Seckinger. She was the chief financial officer. She's responsible for the accounting system in general.
Yes.
And all the checks and balances. And so sometimes it does fall on the top, even though it's the lay people doing the work. You got one working on bank accounts, this and that. You've got one working for this lawyer, one working for that lawyer when they're documenting stuff. There still should be somebody doing the bank statements, tying everything together into journals every week, every month, every day, every month. It's all got to balance out.
She
somewhere
did
in that
testify.
system.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
No,
go
finish.
ahead.
I'm sorry. Oh,
No,
she did testify that due to the way all the money is shifted around throughout the year, that it's hard to nail anything down, and she had to wait till December to actually run everything and investigate it and find out exactly what happened and what was missing. Now that I get, because like she said and the partner said, they all put money in and it gets taken back out and they're given to him and then they borrow it and then blah blah blah. So that's a mess anyways. First of all, I think that's a horrible way to run a fucking business. That is absolutely jacked up, in my opinion, because you're borrowing money off the fucking the guys that own the firm. Why don't they just leave money in an account? All of them contribute, which, by the way, Alex never did it, or once maybe. If all of them contribute at the beginning of the year and put it all in an account, and then, they'd be able to keep track of it easier. But them randomly donating money, that's got to be a mess for books. I would not allow that to happen. There's no way. I would hold back on their bonus for the first 2 months and give them their bonus in March or April or whatever when the money appeared back.
Yep.
So.
She said, yes, multiple people should have been reviewing it. I can see it making it through a few months up to the year, maybe, but it should have been caught pretty darn quick. Yes, at the end, because I could see there's so many moving parts there,
But no, remember, he's slick too. He's not stupid. He's an asshole, but he's not stupid. And he knew how to move things around and make it look like it was legit on the books.
I can guarantee.
If he hadn't pushed his luck with that last thing he did with Mark Tinsley, if he hadn't pushed his luck with that, they probably still wouldn't know. You know?
Yeah, she said it's definitely
He
the
was
whole
smart
point of
about
your accountant department. And I'll do bet that they all,
Yep.
they definitely, well, no, this is the one. I bet they have a new system now. And it was over multiple Septembers. True. It was quite a while, I don't know what software they're using, Liz. They didn't say. It could have been just the way it was. Oh, I didn't have to do a thing. There you go.
Yeah, right, Anna. Hometown Brotherhood accounting. And that's the problem. That's why this good old boy system needs to go out the window throughout the entire United States, because it happens with big corporations. It happens with the government. I know the IRS is just letting people get away with shit because they've realized that Trump hadn't filed any tax money in years. And it took them how long to figure that out or do anything? He didn't do anything about it until the Democrats brought it up. It's shit like that. It's the good old boy. You know, if you're a white man with money in the
Right.
United States, you can do whatever the fuck you want. So that shit needs to stop. And that's one of my main bitches about the government and how things are run.
But there you go. But I think on that bet, we should just wind up and let's just hope that everything works tomorrow and we get, looks like we will be getting more on Curtis Smith. Now, Crichton Waters did tell us yesterday that he did not intend to bring Curtis Smith in, that he'd bring an officer that actually did the testimony or talked to him about it or talked to Alex about Curtis Smith, that there would be one-on-one testimony with someone who knew the situation, and it would be a officer of some type, an officer of the law. So that judge was worried about, you know, the testimony of Curtis Smith. This is a convicted person based on doing shady stuff already and lying and cheating and multiple statements. We all know he's not
drug dealing and everything else. Yeah.
Right. And Harpootlian was salivating at the point of just trying to cross him. But, you know, it would not be good for either side, I think. You know, so hopefully the third
Well,
party.
see, here's the problem. The problem is with Curtis Smith is you're right. He is such a liar, such a piece of shit. How's the state going to even use his evidence? Nobody's going to believe him once they find out everything about him.
Except for that, the fact that this is somebody that Alex Murdaugh was, to show that Alex Murdaugh was comfortable dealing with him, hired him, dealt with him on a regular basis. They knew each other well. It kind of leads to, like, you know, birds of a feather. Kind of opens your eye to, like, the kind of thing he thought was acceptable in a way, I guess.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, that whole thing, I have never in my life seen such a confusing case.
Yeah,
it's
me
just
too.
mind-boggling how many different little details and shit he fucked up and shit he did right, apparently, because he's kind of getting away with it, you know? But he definitely made a lot of steps that were unnecessary. And he, you know, like I said, if you're going to be a liar, you got to keep track of them, man. That's why most liars believe their lies, because they keep track of them so well and they keep them in their head so well they start believing it themselves. So
True. And I think on that, we'll just bring it to a close. I'll just remind everybody, like, share, comment if you've got questions, what happened today in the stream, anything like that. You can feel free to comment on the back of the video. That does help the algorithm. If you haven't liked the video on the way out, that helps also, if you'd be so kind. Also, my DMs are open for questions anytime. Check out the back of my channel where the about section is. There are multiple ways to reach me. There are multiple ways to help the channel or not. And there you go. That's it for my YouTube stuff for the day. We'll see you all. You know, if the computer will cooperate, we will see you all in the morning. Some way, somehow. If I have to stream from my cell phone, we will stream. Okay? Like, we will.
And just remember, last thing I'm going to say, Claire's previous videos, you guys who have missed the beginning of the trial, she has it like mapped out in the description of what time each witness starts and everything for the state. So it's easy to find it. Go back and look in her, all her Murdaugh stuff.
They're
clearly
really long.
marked. And so she put in the description all the timestamps for when things start. So if there's a certain witness you want to go back and look at, or if you want to, you know, speed through the whole stream, feel free. She's got it all there.
Yeah,
so
it is.
Thanks to everybody.
You know,
We love
it'll
you
actually
guys.
skip over all of our talking if you want and go like right to the trial too. It helps, you know, skip all the stuff.
There you go.
There you go. All right. All the shenanigans. All right. We're out. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Bye-bye.
Peace out.